Good morning, everyone, and welcome to what is a very special day here at Mallory Park as we prepare to bring you the revival of the 1000 Bike Festival, celebrating 70 years of Mallory Park and, of course, this incredible place and sport. You can join myself, Ross McIntyre, Keith Huewen and Riley Davis alongside me as we bring you all of the action on track and off it, because before we get to our parade and marvel at some wonderful machines out there, we'll first head around Mallory Park, speak to some of the folks around the place and get a gist of what's going on here at the 1000 Bikes Revival. We're joined by the man of the hour in Stuart Hicken. Stuart, you can just about hear me, something's being fired up over there. It's great to be here with you, and it's great to be back for the 1000 Bikes Revival as well. How are you feeling going into this weekend?
Yes, good. I mean, the 1000 bikes have died a little bit of a death. We've put a lot of work in this year, and hopefully we've revived it, which was essential, you know, because we're 70 years old this year. Bearing in mind, I also came here 68 years ago.
Well, as you said, it's not just great to be here for the revival of this historic festival, but it's a historic year for Mallory Park as well. What does that mean to you and the community here at this racetrack?
Yeah, for myself a lot, because as I say, I came on my push bike, 10-year-old, saw a racing that was unbelievable, really. Everybody loud megaphones and noisy two-strokes. Fell in love with racing straight away, and I raced here in '66 the first time myself. I worked here in the 90s as a manager. Unfortunately, that particular company got it into big trouble. We resurrected it a few years later, straight after they went bankrupt with it. Spent a load of money with solicitors and managed to reopen it, so hopefully we can keep it going.
Well, I mean, again, it's a place that means so much to you. It has so much history, of course. But it's not just Mallory Park we're celebrating this weekend. Of course, we're celebrating all of these wonderful bikes in the community that's here. And there's so much going on. Of course, there's the 50th anniversary tribute to Barry Sheene and his first World Championship victory. With the renaming of Devil's Elbow as well. Of course, a rider who meant so much to this place. So there's so much to celebrate.
Yeah, well, Chris was a real good character. He was a grass track champion as well, and when this used to be an oval grass track, he told me that he rode from the middle of Birmingham on his grass outfit with his passenger, finished third, won £3 and went back home, no insurance, no tax on the bike. Was a hell of a rider, evidently also on solos. Won the TT on a BSA, and he made friends with a guy named Ito from Japan, who was one of the top riders. He won a TT on a 50. And Ito said, would you like to ride a new 250 Suzuki we're bringing? We'll bring it to the Hutchinson 500 miler. Chris never heard a word from them, and it would have been telexes in those days or whatever. So he did decide to go down and found a van there, the bike in, sat on it, put the levers in the right place, the new Super 6, and won the race. And he did exactly the same the following year on a 500 Cobra. So a man of immense talent and a cracking engineer as well. A real nice guy. Sheeny, Everly, I can't believe it's that long, but time does fly a little bit. Barry I got to know. I started racing 1 week before him. I'd got a Bull Taco and he'd got 3 with his dad. And I used to borrow bits off him and he used to borrow bits off me. And although he was very famous, every time he saw me, he would just come over and say, Stuart, and don't forget, he'd say, Bulto, made of tin, ride him out and push him in. Because they seized a lot. But yeah, good guy, a real good guy. Velocets, I think it did 100 years since they had their first TT win as well. And we've got some nice velos here, so a lot of celebrations. And I do hope everybody enjoys herself. Got a decent crowd, so yeah, fingers crossed.
Absolutely. It's already been a great weekend so far. We can't wait for the rest of it. Stuart, thank you so much for talking to us and enjoy the rest of the revival of 1000 Bikes.
I certainly will. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone, and here we are then at Mallory Park. We're live. It's a little cooler today than it was yesterday, but that's not going to be detrimental to a good day out, there's no doubt about it. Now, if you're outside on the other side of the track, rather than the paddock side, you do need to come across today and come and have a look at some of the motorbikes that are here. Ross Riley and myself, Keith Huewen, are going to be doing some of the commentary out of here, and we're going to be picking up with some of the superstars that are wandering around. somewhat nonchalantly, but we'll dig them out from wherever they are, hiding in whatever motorhome or caravan they're in. Do join us across here. And one thing about this particular race meeting, I've got to say that I really, really enjoy, is the fact that everybody here is more than willing to talk for as long as you want to talk about their motorbike. This is a real enthusiast weekend out. Anybody that wants to find out about what's going on with any motorcycle that you see. Ross stood here with me up in the tower. I've got to say, yesterday, it was a bit of an education even for you, young man, because you are decades younger than the likes of my good self. But I did appreciate some of the words that you had to say yesterday about how much of an education it is. And you could spend a week here, really, couldn't you?
Oh, you absolutely could, Keith. Again, I'm a few years your junior, it must be said. But it's been such an amazing couple of days here at Mallory Park, and just speaking to people, hearing their stories, hearing about their machines, because obviously you appreciate the history and you appreciate where we've come from to get to where we are today in the world of motorbikes. But you get the stories here that you don't see on the news, you don't see in the press releases. So to hear what it was actually like out there and what people were actually experiencing and the actual relationships and the community that came together, it really was wonderful. And as you said, everybody here just so happy just to sit or stand and talk about, you know, their stories and their bikes for, it could have been hours, quite frankly, for a long time. It was almost felt bad just telling people, sorry, look, I've got to move on and go and speak to somebody else now, because so many interesting conversations, so many interesting people here. And again, to anybody who's on the other side of the track, please do head down to the infield section. Just speak to people, because everyone's lovely and honestly well worth the time to talk to.
Well, it's also the 70th anniversary, of course, of Mallory Park, and it'll be my 70th anniversary this year as well, so I fit in quite well as far as this place is concerned. But in my case, when I catch up with friends, it's usually an hour talking about medical conditions and the likes of old race injuries and how they affect them in later life. But we can go on to that when we get all a little bit bored later. Not that we're going to get bored today, because there's plenty to cover here. If you look around, I mean, it's funny, Stuart Hickin was wandering around a moment ago pushing some of these guys' motorcycles to the front because they're hidden behind their camper or behind their tent, instead of being on full display right where everybody's walking for the footfall. But of course, a lot of these guys are quite modest. You know, they don't sort of talk much about the motorcycles that they own, motorcycles they've collected. I've seen everything from Hailwood, in fact, actually Hailwood's bike. We've got Kenny Roberts Jr.'s Suzuki down in pit lane here. Steve Wheatman has been kind enough to turn up with that genuine motorcycle. From an old guy's point of view, I've got to say, again, Ross, sorry, because I have to lead off the old boys, is that spotting the genuine article is a real... a task as far as I'm concerned. Some of these guys here can spot a non-genuine nut or bolt, and their enthusiasm for making sure everything is spot on, dead right, is actually slightly frightening. Or probably is a medical condition, I must say.
Well, it's one of those ones, there is always going to be somebody that knows more than us, isn't it? Even if you feel like you know your things, there's always somebody out there who will know more about their bike than you will, quite frankly. But even if there are a few people who go, oh, you know, that nut and bolt's not genuine, or actually that wasn't used in this race that you think it was used in, the fact is we've still got so many brilliant bikes out here today. Like you said, we've got a Hailwood bike, Kenny Roberts Jr. bikes. Obviously, we've got a display on for Barry Sheen as well. We've got the bike that he won the 1974 Race of the Year here on. Of course, 52 years since that this year, 50 years since his first world title in 500cc as well. So there's so many historic things here to go and enjoy. We've got some sidecars as well. There are, of course, road bikes going out as well, and very much historic road bikes as well. We spent a lot of yesterday going around talking to a lot of the different clubs that have joined us here today, and their passion and enthusiasm for the machines. A lot of those guys have ridden their bikes into here this weekend and then are taking to the track, and then will ride them home at the end of today as well. So it's, as you said earlier, a real enthusiasts event here at the 1000 Bikes Revival. It's so great to be here, and we've just got bikes on tracks all the way to the end of the day.
We have, and we're going to be looking forward to all of them. I'll be wandering around down in the paddock a bit later on and see if we can catch hold of some superstars that are rolling in late after their early breakfast, no doubt. Something that's probably worth pointing out, Ross, to anybody that wasn't here yesterday with us, we had the renaming of Devil's Elbow into Vincent's Devil's Elbow after Chris Vincent. You mentioned sidecars a minute ago. There's some good sidecars here, genuine sidecars here, going back over the years, the decades. But Tracy and Jason Vincent were here, the son and daughter. Max was in Spain, the other son, he couldn't make it here, but Vincent family were all here to see that brand new name. And you'll see the sign that's on the inside of Devil's Elbow, that if anybody's able to get a photograph of it, it's iconic, Devil's Elbow, and to name it after Chris Vincent, who comes from El Shilton, by the way, just up the road. That's where they lived. Had a motorcycle shop up there as well. I used to drive past it every time I came here to Mallory's, long gone now. And to remember Chris Vincent at Mallory Park in that way, I think it's fantastic.
It was a really, really special moment. Of course, Chris is someone whose his story and his history is very much entwined with this circuit, and they go hand in hand. And of course, very good on a solo as well, not just on sidecars. And he was very much a real part of this track story, and again, a very special moment. I think it was certainly the right thing to do, to have a corner named after him, and a corner as iconic as Devil's Elbow. Now, of course, Vincent's Devil's Elbow. It's a very fitting corner to bestow his name upon.
I can't imagine what it's like on a sidecar, let alone in the chair of a sidecar. No. But as a solo rider, I remember the first time I ever came down Devil's Elbow on a TZ750 Yamaha, and that was a little bit of an eye-opener. I mean, we've had one guy that's fell down there this morning. He's up on his feet in the end, so I can actually talk about it, but at one point it was slightly worrying. I mean, it is a corner that demands a bit of respect, but if you're going to get through it quick, then you've got to be right on the very, very edge. I mean, obviously there's a lot more runoff coming out of Devil's Elbow nowadays. In the old days, if you fell off at Devil's Elbow, you ended up visiting the hospitality unit that was along the front here, or the barrier if you fancied it. So I've got to say, and I mean, it's not just because we're here for Stuart Ickin, and we are here for Stuart Ickin more even than Mallory Park in my view. The fact is, he has done a bloody good job on this racetrack. I mean, I remember it when it was a proper dump, and Stuart, with very limited funds, has made this place really the kind of place that you would hope that Mallory Park could be. And I must say, back in the day, in the olden days, I wondered whether it would survive, because it was prime land, prime for like a building site or something, you know, thousands of houses around the lake here. You can imagine it being a very trendy and upmarket kind of a place that people would, and there's always been problems with noise here, obviously, though, the village being so close, and the joint respect that there needs to be between the village and the people there, and of course Mallory Park within that community. And Stuart has done an absolutely fantastic job of bringing all of that together and keeping it and making it look like it does now. I mean, Mallory Park is better than it's ever been in all my 70 years of being alive. It's just a great place. The first time I came here, 1973, I stood on the entry to Gerrard's. I remember a fellow called Dave Croxford, who has an invite today, so hopefully Dave will be here. He usually comes to all of these events. I stood on the entry to Gerrard's, which didn't have any runoff back then. It's got some runoff there now. I can see it from here. And Croxford pointed at the bale that he was going to end up in, and sure enough, he did. He actually crashed into the bale he pointed at, and he remembers that. When I saw him here a couple of years ago, he regaled that. But sharp as a pin. Some of these guys can remember they can remember the sprocket sizes they were running, or the jetting they were running back in the day, and that always amazes me. One guy that I really, really would like to see at this, and Stuart would love to get him here as well, is Freddie Spencer, because to some people, Freddie is the most boring man in the world. To us, you know, around the motorcycle fraternity, because he has such a photographic memory of everything he did, and moreover the setup, the gearing, the way the bike worked, and the whole thing. Freddie explains it so well, and I'd love to get him in the commentary box here. He would, for the kind of audience that we have here, Spencer would be really quite interesting. Well, let's hope he shows up, or if he's watching along on the live stream, get yourself down, Freddie, if you can, for the afternoon at least. Yeah, that would be certainly something. It's the minds of racers, I suppose. They're certainly there's some guys can remember a lot of things very, very well. I struggle to remember things from last week half the time, and then there's people again who can remember, like, as you said, setups and things like that from 50 years ago. They can remember exactly where they made moves, exactly where they finished. Well, you imagine what I'm like at my age. Go on, don't put yourself down. I go once round the Goldfish Bowl and then I think, nice castle. Nice to see that castle again. Come on, don't put yourself down like that. But it would be great to get Freddie in. It would be great to get a few people in as well, but as Keith mentioned, he will probably have a run around a little bit later on and try and grab
grab some of the superstars that we have here today. We do have, of course, some big names from the motorcycle community here with us this weekend at the revival of 1,000 Bikes, and of course some very big and famous bikes as well. So lots to go through. Of course, if any of said superstars are listening and you fancy coming up to the commentary whilst having a chat with Keith, myself or Riley, do head on up. We're pretty open. We're a little bit freewheeling it today, Keith. There's not really a huge plan in place.
No,
so.
It's going to be good fun, actually, Ross. I've got to say, working with you and Riley for the first time yesterday, we had a little bit of a wander round. Riley's a bit serious, you know. He's quite serious. He does lots of prep. I worry about people who do lots of prep. I saw him this morning prepping. So we'll be speaking with Riley in a little while. But I have to say, it's great working with youngsters in this environment, because everything you see or do in this environment is brand spanking new.
Yeah.
And that really, your dead start take on what's going on in front of us is really quite interesting. The sad thing about motorcycling in general nowadays, race motorcycling in general, if you stood on a stage, you're looking across and all you see is bald heads, flat caps or grey hair. And we need more youngsters coming into events like this to appreciate not just the history, but where we're going with motorcycle racing in future.
No, it's a very valid point. I spoke to somebody from the Ducati Owners Club GB yesterday. We didn't get a recorded interview with him, unfortunately. Really, really interesting conversation. And he kind of mirrored that thought. And he was saying, there's a big problem now. There's lots of changes, obviously, in motorcycling at the moment. With obviously, there's lots of debates over electronics and aerodynamics and things like that from a racing perspective, let alone a road-going perspective. But he was saying there's a big problem nowadays in that we're not getting a lot of young people into bikes. It's not like it used to be where...
In Britain,
particularly. But it's, even if they are getting into bikes, they're not getting on the spanners from a young age, and they're not getting put on bikes. And a lot of that is maybe concerns, obviously, about road safety. There's more cars on the road than we ever had, and obviously that's not particularly safe, unfortunately, for bikes. But there's other factors as well.
I think that fashion, youngsters are big into I hear sometimes at MotoGP, for instance, on the grid, that people get slightly annoyed at the TikTok stars and people that most motorcycle people have never heard of. But it's them that are going to spread the word into a younger demographic. And I mean, it's very important that those followers do come along. We get Keanu Reeves, who turns up at every single event, but even he's getting a bit long in the tooth now as well. Aiming at the very young. I mean, I've got 4 girls, and really, unless I'm going to a race meeting, dragging them along with me, they're on their phone all the time, and all you can see is the back of their neck rather than wandering around looking at what we should be actually looking at. But this event really caters, I think, for all types. I mean, with the electric trials bikes, I think that have we got them on today? Are we
potentially? There's not anybody there at the moment, I don't think.
Well, that's an opportunity for youngsters to perhaps. I think we should have more events that youngsters can try out, that can be interactive with as well, which will bring, so that some of us old boys that are bringing our families along have got things that we can let our families go and do and play and interact with. I think that's an important phase that maybe we should be going through as well. There's a BSB meeting on at the moment over at Snetterton at the minute, which BSB is still flying quite high in the popularity stakes, but you've got to have a lot of money to go to a BSB meeting nowadays, and to take your whole family there. And to be honest, it's only about racing. This is about an atmosphere that's within the paddock. It's meeting people from racing who are more than happy to spend time with you and to explain. When we went over yesterday and filmed a little bit over at the Kettle Club, the GT750 Suzuki club that's up on the bank here as well. I mean, Shane Hill explained... I almost had an argument with him, actually. I quite like that, when you can get into a situation where you can have a bit of an argument with somebody who obviously knows his stuff better than I know his stuff, but I'll still argue it anyway. And you learn a bit about motorbikes that look absolutely brilliant, but you never knew anything about them. And even from my background, that comes in handy to have a bit of a lesson now and again.
That's the thing, it's a learning experience for everyone here, because there's going to be things that you're not quite familiar with. No matter what your background is, you could have raced at the very top level in Grand Prix, ridden absolutely everything, and someone will turn up and you're not going to know everything about it. That's the beauty of having so many different bikes here, as we do see bikes heading out onto the circuit now, just heading out of Gerrard's. I believe this is the second session.
The other thing I love, Ross, is the smell of two-stroke in the morning. You've got to have...
You can't beat it.
You can't beat it. It's quite funny. I was watching a guy down here talk about health and safety. He was sat behind, in his deck chair, behind a 250, I can't remember which particular designation of Honda it was, that was revving up right in his face, and he was just sat there taking it full in the face. A bit of two-stroke oil. Can't beat it. Marshall's in front, of course. They're supposed to be keeping some kind of decorum around here. Try and keep it to a demonstration lap rather than everybody blasting off. But what I used to do is hang right back until they disappeared in the distance, and then you get almost a lap as fast as you like.
Well, supposedly we're supposed to have a maximum average speed of 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, right.
There was a red flag in one of the sessions yesterday because they started to race each other a little bit. But I'm sure when the marshals eventually peel in or peel out of the way, which I think they have done now, certainly we'll see a couple of riders maybe start to turn up the wick a bit. I don't think they'll be going full flat out, especially not on maybe some of the Laria, maybe 500 two-strokes that we have with us this weekend. But you can certainly try to push it a bit. Again, that's what you want to do, isn't it? It's a bit boring when you get out there in this wonderful old bike and then you just got to trundle around it. You need to stretch their legs. That's what they're made for. They're made to be pushed. They're made to be, run at a pace and revved up right to the red line. That's the whole point of them. So I'm hoping we are going to see a bit of that. It looks like there are a few riders getting a bit of move on. I think that may have been the Honda you were talking about earlier, potentially. That's the RCV 126. I see going there from the 1961 World Championship that Mike Hailwood, I believe, took to the title, if memory serves.
Problem you have here as well, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got a programme, some of the big numbers that are on these bikes are numbers that they've run on the bikes elsewhere. We got someone down at the hairpin, and he's perfectly okay, but his bike's dumped in. But the problem is, it's a little cold out there. They've got no tyre warmers, obviously. We're not talking about modern-day tyre warmers or anything like that. And they've only really done one lap of this track. And you can find yourself with a cold tyre syndrome. And no matter how good you are, if you've got a cold tyre, it's a bit like being on ice. They just drop out from underneath you. So a man's fallen down at the hairpin. At least it's the slowest corner. We've got a red flag because that's for safety more than anything. If you've got a guy parked in the middle of the track, you've got to red flag it. I was about to say about the numbers. Some of the big numbers on here are numbers that have been run elsewhere, but specific to your programme, they are not. So if you look through your programme and you're looking for, number 219, Martin Taylor, for instance, on a Ducati, that will be a small number designated by Mallory Park for today's parade. It's slightly confusing, and from a commentary point of view, up here in the tower, it's quite difficult to pick out those little numbers.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain, isn't it? Yeah, you can see some of them on the plates themselves, but again, they're quite small, and you get a bit overshadowed maybe by some of the larger numbers that are on the fairings.
269 was Robert Dolloway on a Greaves Silverstone. Now, there you go. Now, that's a bike you won't be familiar with. I had a Greaves once when I was about 12.
Any good?
Well, at 12, everything's good. I've got to tell you. So there's a...
trying to make out. There's that
little 125 Honda by the look of it.
Yeah, I think that might have been David Rent's the 154 and the 98 125. I think that was potentially. Again, we'll have to wait and see if we can get a closer look at the number. Again, it's just the hand we've been dealt up here in the commentary box, unfortunately.
And I can see that some haven't even put any numbers on them, which Stuart will be round there with his beating stick a little bit later on to sort those dissenters out.
Yeah, I can already see him pacing up and down the infield area, probably looking for those offenders. But at least most of the people are running on them, as we've got a Yamaha making their way coming through. In terms of what we've got on for the rest of the day, of course, it's all parade action here for the majority of today at the revival of the 1,000 bikes. Of course, we do have a lot of things that we filmed yesterday that we're going to be able to show you. Lots of interviews with different riders, different clubs that have all brought their bikes along as well. Of course, we'll be showing you the ceremony, the renaming of the Devil's Elbow to the Vincent's Devil's Elbow, as we discussed earlier, to pay homage to Chris Vincent. There'll also be the legendary machine parade right after lunch at 2 o'clock. So I believe that's for, well, anything that's extra special that we've got down in the paddock. I do need to run and grab an entry list for that one off of Stuart at some point. We do also have the Plop Enduro demonstration, Keith. We had those guys running around a little bit yesterday.
And I'm starting it.
And you are starting it. There you go. It was certainly something interesting. Of course, those guys normally running 8-hour endurance races on the Honda C90s. Instead, they were just having a little 15-minute kind of semi-race run around, but they were still getting the elbows out a little bit for us.
And they were having rider changes as well in pit lane, which I found slightly amusing. I say I shouldn't be disrespectful.
Well, you brought your whole team along. You may as well give everyone a go to have a run around on the thing. So that's what we look forward to today. Of course, got some sidecars coming up as well. They'll be the next session out after this. Session 18 in your programme is the first sidecar session of the day. And of course, again, we'll just be hopefully getting you, Keith, or maybe myself and Riley as well, running around the paddock trying to grab a few people to see if we can get some insight, get some stories, talk about some bikes as well.
Be my pleasure. Nice shot of a shed. I wonder what's in there. Is that where you keep your money? Are we live on YouTube today?
We are, yes.
Are we out live on YouTube? Well, welcome to all our YouTube viewers and listeners then in that case, because we haven't really given you the big welcome. Nice of you to tune in. Hopefully we'll be giving you some information that, you may find useful. Mallory Park, it is the 1,000 bikes revival. Looking forward to it. And I think we can go down into pit lane now and pick up with Riley, who's got some on-the-spot information for us.
Yeah, an interesting word you used to describe me there, Keith, a few minutes ago. Serious is not something that I've typically been called, but nonetheless proving my joyfulness down here in pit lane with Bob, who's got a Triumph Tiger right here, just possibly having a few issues here. 1954 bike, so it's definitely going to have its issues. It's sort of what happens here at events like this.
Yeah, sadly, I think it's a fuel-related issue. It just seemed to slow up coming out of the last corner there, so I thought I'd take an early entry rather than cause any possible damage. So it's not my bike. Just going to head back to the pits now and find the owner and see what we can do to get back out in the next session.
Yeah, well, we hope you get that sorted, and you've got plenty of the day left to get it sorted, and 4 sessions to get this wonderful machine back on track. 1954, a proper classic, this one, and you've got the perfect suit, the Team Classic Suzuki lineup to
classic bike. So I'm normally on a Suzuki in classic endurance. So maybe I'll get out on one of those later, but we'll get this fixed and be out for the next one.
Yeah, the suit, of course, aligning with the classic machine that is this Triumph, and he tries to sort out some issues. We hope you can get back out on track, of course, and we'll wait for a few more people to come back out here in pit lane and give us a few words. But right now, all the race bikes out on track and having a good time here at Mallory Park.
Thanks, Riley. Kind of you. Nice of you to pick up off my comments regarding your demeanour earlier. I'm sure there'll be more banter between us as we get going through the day. I don't really stand much chance with youngsters around me, do I? I'm going to get beaten to a pulp in the commentary position here.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, I try to be nice, but, I'm very happy to dish it out as well if that's the atmosphere we find ourselves in. So, great to hear from some of our riders down there. Of course, we'll be running around the paddock all throughout the day trying to speak to some people, and, of course, we'll be showing you some of the people that we spoke to yesterday. And again, just to mirror what you said, to our YouTube viewers, hello and welcome. If you do have any questions, do put them into the comments section. We will happily try our best to answer them anyways. We do have a bike going or coming to a halt that
we'll be bang on. Don't worry, Ross. If we don't know it, we'll make it up.
Yeah, that works.
And you can blame me.
Yeah, I'm happy with that one. So we'll call that a deal.
The old bloke didn't know where he was going, so he just made it up. So there we go. So 19 or not 19, you can see the little green oval that's on the side of the tank on his particular case, which has got the designated numbers for your programme, so you need to keep an eye on those. If you're watching on YouTube particularly, obviously from the side of the track, it's going to be virtually impossible to pick out those small numbers that are on them. We'll try and do it for you, but it is a little bit of a snag. Martin Taylor is out on the he'll have a number 1 on the Ducati, John Hackett's Coventry Ducati. I saw John Hackett earlier on today, the famous tuner, of course, former father-in-law of Tom Sykes as well, back in the day. Not anymore, has to be said. Not to get too personal, but there you go. We all have a little bit of that at some stage in our day, that's for certain. We're going back down to Riley again now. He's going to be talking sidecars. Let's see how he gets on with this particular situation, because the sidecars are more complicated even than the solos, I think. Over to you, Riley. Enjoy.
You join us back in pit lane when we're down here with one of the sidecar outfits, one of the Honda sidecar outfits. We're here with Suzanne and David, who just waiting to get out there for the sidecar session at the moment. Are you guys excited for this one?
Well, it's my first time out, so I've never patented before. I've been and watched it for about 3 years, and I thought, well, I'm going to have a go today. So slightly nervous, but ready to go and give it a bash.
Yeah, of course, everyone will look forward to their first time out in a sidecar as well. How long have you been driving sidecars for? When was your first time?
Probably about 8-9 years I've been doing sidecars now. We did solos before that, but probably, 8-9 years I've been sidecarring.
Yeah, it'd be great to give Suzanne her first experience in a sidecar, I can imagine. So not long now until the session goes out. How long have you had this outfit for? How long has this been around?
This is probably 2 or 3 years we've had this, yeah. We had a different outfit before, but then we've bought this 750 Honda. Yeah, it's good. Hopefully it's good. We'll see today.
Yeah, we hope for the best and hope that you'll have a great time out there. Of course, the sidecar session just about to start. You can see a few people down there in the pit lane now. Thank you very much for that one, guys. We hope you enjoy that one. And I'll leave it back to you and Ross, Keith, in a few moments' time. But when we get that sidecar session started, we can see number 71, number 77 back there. So many classic and amazing sidecars on this pit lane as we now take a walk down to have another walk with some of these guys. A few more on this pit lane now, making a little sound. 2 strokes, 4 strokes galore, plenty to look at here at Mallory Park. We take a look at this one red bike here. Hey guys, let's have your names and what sidecar are you running here?
I'm Patrick Ryden, this is Simon Beaumont. We're running a Motor Guzzi 950 Spada engine. From 1975 roughly, and
yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. A really historic bike as well. And when did you get this sidecar outfit? How long have you been riding it?
My dad's had it built. Well, he's built most of the engine bits himself with a lot of help from his mate Steve, and Simon's built some bits on it. But he had the chassis built over a couple years. And so it's been about 2 years in the making, but so we've only done about 3 or 4 meetings this year since it was made. So yeah, but it's running really well.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty more meetings to come and plenty more for you to enjoy here at Mallory Park. This sidecar session now about to get underway, so we hope you enjoy that one, and we'll move along. Do you mind if we get a quick word in? Yeah, we'll start off quick. If you can hear me, what's your name? Oh, that's a shame. Struggling to hear me. Well, what's your name? We might wait. The session's about to start here. We're hearing you saying for me it's his first time. I have to move along because they're about to get started now. As we continue to move on down pit lane with a couple more classic bikes, as we're now going to leave it back to Keith and Ross, who are going to take you through this sidecar session. Enjoy this one, boys.
Thank you very much, Riley. Got to say, that is not an easy job being in a loud old paddock down there with one mic in your hand. So Riley trying to stick it into the sidecar men. The one thing I like about sidecars is the engineering. These guys, they are so good at making stuff. And that goes across, even if we're talking about historics like we are now, they kind of repair stuff and bring it back up to speed. But if you get into a sidecar paddock proper, the engineering level in there is beyond the solos, in my view. They're really good at making stuff work. Another thought for you, Ross. I think we should put Riley in a sidecar.
Oh, I like that idea. I mean, I've never been on a sidecar. I had the opportunity to go on a mini sidecar once. Ultimately, didn't come into fruition. But I know people who have got in, and everyone seemingly has the same experience of being absolutely terrified, even though the driver's normally crawling around at about 0 miles an hour because they know they're not going to be able to get themselves down for the corners and the like.
You won't know him, certainly not personally, but Nick Harris, who is a legendary commentator, broadcaster, and generally a good all-round egg from the Grand Prix paddocks, he did a lap of the Isle of Man in a sidecar. I cannot comprehend what that would have been like. He came back black and bruised because the chairs in obviously the Isle of Man, where you've got proper roads and proper road humps, bumps and crowns of the road and so on to contend with. I'm amazed he managed to hang on for the length of time. So looking across at the collecting area for some of the specialist clubs that are here as well. There's so many of them to go and look at. Oh, here we go. Can't beat a bit of the Shuttleworth, can we? Over to Riley.
Yeah, we're down here with George Shuttleworth, a brilliant number 14 motorcycle, a classic machine here. Could you just explain to us what this motorcycle is and the history that it holds?
Well, basically, it's all to do with a famous comedian called George Formby, a musician, an all-round entertainer. He made a film in 1935 called No Limit, and it's a very famous film where he's racing a motorbike very similar to this one on the Isle of Man TT races.
Wow, a lot of history then in this one. And a question for you, actually. Is this your first time at Mallory Park, or have you been around here a few times, maybe at this festival itself?
Oh, yes, I've been to the Festival of 1,000 Bikes a number of times. It's always a very, very nice event, and a lot of people come, and it's one of my favourite events, and obviously my favourite circuit.
Yeah, it's a brilliant circuit, a historic circuit as well, and this festival is just so good to hear people's stories, isn't it, like yours, about bikes like these. And a bike like this, what kind of spectacle does it bring to an event where you can tell this story? Like, is that your favourite part, or is it the riding the bike that you prefer?
Well, it's a bit of both, really. I like to people to remember the film. Is the idea behind my tribute. It works quite well in the paddock with people for photographs and fun, and that's basically it. Really, it's a tribute to the film, and I enjoy riding the bike also. It's very entertaining round. See the people having a great, wonderful day. Yeah.
Yeah, well, don't worry, I'm sure your tribute has definitely worked, because and I'm sure many others will go and watch this film after this amazing event, of course. So thank you for that recommendation. I'm sure I'll enjoy that movie and enjoy the rest of your day here at Mallory Park, as everyone else here should as well. Whether you're watching the live stream or here at Mallory Park, enjoy your day, enjoy your weekend watching this fantastic event.
George Shuttleworth, I have to say that he's got Steve Parrish's teeth. Stavros quite often wanders around with a false set of teeth in as well. So, and a bigger revelation is that Lester Forbes, our producer up here in the tower, has just relayed that he has a remix of some George Formby tunes. It's quite worrying, isn't it?
That is very worrying.
The things you learn about your colleagues.
I will say, having heard Lester's remixes, I know you probably haven't. Don't get your hopes up, is all I'll say on that one. They're normally not particularly good. But we do have sidecars out on track now, and these guys are already getting a bit of a shift on. As sidecars, they hold a bit of a special place in my heart. My granddad used to race these back in the day. He does tell me he did have the lap record here once in many moons ago, but I've never been able to find any evidence of that. So he may be.
Depends. I mean, back in the day, they had lap records for club meetings, lap records for national, lap record for international. If it was an outright circuit record, I remember I held the lap record here at one point, but as it turned out, it was a club lap record. Stevie Baker had the outright lap record, 48.1. It used to be. I remember it particularly because I got close but never actually beat Stevie Baker's time during that era. TZ 750s back in the day, and there's some fantastic. Huewen Thacker has got Dave Potter's Ted Broad Yamaha down in pit lane as well, down here in the back of the paddock, and it's a fantastic, genuine Dave Potter machine. I think Ted Broad's got one of the bikes originally, the one that Dave lost his life on at Holton Park. I think the Broad family held on to that, but the partner to that TZ 750 is here in the paddock, and it's genuine. That I can vouch for 100%. And Huewen Thacker is here looking after it as usual.
Hopefully we'll be seeing that one out on the circuit a little bit later. Already having a couple of issues, it would seem. You mentioned earlier, Keith, the engineering in sidecars is brilliant. The other thing about sidecars, not exactly the most reliable.
Oh, you'll be in trouble for saying that, Roscoe.
I will be in trouble, but, quite frankly, I do have to be brutally honest sometimes, especially older sidecars where, obviously the technology wasn't quite as good as it is today.
I go back when they used to put Hillman Imp engines in, because the Hillman Imp engine was made out of aluminium. It was the lightest four-cylinder, reasonably... Well, it wasn't powerful. Nothing was powerful back in the day. Wind power was better than that, I think, Hillman Imp engines. But there'll be someone that will come up here and give me a clump a bit later on for saying it. And you, for what you just said.
That's fine by me. Well, if they are coming up, obviously, they can have their headset as well and maybe share their thoughts with the pits and paddock.
That was a classic shot there around Mallory Park hairpin, wasn't it? He got it sideways on, a little lift of the front wheel. These guys are going for it, brushing the chairman. Oh, good man, classic stuff. out of Vincent's devil's elbow. I'll tell you what, who'd be a monkey on the side of one of these things?
Yeah, no, they're often described as insane passengers. Certainly Their heads are wired a little bit differently, I think, from most people.
Or not wired at all.
Yes, there's also that as well, to be hanging off of one of those things.
Well, especially one of these old classic bikes. I mean, they move around, the tyres move around. They're not particularly powerful, but they certainly are spectacular to watch. I wish I could get the number of that bike. The green sticker on the front has the number on it, but I can't tell you who they are, having not wandered all the way through the sidecar paddock today. But classic stuff through the S's then, through the Cooper S's. John Cooper, we expected John Cooper here today as well. JC, I spoke to him yesterday. He was debating whether to come again. He's usually a man that joins us here look at this.
Front wheel picking up out of the hairpin.
He did. He got it sideways out of the hairpin last time around, and the front wheel picked up when the passenger transferred his weight, which is, of course, the name of the game. But down Devil's Elbow, flat out there. Right then, let's have a little look and see if we can pick up this number on the front here.
Starts with a 3, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, I've not got any 3s in my entry list, unfortunately, so they may have to remain nameless, it would seem. I'll see if we could run down and grab an entry list potentially off of Stuart a little bit later on, because there may be a separate one for the sidecars. The number 147 seemingly also having some reliability woes. It would seem they've come to a halt. I think that's just on the run out of Gerrard's there, potentially. But of course, if you are watching live, do get in touch with us, whether you're watching on the Mallory Park channels or on the Motorsport Radio channel. Let us know how you're finding this show. Let us know if you're here and watching along. And of course, any questions, we will try our best to answer them. And as Keith said earlier, if we don't know the answer, we'll probably just make it up and move on from there. As that outfit's still pushing themselves on. That was up onto one wheel at one point there on the run out of the hairpin.
Up on the curb on the way out as well. He's really pushing his luck, actually, this guy. He's properly going for it, taking every advantage. This is supposed to be a demonstration. This is not a race. They lied. That's all I can say. Classic stuff. I can watch this man all day long, or this pairing, I should say, all day long. Sadly, we can't give him a name check because you're right. We don't have the correct list on our desk up here at the moment. But I'm sure you'll enjoy the visuals, if not the commentary.
Yeah, they're certainly getting on with it, aren't they? Again, it's supposed to be an average maximum speed of 60 miles an hour is what's been told to everybody in the paddock. Visually, I'm not quite sure about that one, because we're not running the chicanes here either today, so it's kind of much more the old school Mallory Park. It's just flat out most of the way around.
It's as I remember it, and it's a fantastic racetrack, albeit a fraction more on the dangerous side. If you keep it on the tarmac, you'll be fine, but if you don't, you could be in trouble. Here we are at the hairpin again. Then watch him round here. He almost rubs the passenger's head up against a little bit of a wheelie out of the thing onto the curb. They are still running that down into Vincent's Devil's Elbow. Got the passenger hanging right over the concrete, out up in the air. I'll tell you what, if he absolutely flinches in the wrong direction, this passenger, these guys are going to be going head over heels.
Well, that's the beauty of it, isn't it? It's the artwork that is sidecar racing, with the passenger just throwing themselves off the bike. And well, Keith, is it something that has ever interested you potentially, or is that a bit too far for your liking?
I go back to the Jock Taylor days. Jock Taylor was a very good friend of mine. I remember doing a Derby Phoenix dinner with Jock Taylor one time, and he invited me to join him on his sidecar, which I never ever did. I left it to Benga Johansson, who was his passenger at the time. Benga Johansson was going out with Tom Wheatcroft's daughter back in the day, Mandy Wheatcroft. Here we go. We'll start plunging into Huewen's memory, shall we? And it was a very close-knit paddock back in the day. The sidecars, the solo men kind of jealously looked across at the sidecar fun. You know, sidecars, the part of the paddock, the sidecars always used to get pushed to the back of the paddock. They were always in the worst place in the paddock. The solos always were allocated the best places and the best power. But the best parties and the best fun were down in the sidecar operation. And I always used to wonder, I mentioned Steve Parrish earlier on. Stavros used to say to me, why'd you go down there, Keith? Because it's like the boondocks where you kept the sidecars. They were way away. I always used to go down there just for the crack, because at 12 o'clock at night, when everyone else was going to sleep, I'd go down there and they'd always have the beers going. And you'd look around at the engineering, as I said earlier, that they were still welding or cutting and shaping something down there to make their bikes even better. So the sidecars, despite the fact they're out of fashion at the moment, they were a classic part of motorcycle racing for so many years. It's a shame the way they've gone. I can't see it coming back personally, but I think that's a great shame. But I'm an old bloke.
No, it is a great shame. Obviously, it's with speeds getting higher and higher as the years go by, it's obviously becoming more and more tricky. Obviously, there was a lot of incidents of the TT this year as well.
The problem, what sneaks in, Ross, is aero. Aero is ruining everything in motorcycle racing at the moment. We've got new set of rules coming up in 2027 for MotoGP, of course, that takes away some of the aero that has developed over the last couple of years. The trouble is with the sidecars as well, as you can see from watching these, there's not a lot of aero involved. It's like a sort of flying brick with 3 wheels. But nowadays, with flat bottoms and all the rest of it in them, Maria Costello ended up getting air time that she done. The Crow brothers, they ended up getting too much air time as well. Luckily, they both got away with it. And that's why sidecars have been pulled off the TT. Now, if you ask me, the TT is a domain for sidecars that has always been and should always be. But the problem is the regulations haven't really caught up. They're probably just getting to the point where, although the power levels might be slightly lower nowadays, aero is affecting the way something like that, it's a bit of the Donald Campbell effect, isn't it, on Lake Windermere or whatever. Once the air gets under the front, the things fly over the back. And you've seen it in cars in the past. You've now seen it with sidecars. Aero is a demon that everyone has to try and get to grips with.
It's the name of the game is performance, though, unfortunately, at the end of the day. And obviously the engineers have realised that that's the way that they can make them faster.
On a flat circuit, it works. But
yes, not somewhere like the TT.
You've got somewhere with a bit of bumps or whatever it might be, or even the fact that a sidecar passenger moves slightly differently than he did the lap before. Like this guy's picking the front up all over the place. If he did that on a modern day bike, you might find a bit of air under the front and it turning into a wing.
No, it is a shame, the kind of what's happening with sidecars at the moment. And again, I'm very hopeful that it can find a way back in one way or another. Again, hopefully with massive aero reductions. Obviously, we'll try and get the speeds down. That's the main thing. Because obviously, when we're racing at speeds where it just becomes unsafe, then even though obviously the speeds are higher, because that's the aim of the game with racing, as you can see these guys still pushing onwards. Again, no need to concern about aero here. It's just all about what you can do.
Well, these guys have, they were locking up a brake then into the hairpin. Now that's the classic.
Look at that!
The shoulder.
Wow!
Remember to shrink your neck when you're near the barrier. He's just laying right out there, and now getting himself in an aerodynamic Superman stance. All he needs is a cape.
Yeah, that was full commitment down there through Vincent's devil's elbow, wasn't it? Properly getting off the side of the thing. And again, that's the beauty of it. It's watching, obviously, not just these bizarre 3-wheel machines going around and fighting each other, but it's also the teamwork between the driver and the passenger hanging themselves off the bike at ridiculous speeds. My granddad always used to say that his passenger was the most insane man that he'd ever met. And
he'd have to be.
Yeah, and he refused to let my mum and uncle meet him at all, because he was like, no, you having nothing to do with him whatsoever. The bloke is completely wrong in the head. Wired differently or not wired at all, I think's the term you used earlier, Keith. And again, you do have to be a little bit, not doolally, but certainly adrenaline junkie, I think's the term I use, to be able to do what these guys are doing.
I've always thought that bravery doesn't come into racing a motorcycle. I've never considered myself as a brave man, and most of the people I know are averse to being hurt at any particular stage. But when it comes to sidecar passengers, I truly think that they are brave people, because their whole situation is in the hands of the guy that's driving the thing. That's the end of the sidecar session then, and we'll have a look down to see if the flag is out yet. The checker flag has been waved down here in the box just below our commentary position. Well, Ross, I have to say that we enjoyed yesterday following some of the sidecars. I can't say that in any way that me, you or Riley are perhaps experts, but it was very, very pleasant indeed to join Stuart Hickin up at the former Devil's Elbow when it was renamed the Vincent's Devil's Elbow.
Yeah, it was something really special up there, of course, paying homage to Chris Vincent, a legend of this track and of racing in general, and it was only fitting that one of the most iconic corners here at Mallory Park now gets to bear his name. Of course, a big ceremony, as you said, up there with Stuart and his Chris's family as well. And why don't we take a little look back at what happened yesterday and just enjoy the moment as it was and remind ourselves of this spectacular moment.
Here we are on the iconic Devil's Elbow, soon to be renamed the Vincent's Devil's Elbow, after the very famous family that have been down this racetrack many, many times in the past. But we remember, of course, Chris Vincent, who is an icon of sidecars. Not bad on a solo bike either, it has to be said. And alongside me are son and daughter, Jason and Tracy, thank you very much, and Stuart Hickin from Mallory Park, of course. Max couldn't make it, Jay. He's in Spain, of course, your brother.
Yeah, he's out in Spain. He's a busy man out there. He tried his hardest to get here, but just couldn't make it in the end, unfortunately. So he's just sent all the best, and everybody's here taking videos and stuff. So we'll be showing him all about it.
Have to say that it's very rare that an iconic corner like Devil's Elbow is renamed in anybody's name. So it's a big honour. You must be feeling quite honoured that this iconic piece of racetrack in Britain is named after your dad.
Absolutely. You know, it's a massive honour. You know, I'm so proud. You know, our dad, he just brought us up with motorbikes, and we live 2 miles down the road in Shilton. So Mallory Park's just been part of our life since day one. And like you say, now for it to be named this Vincent's Devil's Elbow is just absolute amazing.
Tracy, it brings a tear to my eye, so I don't know what it's doing for you as daughter of a very famous, iconic man, now named on an iconic racetrack.
Exactly. I mean, we've been brought up with this track. It's the friendly one, and we've always been here, so it is an honour. It's very nice, thank you.
And I have to say that Stuart Hickin, man of the Mallory Park, you've always had this kind of thing in your mind, haven't you? These historic events, the people that were involved in historic events from years ago, you've always managed to look after, to make sure that we're all remembered.
I hope so. I mean, for me, the 60s were unbelievably, you know, watching their dad dicing with Owen Greenwood, and I mean, that was war with the guys out there. If you were a Greenwood fan, then there were plenty of punch-ups. But just, he was the king of drift down here. Absolutely, a sight to behold.
These events are never easy to put on, that's for sure, because people get old, motorcycles get old, and it's difficult to coordinate something along these lines. But how about this weekend?
Yeah, I think we've concentrated really on not so many riders, but more interesting bikes. I mean, I have to thank Mike Brady, who owns that BSA and the 2 BMWs, and many, many more people that bought really, really interesting motorcycles to have a look at, because I think that's what motorcyclists are about.
Sidecars, it's always an issue, isn't it, with sidecars? They've been done down as a group of people, and yet the engineering and the talent that we have in Britain for sidecar racing has been second to none, right from the very earliest days right up to date.
Yeah, for sure, and in some ways probably they've been their own downfall with enclosing the outfits, because there was no sight going into Gerrard's on a sitter where the handlebars are going from lock to lock. So in some ways maybe being fully enclosed has not helped. I am a sidecar fan, although I'm a solo man. I love sidecars, and I don't know how we're going to get them out the doldrums, because when most guys take the helmet off, they've got less air than me, which is quite difficult.
And it's blowing my hair around when I've carefully placed it as well. You've got no problem with that, though, Jay, have you?
No, easy. I save a fortune in them hairdressers, I do.
Tell me about it when you were growing up. Obviously, your dad being as good as he was in a sidecar. You never fancied any sidecar shenanigans yourself?
No, not at all, really. I mean, we got brought up in the back garden, riding around, you know, from about 4 years old, and obviously on just little Pee-wees and Archel jets and stuff. No, it's never sort of materialised, the fact of sidecars, and we just ended up going motocross and then started road racing, and naturally just went down that road, really.
But here we are in a proud moment at the moment. The icon that is Devil's Elbow, now renamed Vincent's Devil's Elbow. And I have to say, big round of applause to the Vincent family, please, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, to all the support the sidecar guys have given us here this weekend as well. Please do come down into the paddock and come and see and support everybody that's here. And a big thank you to Stuart Hickin as well, who's made it all worthwhile. Thank you very much, Stuart.
Thanks very much, Stuart. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Thanks, mate.
And to the full Vincent family for turning out en masse behind us. Thanks very much.
Great to see that special ceremony from yesterday, where one of our most iconic corners here at Mallory Park was, of course, renamed to Vincent's Devil's Elbow. to honour a hero and a legend to many here in Chris Vincent. Keith's gone for a little wander around the paddock. We've relieved Riley of his on-camera duties. So we've got myself, Ross McIntyre, Riley Davis even, alongside me in the commentary box for the time being. And Keith's gone down to hopefully find some guys to get a few words out of. But Riley, you've spent the morning wandering around here at Mallory Park, soaking in the atmosphere, speaking to a few folks. We've got the Plop Enduro guys out there at the moment. They'll do a few warm-up laps before they get their sort of race going. How's the event been so far for you today?
Well, I've just about got my hearing back from standing in the side.
They're noisy. They are noisy.
They are very, very noisy. But it was brilliant to have a chat and get a look at the paddock, hear those stories, those magical stories of how someone dreamed about a bike when they were younger, whether it be a sidecar or a bike in general, and hear the story of how they either built it or bought it. As we now see the Honda C90s out on track for the Plop Enduro demonstration. These, fun fact, are the biggest sold motorcycles of all time. The Honda C90s, such incredible motorcycles, such generational motorcycles, due to being so popular in the Asian countries where they all travel so closely together and so tightly together in the heavy traffic. The C90, as I just said, the best sold motorcycle of all time, and it just shows how incredible they are. The turnout for them is unreal.
It certainly is. The Plop Enduro Championship, of course, they typically run 8-hour races. We've got a short shot. It's around about 15 minutes here. It's more of a demonstration, but they'll get the elbows out anyway. There will be rider changes down in the pit lane as well, of course. A reminder, during this session, the pit lane is live, so if you are under the age of 16, unfortunately, you're not allowed in the pit lane while the Plop guys are out there. But as you said, a very special bike, very much made for the Asian market, as you said, Riley, where it's lots of traffic, close riding, lots of tight, twisty, winding roads. But this was a cheap, reliable bike for the workers to basically to get to and fro, to work, to go and see family, anything like that. Kind of a similar almost to a Honda CB500 over here in the 90s, a very popular bike where it's, it's cheap, it's reliable, it works to get from A to B, but obviously just a lot smaller and a little bit less power. That does mean they can basically take the entire lap here without touching the brakes at all. So it should be quite fun to watch this one.
Yeah, it will be. And one thing, adding on to that CB500 quote that you made, is something a bit different from the C90 is that the CB500 is known quite a lot for how capable it is at racing as well. Quite a lot of club championships use the CB500 for how cheap and reliable it is and how good for racing. But actually, as I say that, we're going to see some, well, quote-unquote racing for C90s here in the Plop Enduro demonstration. It's going to be fantastic. There's going to be plenty of action here at Mallory Park for the rest of the day. But right up now, we've got the Plop Enduro demonstration. Keith will be waving the flag to get off the line, and this is going to be a great one, Ross. We saw yesterday slipstream effects and everything. Everyone was really going at it.
They were indeed. Again, this is not a race proper, but it's going to be a race of some description anyway. Le Mans style start, of course, for you all to enjoy. So you get to see riders in full sprint over the leather as the Union flag is dropped and we get ourselves underway. Looks like the number one bike gets a good start. There's a little bit of contact. Someone's doing some motocrossing on the right-hand side of your picture as we bomb our way down into Gerrard's on this opening tour of what I believe is set to be a 15 minutes. Not quite a race, but still a race anyway. We're certainly going to treat it like one. Into Gerrard's we go, of course. Not a lot of power, not very big, not very wide tyres, but because they're not going particularly fast, you can just keep it pinned through here. It is one of the biggest corners in the UK, through up the crest and down on a big modern superbike. It's so tricky on these things. It's basically just kind of tip over and keep it pinned. But where you will get, of course, is we are, of course, running the chicanes now because this is a sort of race. You will get lots of people tucking in for that toe, tucking in for the slipstream, which is very, very powerful, so they don't have a lot of power.
Yeah, you might see some people as well ducking their heads behind the handlebars for that extra aerodynamic effect.
Kind of go-kart style.
Yeah, literally. And some people might see that and think, hang on a minute, have they got an issue? But no, they're just looking down. And these Honda C90s, they're very unlikely to have a big issue, especially in the middle of a track session, because one of the things that sold them so well was how reliable they are. And not to get too analytical about a Plop Enduro demonstration, but it's a little bit cooler today than it was yesterday. So I think they're going to struggle a little bit less with the temperatures and how long they're going in this race.
Yeah, doubt the brake fade's going to be too much of an issue today. If it was an issue yesterday, there's only a couple of braking points here for these guys at Mallory Park, into the chicanes and of course up into the hairpin as well. If you hear maybe a little confidence roll-off potentially into Gerrard's if you're a little bit of a lesser experienced rider. I believe it's the 555 to my eyes that's going to lead us onto our second lap here, as there's still a few battles forming a bit further back in the pack. We've got two riders side by side. We've got one rider who is basically flat horizontally on the bike you'll be seeing coming into your picture in a moment as they try and hunker down, try to remove as much drag as possible to get that top speed down into Gerrard's before you tip it in. Some riders preferring to stay a bit more upright, maybe a little bit older, hips don't work quite as well anymore. Of course, these guys normally 8-hour full endurance races for them up and down the country, and it's a pretty popular club championship, is it? And of course, full rider changes, pit stops, the whole shebang. We will get rider changes as well in this race. Again, the pit lane will be live in this session. But again, it's not really a proper race, even if they are going out. So it's not timed. There's no trophy at the end of it. It's not 8 hours. It's probably around about 15 to 20 minutes when the checkered flag will eventually come out. But again, when you're a racer and you're out there and against people that, you are out racing in the championship, you're going to get the elbows out anyway. You see someone you maybe don't particularly like and you think, I'm just going to shove it up the inside and force you out wide, aren't I?
Yeah, especially since the crowd is... how should I say, quite on the oldest side of things here at Mallory Park. Apologies to all the viewers that have taken offence to that. But, you're here enjoying it with all the crowd. And if you're part of that demographic, then be proud to be part of it, because you're part of an amazing event here. I'm part of that event as well. And I'm proud to be not part of that demographic. But it's still a demographic that enjoys motorcycle racing, which we see here. And one of the things he said, not a race, but might just be to help protect pride, as a few riders might just be a bit tired as the race goes on and be a bit more inclined to come in instead of pushing their luck going out there for a bit longer than their body can handle.
That was aggressive from the 15, slicing in front of the 2 on the way into Gerrard's. As I said, bit of elbows out as they come through. Still got a number plate on the rear of that bike as well, so they might have ridden it to the circuit potentially as well. I'm not sure if I particularly fancy riding one of these things out on the roads, to be brutally honest with you, but again, they're the ones with the bike, so who am I to judge? As now to the inside, coming into the opening chicane there, getting a good run, another bike on that 15 who then drops down a position coming through. And just all keeping it tidy, keeping it nice. Again, that is probably the second heaviest braking zone on the track after the main hairpin. And then there will be a slight dab of the brakes into the chicane just after the hairpin as well, I suspect. Maybe a little roll-off potentially. But of course, if you are watching along on our live stream, if you do know anyone from this championship, do get in touch and let us know. Of course, these bikes are very popular in the Asian markets, of course, but we bring them live and loud to you here at Mallory Park in Leicestershire at the revival of the 1000 Bikes Festival and this Not Quite a Race mini race. The leader has... I think who's the leader? I've kind of lost track of it. Someone's having a reliability issue down at Ed Wiener's, or has decided just to do a bit of grass tracking for the time being. They do rejoin the circuit, so clearly tried to show off their motocross skills for the time being. I think the leader metaphorically has checked out. The 15 and the 2 are getting very aggressive with one another. I'm sure there's big smiles under those helmets, Riley, but that is proper racing between the pair of them.
Yeah, a little bit of friendly fire. I can't tell if they were shaking hands and trying to pat each other on the back or smack each other across the face there down the start-finish straight. As you can see, you just said there, Ross, these bikes made for the Asian market, but currently, in these days, peaking in the form of Leicestershire, because we're here at Mallory Park and these guys are going at it. They're leaving nothing left there on the track, and this is probably as brave as you're going to see some of these riders get this weekend because of how much you can mess around on these C90s. I don't think when we get to the classic race bikes you're going to see people tapping each other on the shoulders down the straight, are you, Ross?
Potentially not, and I'm sure we could potentially see a lot worse as well. When you do have slower bikes, you do have time on the straights to kind of wave to your opponents or shoot other unbroadcastable hand signals. I have seen that before from other championships, not to say that these guys are rude or whatever, but you never know. We'll wait and see as they continue on their merry way here at Mallory Park. And looks like it's just a little roll-off for the chicane just after the hairpin on the run into the Devil's Elbow. So, basically 2 braking spots, and that's about it. It's short, sharp racing. And again, these bikes, not a lot of power, not a huge amount of straight line speed, not a lot of grip either, but because they're not going particularly fast, they don't need to worry too much about getting on the brakes, and they can take most corners at a pretty solid speed. And still battles forming, still battles going through and continuing on as well. So we'll wait to see how it's going to be going coming through that one as you see just 3 abreast on the run down into Gerrard's up the inside there. I think that might be the 15 who's potentially are not quite a race leader in this one, making his way through the pack.
Yeah, just a bit of a word in there from Keith Huewen. He spotted someone going down the straight with their arm behind their back to try and get a bit of a slipstream effect, or either show, look, no hands, as he takes his C90 down the straight. As you can see, they're getting very competitive here, as these bikes are a lot easier to push along than the extreme race machines that we're going to see here on Sunday. So, yeah, plenty of drama, plenty of action, and in fine fashion, actually. 70 years since Barry Sheene won his and Suzuki's first 500cc Grand Prix title.
50 years. 70 years since Mallory Park. Almost.
Oh no!
The inspiration was right.
Down on my sheet and everything. Oh.
The inspiration was there. But yes, again, it's one of the many things we're celebrating here, of course, at the revival of 1,000 Bikes. We're celebrating this amazing festival being back after a couple of years away. We're celebrating 70 years of motorsport here at Mallory Park. And, of course, as you almost got right, Riley, I'll let you off on this occasion, 50 years since Barry Sheene's first World Championship, as well as that is the rider, I can see it's the number 20 who's just gone past our commentary box, hand fully, but you can see him there in the middle of your picture, left hand fully behind the back, just trying to reduce any drag that he can to get any extra speed down that straight.
Looks like he's giving a bow for his performance almost as he makes his way down the straight. But what I was going to say, 50 years since Barry Sheene won that title in 1976, and as I was saying, the gestures going on here on the straight in fine fashion, replicating that of Barry Sheene. Of course, that British Grand Prix where Barry Sheene, let's just say, put up some hand signals to antagonise Kenny Roberts behind him at Silverstone. So possibly a few replications of that one here at Mallory Park. So I don't quite think these guys out on the C90s are that of Barry Sheene, but they're certainly trying to be, as they're getting aggressive on this, again, we say, race.
Barry Sheene, of course, someone whose history, as many people's are, very much intertwined with Mallory Park. Of course, 52 years ago today, 1974, if you can do your maths and cast your mind back that far, since he took victory in the race of the year on his TR 750. And that, for many people, was really the introduction proper of Barry Sheene. Of course, race of the year was essentially anybody and everyone. It was basically a non-championship round of the World Championship or Grand Prix anyway. And it was all the big names on all the big bikes would turn up here to show what they could do to huge crowds. And that 1974 race, an unbelievable performance from Barry on his way to victory. And that very much kind of was his kind of stardom, his introduction. And that's what really propelled his name into the household here in the UK as well. Of course, perhaps the most famous motorcycle racer to ever come from these Fair Isles. Of course, obviously, there's a couple of others that are maybe in contention. Mike the Bike, of course, you can never count him out of that conversation. But Barry is certainly someone who this circuit owes a lot to, and similarly, he owes a lot of his career to this circuit as well. And it's incredible to be celebrating his career here at the 1,000 Bikes Revival. And as I said, 52 years since he took victory at the race of the year in 1974. I don't think we're particularly far away from our checkered flag, but we'll keep our eyes peeled as we continue to work our way around. Most of the bikes are pretty spread out now on the circuit, such as the style of endurance racing, even if it is only a 15 to 20 minute race and not an 8-hour one, as they normally do out there, but still working their way around. Someone's just gone straight on down at Edwina's, decided they couldn't be bothered to take that chicane, but fair enough, hopefully everything's okay. Foot is off the peg, but they seem to be working their way around, so I'm hoping they've just missed the braking marker and that wasn't a mechanical issue of some sort.
Yeah, we're probably just having a little bit of a mess up there, but getting a bit excited going into the chicane. Easily done. And one last mention actually for Barry Sheene, proving that this paddock, Mallory Park as well, and motorcycle racing as a whole can produce amazing characters as well. 1977 BBC Sports Personality of the Year was Barry Sheene. So we're hoping that the next few youngsters in motorcycle racing in Britain will be able to go and take that award to the BBC Sports Personality of the Year. It's rare you see that happen nowadays in motorcycle racing, but I'll tell you what, I'd say a good half of this grid deserves it from what we've seen.
Well, yeah, someone ring up the BBC, go, that World Cup nonsense, get rid of it. Is someone again a bit of a wave saying, tuck it behind me, go on, get that toe, give you a bit of a toe down into Gerrard's as we're wheel to wheel through the right-hander, almost contact between the pair of them, 2 by 2 they go. This is brilliant action from the C90 riders out there. and whoever that was signalled to try and tuck into the slipstream, actually I think is going to get the run and move on through. Goes to show just how powerful the slipstream is, but the run from the outside for the number 5, I believe that is, they'll hold on. But again, just encouraging each other, come on, give us a race, show us what you can do.
Yeah, I don't know if it can get any more British than this here at Mallory Park, bashing some C90s together and in trench coats and race leathers, everyone wearing different things here, and some rather cloudy weather as well. I think that sums up the British weather as a whole over the average year as well. Maybe just missing a bit of rain, which we hope will stay out of the way for the rest of the day here on Sunday, because we've got more race bikes to come along in a few moments' time. But we've still got more C90 action as trying to go back up the inside there. He was asking for the toe as he always looked back there. He was quite surprised at how he scraped his knee slider on the floor. Some smoke came off. He couldn't believe it. He had to slow down and look back to make sure he hadn't left his knee slider there, as he's now going back up onto the straight, trying to get into the slipstream that he was offering up one lap ago.
Yeah, not often you see these things fully committed getting the knee all the way down, but you know what, fair enough if you got the ability to do so. I'm not going to stop you from doing it as we continue to push on this not quite a race, the Plop Enduro demonstration here at Mallory Park, and what a load of fun this has been. Of course, if you do own a C90, get in touch with the championship. They do have a couple more events left to run this year up and down the UK. And see if you can get yourself a team together and get involved. It seems that it's a lot of fun out there, and I'm sure they have a lot of fun off the bikes and in the paddock as well. Exactly. It's not to be rude, it's not exactly the most highbrow form of motorsport out there in the world, but it's certainly fun, and it seems like these guys are really enjoying themselves here at Mallory Park. That is the number 1 bike, just behind them the number 28, and in the tow of that there seems to be the number 0, or I was almost thinking an O-plate. No, it's the number 9. I couldn't quite make it out there as they head into Gerrard's. Again, should be flat out for these guys, maybe a little confidence roll off if they're fancying just making sure they want to keep themselves on 2 wheels, shall we say. But it seems like everyone is still in this not quite a race. We've not had any mechanical dramas, not had anybody go off. We are starting to see people head down pit lane for rider changes as well, just beneath our commentary box window. So we may be seeing a few more siding their way through and getting other people on the bike. As you can see as well, the riders for the next parade session are ready to head out there onto the track as well, so potentially not too far away. In fact, the number 2 hasn't had a rider swap. They've just run straight through pit lane. Was that a shortcut I think they're trying to take there potentially? Because there is a speed limit in pit lane of 60 kilometres an hour, but I mean, you cut out the hairpin and all of that bit, so maybe it is quicker, maybe trying to gain a bit of time. I'm not sure the race directors will be taking too kindly to that one if it was a race proper, but it's a demonstration, it's not quite a race, may as well try.
It's a shame we haven't got time in to actually see if this theory is proved correct, as he actually looks like he's pushing on once again, getting all properly tucked in with that fancy leather suit and shark helmet, looking a fantastic lineup, pink, white, black and everything, all perfectly organised in terms of his C90, as we now go to the final few minutes of this Plop Enduro demonstration. It's so incredible to see these amazing bikes. You see them all the time, of course, as I mentioned, being one of the most extremely and amazingly sold motorcycles across the world. You see them a lot, but you don't see them in this form being pushed to their limits, do you? It's really interesting.
I spoke with Keith earlier about how, especially a lot of the race bikes, it's going to be difficult for a lot of them to run slowly out there, especially the older 2-stroke machines that are designed to be pushed. They're designed to be revved right up there to ridiculous RPMs. These things, again, made for the Asian commuter market. They're 90cc engines. They're tiny. They weren't designed to be raced, but the little reliable things, you can push them anyway and have a lot of fun out there on them, as we are still waiting for our checkered flag to get waved. I don't think we're very far away now, given that the next session are all down in the holding area, ready to get going. A little check over to the right hand side from the number 92 yet as they push through, and the rest of the riders making their way around again. Seemingly no issues for anybody here, but what a load of fun this has been, Riley. Again, something a little bit different, maybe not quite the Grand Prix machinery that some people would have been expecting here at the 1000 Bikes Revival and Sunday's race parade day, but still a race of some description. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit disappointed no one came in for some rider changes, because quite honestly, I was getting ready to pull up the Suzuka 8 Hours on my phone and compare the pit stops and rider switches to see if it's up to that level of switch. You tend to see actually the Suzuka 8 Hours pit stops being a bit longer because they've got to change tyres and refuel, but still, with the slightly older riders and a little bit temperamental machinery, you'd expect the pit stops to equal out to similar times. So I was actually interested to see whether someone could beat a Suzuka 8-hour pit stop here in the C90s.
I mean, it's possible. It's not. They've got smaller fuel tanks, don't they? And I don't know how they deal with tyre changes, if they even need to do them, because these tyres are probably closer to wood, quite frankly, than rubber, so maybe they can just run the things down. So potentially we'll see what we've got going on. As we do see, there is some of our classic bikes on display. You can see Michael Dunlop's TT bike from 2016. That is not Michael Dunlop. It is Michael Dunlop's even. What am I talking about? I was about to say it was Joey's then. It's definitely not Joey's. Yeah, it's 2016 Hawk Racing TT bike, the first bike to lap the mountain course in under 17 minutes. A very historic piece of kit, that BMW. Of course, part of the collection of Stuart Hicken, the circuit operator here at Mallory Park, who's obviously the founding bloke, should I say, of Hawk Racing. Master Mac Honda, as they're now known. They'll, of course, be off at the BSB meet this weekend, but a lot of other amazing bikes down there in that little display area as well. Just in the infield section, do head over, have a look. We've also got a Spondon Yamaha in 1986 Wix 80cc bikes out there as well. So plenty to come and gaze at in awe here at Mallory Park. Not just the Plop Enduro, not quite a race as I've christened it, out here on track.
Yeah, but it was interesting to see anyway. It's always a load of fun seeing some little bikes, and a great laugh as well. Just so much fun to get these small things out on track and just have a good time. We've had a few crashes today, a few red flags, and we hope that those riders are all okay. They got up and walked away just fine, but possibly a little bit hurt. But thankfully, as we would expect on these C90s, that you can be a little bit more, how should we say, aggressive on them without as much consequences compared to the Grand Prix bikes that we see. Of course, one of those bikes down there as well, one of the KR Racing bikes from MotoGP, that was when KTM started to come along and start to produce their V4 engine, and that tried to get into MotoGP way back when, and had to wait another 10 years to give that a shot, which unfortunately, to be honest, when looking at MotoGP at the moment, isn't exactly much more reliable than it would have been back in 2005. But nonetheless, we move along. That's C90 on the Plop Enduro demonstration. Fantastic, wasn't it? As we now about to pass over to Keith Huewen, who's got some guests for us down in the paddock.
Well, we talk about legends in the paddock here at Mallory Park, but they don't come any more legendary than this man, of course. He's got part of the track named after himself. He's an icon on two wheels of Mallory Park. John Cooper. Lovely to see you here again, John. How's life treating you?
Well, it's very well at the moment, yes. It's doing all right. I've had a nice ride on my motorbike today. I'm 88 now, so it's a good few years since I've won the race of the year here. Well, I've won it 3 times, 65, 70 and 71. So, it's quite nice to come here and meet a lot of the old people. The people keep saying, I was there when you beat Agostini, I said, they must be old then, because it must be 40 or 50 years ago.
Mallory Park's one of those places, though, it's sort of in your blood, isn't it, this place? There's something about it that just makes it a little bit more special.
Well, it's so friendly, isn't it? It's a nice place to come and spend a day, I enjoy it, but it's taken me 35 minutes to get here on my motorbike, so it's well worth a nice little ride today. What
are you riding nowadays?
Well, I've got 2 Velasets, a Triumph and a Norton, and I've come on my Honda today, my VFR, so it's got a fairing on it, so I thought I'll come on that today.
If you've only just joined us on YouTube, of course, I'm standing here speaking in Mallory Park with John Cooper, the legendary Moon Eyes, of course, if you go back that far. But even if you're a youngster, this man could teach you a lot about racing motorcycles and about life in general. 88 years old, John, I find that incredible that you're still riding motorcycles, you're still as enthusiastic about our sport.
Oh yes, I still like watching the motorbikes. What I can't understand is the names of when you watch the television and you see the Grand Prix and they put the first 3 letters of the surnames, you don't know who the hell they are, and so occasionally they put the whole name, but it's difficult to know who's who and who's what with just the 3 letters. I Tom and Tid and you know, so you just have to hope that they put the full names on and the numbers and so you can understand who it is.
The most unfortunate one, if you ask me, was Sam Lowe's back in the day. It used to be Slow, S-L-O. Yeah. That's one handle you wouldn't want, really, would it? And he never was slow.
Yeah.
So Mallory Park, I mean, you talked about Race of the Year, won it 3 times. I think I was here for one of those as well. I mean, which was your favourite one of the trio?
Well, in 65 when I won it, I was a bit lucky because Hailwood was riding and Bill Ivey and Jim Redmond, that sort of thing, and it just sprinkled with rain a little bit before the race, and it gave me a chance on the Norton. And the 4-cylinder bikes, and that were that powerful, they had a job to ride them, and I won it then. And then in 71 I won it on my Yamsel, the 350, and it was a little bit damp that day. And then in 71 when I beat Agassini, I had a 750 Rocket 3 and he was on a 500, so the 250cc's equalled us up a little bit. But I had a job to get the BSA. I asked BSAs if they'd lend it me after I rode in the match races, and they said they were too busy with Paul Smart and Ray Pickerel and all the others. And so I said to the managing director, if you'll let me ride that BSA triple in the Race of the Year, I'll win it. Anyway, I did win it, and 65,000 people came and watched me. So
it's incredible. I mean, I always felt that you were almost an underdog quite often. It seems that you never really got the full-on breaks that somebody of your ilk deserved.
Well, I think in the days when Phil Reed was picking the Yamaha team and Jim Red was picking the Honda team and Frank Paris was picking the Suzuki team, they were making sure they didn't get anybody on the bikes that would beat them, I think. So, but I did all right anyway. I ended up with a nice garage and some houses, and everything's turned out well. And I've not had any serious injuries, so that's lucky as well.
And you've made some fantastic friends through the years in the entire world.
Oh yeah, I still speak to lots of people. I mean, from Japan and all over the world, get Christmas cards and stuff, you know. And you know,
I used to meet up with you in Misano every year. You and your wife Rosie used to go to the MotoGP there, and we'd catch up with Mike Trimby, who used to run IRTA, the International Race Teams Association. You seem to be a man that is revered around the world by a lot of the high-ups in our sport. Did you feel that?
Yeah, well, I've travelled quite a lot and met a lot of people, and I can even remember taking you out a couple of times to dinner at in the harbour at Riccione, which is about 4 miles from the circuit, and we had a really nice time. It's nice meeting old friends and being able to afford to pay for them to have a nice meal, you know. So yeah, I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed going out. The trouble is nowadays that everything's locked away and people are secretive, and it's just the only people that's not secretive are the sidecar boys. They're very, very nice, and but the solos, they're all locked up and they're secretive about everything. So that's how things are now.
Is there anything you particularly miss? Is there anything in life that you still want to do, still want to see, that you haven't done in your rather wonderful life?
Well, I've done most things I wanted to do anyway, and unfortunately I've just lost Rosemary to go into a home. She got dementia, so that's been a real shock, and it's a sad thing really when it happens. But I mean, I'm 88 now and I'm still able to ride the motorbikes and do my own cooking and stuff, so I'm very lucky in that respect. And I still speak to Keith Huewen on the phone, which is very nice. And I had Scott Smart on the phone the other day and said, how are you, and stuff, and I thought that was very nice of him.
Well, you transcend age. There's no doubt in my mind about that, whether you're young or whether you're from your particular era. We're all interested in what you have to say. You have very interesting things to say, John. It's not out of sympathy that we give you a call. It's because we need the knowledge that you have, and our sport needs more John Coopers in the world.
Yeah, they do. You know, I feel a bit. I went to Donington Park last year, and Stuart Hicking gave me a pass to go into the pits. And I went out onto the pit lane. I was talking to Carl Ride and Bradley Ray. And this woman came up to him, she says, clear off out of here, you're no business with that passing, get out of here. And I thought, it's horrible really, you know. And today I was reading in the paper where at the tennis, they're having people there and making a fuss of them and sitting in the front row and that sort of thing. People that's nothing to do with tennis, but they look after them and they make the things. But motorbike racing, they're not like that at all. They don't want to know you. But anyway, I'm all right. I've got a nice house and I'm managing all right, so we're all right.
The influencer situation that you kind of allude to there, where you get these people that turn up that don't really know the sport. Unfortunately, the way that we're going with populist thinking, we need them there perhaps to encourage young people to come to our sport. I mean, I used slightly shocked as well at the demographic, the age of people nowadays that come to race meetings. They're getting a little bit older, aren't they?
You know, I was looking at speed, but I can't. So, I was watching the Speedway the other day, and in the crowd at Bellevue, I noticed most of the people were elderly, and there's not a lot of young people follow the Speedway. And at the road racing, there's not a lot of young people go. It's a shame, really, but it's getting very expensive to go to meetings, and football and motorbike racing, tennis. It's all getting so very expensive, and a lot of people don't bother. But people seem to spend a lot on motorbikes. So after having said that, my grandson's just bought a second-hand Yamaha, £9,500, and thinks nothing of it, you know. And I can remember when I started work in 1954, the boss got £8.10 a week, and I thought, how the hell does anybody spend that much money in a week?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll let you off. I'm going to buy you coffee now. You've been absolutely wonderful. John Cooper, JC, here at Mallory Park. There is some synergy in that. Seeing you here, the Cooperesses are still here, obviously, and as iconic as they've ever been. John, it's a pleasure to have you on here on YouTube. We're very, very fortunate to catch up with John Cooper. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I've got some news for you, Keith. The coffee and the tea's free, so you're going to get a free ride. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you for that one, Keith. Of course, a great opportunity there to speak to John Cooper. Of course, a very important man in the sport, a Grand Prix podium finisher as well. And don't you worry, John, me and Ross here in the commentary box will do our best to carry the torch and show younger people how amazing motorcycle racing is. And of course, if you're our young viewer watching along, make sure you come along to the Mallory Park 1000 Bikes Festival if you've got time today or in the future as well. And Ross, it's a bit of a shame to hear someone talking about the younger generation of motorcycle racing as a sort of dwindling effect, but I think we've got it covered. We try. We're trying our absolute best to get that out there for the younger audience. And when you look at MotoGP as well, the younger audience raising quite substantially as well. So I think it slowly progressing, but in safe hands in motorcycle racing.
It certainly is. He raised a fantastic point about the Speedway. The Speedway Grand Prix was at Bellevue a little while back. I live about 10 minutes from Bellevue. I thought, perfect. And I'd just come back from race. I realised I was like, brilliant. I'll head down. That'll be a great way to spend my weekend. £80 a ticket for a day. It was like 150 quid for the whole weekend. I'm not paying £150 to go watch Speedway. So, he raised a very valid point. Basically, FIN, lower the prices, thank you very much. But no, great to hear from John, of course, an absolute icon of the sport, and of course, very famously, as he said, taking the Race of the Year victory here in 1971, pipping the late, great Giacomo Agostini by only a couple of tenths, or not even a second. It was very, very close, and taking a BSA as well to the victory against Agostini's factory MV Agusta, which is some doing, to be fair. MV Agusta at the point were the dominant force in Grand Prix racing. So yeah, great to hear from John. And I did say the late great Giacomo Agostini. He's not passed away yet, so I don't know why I said that, but the great Giacomo Agostini, certainly. Yeah, great to hear from John. And it's, always great to hear from a legend of the sport. Again, the Cooper S is certainly named after him still, and will be for many, many moons to come. We are still underway in our Plop Enduro demonstration out on the track. They're still hounding their way around this Mallory Park circuit. I don't think we're going to be too long away from the end of their not quite a race, because you can see the next session they're all ready to get out and get going. So I think we're just waiting for the checkered flag now, Riley. But yeah, been a great day, great weekend here so far.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. It's a little bit colder today, as I said. It was really warm yesterday, and I think that's made it a little bit easier for these guys to just keep pedalling on along, as we see some fantastic bikes down there in pit lane getting ready to go out. A few bikes in front as well. I can see a Ducati 999, a VTR 1000 SP1, and many more to name. Such historical motorcycles in the world of superbike racing and Grand Prix racing as well. And just one last mention for John Cooper as well. Like we speak of masters of circuits, Marc Marquez at Saxon Ring, Tom Sykes at Donington Park. You have to feel John Cooper one of those names for Mallory Park.
Certainly was. And again, that 1971 race of the year, looks like our Plopagero has come to an end. Red flags are waving. That's just so the session has ended rather than there being an incident out on track. Oh no, someone has gone down actually. Oh, that's a shame. Looks like they're up on their feet and okay. That seems to be coming out of Edwina's chicane. Hopefully the bike's all right as well, but he's okay and up on 2 feet. That's the main thing. So looks like we will end under a red flag, it would seem. That's a real shame, but still a really fun race. Not quite a race out there, but as you were saying about John, a real legend of this circuit, a legend of this sport. Of course, his story not just here at Mallory Park, of course, going all the way to Grand Prix and battling in an era where there were so many greats out there, the likes of Phil Reed, Giacomo Agostini, as I've just mentioned. He did battle with Barry Sheen as well before he was a real household name. So he's a rider who has, gone against and beaten some of the true greats of this sport. As the Plop Enduro demonstration comes to an end, we're going to show you a little bit of who we went talking to yesterday. As myself, I went over to the BSA Owners Club over down the Club Avenue on the other side of the circuit and spoke to Bill, who is the chairman of the UK branch of the BSA Owners Club, and a really, really interesting chat with Bill. A man who was so passionate about BSAs, and you could tell just really, really loves what he does. So let's have a listen to what he had to say and hear his story and hear about some of those beautiful bikes as well. We're down here at the BSA Owners Club at Mallory Park for 1,000 Bikes. Joining us is Bill. Bill, how are things here on what is set to be a wonderful weekend?
Actually, very, very good. We're very pleased. We're regulars here, and we love this track. We love the organisation. Stuart, the owner, is very good to us, and people like it, and they like the selection of bikes we bring. These are all ridden. All our bikes are on the road. They're all ridden. We've got a great selection here. If I can turn away. Over on the end, we've got 1955 Rocket. You wouldn't think it. It looks brand new. The later Rocket 3, variety of the singles here, performance ones, B50s, there's 2 of those, and a very nice Golden Flash over here. That's 1955. He's only had that 3 weeks. And what unexpectedly has been a star of the show this time are these 2 Aerial 3s. That's Chris over there. He's the owner with the red shirt on, sat down. They've attracted more attention than anything. They were hated when they were new, and now everybody loves them. He's got them both running. They run perfectly, and that's what we like in the club. It's a very friendly club. We're about 4,000 members. We're all over the country. It's a big international club, but we run the UK. There's lots of events on during the year. During the summer, branches hold events, and then every year we do an international in another country somewhere. And so that comes up. It'll be back in the UK in a few years' time, and we'll probably be in Wales this time. We did the Isle of Man, and we did the in Warwickshire last time. We did it, and it's always a very, very good, popular event, and it's a very friendly club. We're known in the business as the happy people, because we've all got stupid fixed grins because we love the bikes and we love riding them.
And there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I mean, I can just see your passion just talking about the bikes already. And did you say these are all running and ridden as well?
These are all running and ridden. And there's only one here that isn't running, and that's the green one. And he had some technical problems somewhere one time, but it's fixable. And we're also very well connected with the new BSA company, which is the original BSA company taken over by an Indian company. It's not a brand rebranding. They actually own the company. And 2 of us from here, Phil, the National Secretary, and myself, been involved with them for 6-7 years. And they're very, very good. And I'm now personally involved with a dealership we're re-establishing in Cambridge as a soulless BSA dealership. So no other brands, new bikes, only BSA. We've got full support from BSA. We've got investors on board to help get it off the ground, and that's going to be the only one in the country that is only BSA, and that's the enthusiasm we're bringing to the table and supporting. And it's great to have BSA people. We've got Vikas in this country, who's the head man in this country, and Anupam and Bowman, who own the company in India, all fully committed to it. And then we've got Andrew Chapman, who's the Hayward's family member of Hayward's in Cambridge. So that's going to be, we're getting everything sorted out at the moment, so we've not gone too public with it, but we do a ride-in every third Saturday, and there's about 70-80 bikes turn up, and they get a free bacon butty for turning up. So that's the enthusiasm you get, and it's just such great fun, and to be able to make a business out of it is superb.
And you can't complain about a free bacon butty as well, can you?
That is a great persuader.
Bill, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. It sounds like the only way for the BSA club is up as well, so...
Absolutely. Thank you very much, guys, and it's been great to be able to see you and meet you and share our passion with you. Thank you.
Great to hear from Bill there from the BSA Owners Club. A really fascinating chat with him yesterday, as we did have a few with a lot of different people up and down the paddock and the avenue of clubs as well. And I'm sure we'll be showing more of those later on during the day. We're now on to session 20, I believe, of the day, and back to our Solar Breads. 4 more sessions before our lunch break. Just after that, we'll have our legendary machine parade. We're still waiting to let you know what's going on in that one. There is a list, apparently, of what's going out, but that list was set to be altered this morning because Stuart Hicken was basically walking around seeing what was going to start, and then that would be what was going out in the session. So we'll have a little bit of an investigation over our lunch break. But if you have just joined us, we are not racing anymore, unfortunately. We're just back to our parades. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Riley Davis alongside him in the commentary box, and Keith Huewen, the man, the myth, the legend, running around the paddock trying to find some big names here at Mallory Park and the revival of the Festival of 1,000 Bikes. So riders now getting on with it. They've done their slow lap. Again, it's supposed to be an average speed max of 60 miles an hour, but a few guys out there decided to get a bit of a shift on, shall we say. It should be a lot of fun. Looks like we're set to have some really interesting bikes out here in this one. We'll try to identify what's going out and where. And again, we just have to rely on the very small number on the front of the machineries to fully identify who's on the bike, what exact model and make it is. But someone's got a sticker on someone's got a fresh front tyre on it. Fair enough. Yeah, should be a lot of fun. So again, some classic bikes going around. Can't complain about that.
Yeah, as you can see, a lot of people doing their absolute best to make themselves look fantastic here at Mallory Park. You just said a brand new front tyre on one of the riders' bikes, and oh dearie me, it's a crash down at the newly named Vincent's Devil's Elbow. We'll identify that rider as soon as we can. That's a little bit of a difficult place to go down. Of course, the hairpin. Is
that Dave Campbell on the Suzuki Bandit, the 23, I think, potentially? Again, we've got a couple extras that have gone out here as well in the sessions today. It's not just for race bikes, there are some road bikes as well out there, so we'll figure it out as we're going along. Again, we're very much freewheeling it up in the international commentary box. So we know as much as you do with the programme, essentially, but we're trying our very best to bring you all of the information we know. It looks like if that was the Bandit that went down with Campbell on board, it looks like he's back up and riding around once again, going out cold tyres. Not as hot as it was yesterday. It's a very tricky corner up there at the hairpin as well. It rises and falls away from you. Very easy. Just have a little bit too much brake or a little bit too much lean angle on the way and just tuck the front and go down. But again, these guys aren't fully pushing it, so it's not going to be a hard crash. You'll be seeing people back on the feet. Hopefully the bike's okay, handlebars are all straight, and they can continue on their merry way.
Yeah, he should be all right. He looked all good and he got back straight up on the bike, as we do see quite a lot here at Mallory Park. Everyone trying to make the most of this fantastic festival, as we see a rider on a Suzuki SV650, that being the 2002 one, trying to go around the outside of a few riders. And yeah, a brief mention for that 1200 Bandit, the Suzuki, of course. That's a bike I can talk quite a bit about. My dad it was one of his first bikes, and he would have said to me that the 1200 Bandit is a bike that could take quite the beating, and when you dropped it, it was quite easy to just get back up and get back on with it. I mean, he certainly enjoyed his time on board that around Milton Keynes. So I'm sure a bit of a different circuit is Milton Keynes circuit to Mallory Park. Many considered it a circuit back in the day. As we look on, as some of the other riders now also making some moves, it's meant to be rather controlled. But let's have a lap of sound then here at Mallory Park to hear these fantastic sounds of so many historic bikes. Return from the lap of sound, as you heard some brilliant sounds. Two strokes, 4 strokes, inline 4s, V4s, all of the sorts. Fantastic machines out there, as I just said, even a few race bikes as well. Chris Walker's 2002 Fuchs Kawasaki ZX7RR as well, when he really had a hard time competing against some of the big heavy hitters, the 1000cc bikes like the GSX-R 1000 as well. So a great season from him on the machinery. He had no doubt in the ZX7RR's performance, but obviously you can't expect it to go up against those 1000cc machines. You can see a great fan must be of Chris Walker or of Kawasaki buying what is such an iconic motorcycle, and it looks fantastic. I'm a huge fan of the Fuchs Kawasaki colours, and that's definitely one of my favourites there.
Certainly is. There's some wonderful bikes out here. I believe in this session as well we should have one of my favourite all-time bikes, full stop, the 209 Kevin Parker on a 1995 CBR 600. I love this thing. I mean, mid-90s Japanese bikes is my thing. It was an era of just absolute chaos in the Japanese biking world. Of course, in 1989, the Japanese government put very, very heavy restrictions on bike licenses for road-going bikes, due to just rising accident rates, and it just led to this unbelievable arms race for lighter weight, lower capacity machinery between all of the manufacturers, because essentially it was very, very difficult to get yourself a license that would allow you to ride anything above 400 cc's. But of course, all of this money and chaos that they were pouring into the smaller capacity engines also then transpired onto the 600s, onto the 1000s. You just get these unbelievably chaotic and crazy bikes that were so quick and would happily throw you off and eat you for breakfast if you didn't treat them with respect. And I love the mid-90s CBR 600 especially. It's one of my favourite bikes of all time. But we've got, as you said, some brilliant bikes out there in this session as well. We've got a 2000 Ducati 620, Honda F2 from 1978 as well. That's a brilliant piece of machinery. There's so many brilliant things out here at Mallory Park at the revival of the 1000 Bikes Festival, and we're just going to get more and more of them as the day goes on. We've got about 4 sessions left, including this one, until the lunch break. Then of course we'll have a legendary machine parade, which again, still waiting to get the final confirmation of what are we heading out during that one, but I think it's safe to say, rest assured, it's going to be pretty special. And then solo parades, another sidecar parade as well towards the end of the day. There's plenty more entertainment for you to enjoy as well all around the paddock. There's music throughout the day. In fact, I think we've just missed the first music set from Slick as a Chicken at the infield marquee, but they'll be back out at 2:15 to enjoy some classic rockabilly. That's at the infield marquee. Of course, plenty of food and drink to indulge yourselves in, and just plenty of things to go and see. There's trade stands, there's the avenue of clubs where you can go and meet and speak to people from the owners' clubs and their stories and their relationships with their bikes, and of course on the infield all of the classic race bikes as well. As we can see there, some of them just down there on the infield centre from Bonham's Classic Motorcycles there. Just around outside is Foster's Classic Race Bikes as well. They've got a couple of bikes out in this session at the moment, it would seem. But so many beautiful, beautiful machines here. It's really an homage, a love letter is this event to the history of motorcycles and motorcycle racing. Of course, the 1000 Bike Festival has been something that's been away for a few years, unfortunately, but even 5-10 years ago, it was a very, very big event, and we're so grateful to have it back on the 70th anniversary of Motorsport here at Mallory Park. And we're paying tribute not to just this event, but to motorcycles and their history and their story and the people that are involved with it, the community around this track and around biking all throughout the UK as well. I think this session is coming to an end. I can see the pace bikes have rejoined the circuit as we'll continue to push our way around. Was that the CBR 600 I think I was nerding out over a little bit a moment ago? It may well have been, as they're going through. Possibly. We're not quite sure. Again, it's quite hard to tell with the numbers being so small, unfortunately. But still, a wonderful day and set to be for the rest of it as well. It was a brilliant Saturday as well. Again, we'll show you more of our interviews and our features that we got with a lot of different people around the paddock from yesterday. Of course, myself, Riley and Keith will also be roaming around the paddock and speaking to lots of different people as well, speaking to some real legends of the sport, real legends of the community, and real legends of Mallory Park as well, as the next session is getting ready to make their way out onto circuit as well. But it's been a fantastic event so far, and we are massively looking forward to the rest of the day.
Oh yeah, it's going to be so good. And if you've still got a ticket ready to go and you decide not to come because the weather looked a little bit interchangeable, well, I recommend you change your mind and get yourself up here, because it is, as Ross just said, a promising day to come as the sun starts to come out now, the clouds starting to part their ways over Leicestershire, and we'll see the bikes of incredible history come on to circuit. We've already seen some fantastic ones already. I just mentioned Chris Walker's ZX7, a few more out there, what I believe to be a CBR 1000 in the livery of the HM Plant Honda team, and a few more bikes out there. I believe that was an RS250 that Storm Stacey used, or maybe a TZR that was used in Grand Prix. We'll have to wait and see, but it was definitely used by Storm Stacey. I can guarantee you that. The top hat number 79 is one you definitely can't miss, and it's a shame he can't be here today. That's probably an event that he would definitely come to. It's a shame that we had to collide with BSB at Snetterton, but nonetheless, we hope anyone...
Just been off BSB, don't need to do it, it can miss around, it's fine.
Yeah, that's true. Hopefully anyone currently watching BSB at Snetterton, watching this along live as well on their phones or whatever, as we see, this looks like, I think that's a Suzuki GSX-R 750, one of the later ones out there on track. One of the later bikes, has to be said. Definitely not the latest one out there, because I'm pretty sure that's the Ducati V4S Naked that is out there. Difficult not to confuse it with the Street Fighter, which came to an end even in the late 2010s, and it became the V4S Naked, of course, the bike that used the same engine as the legendary V4R. I'm not surprised that we're not seeing a lot of them at the moment, to be honest, because it's, as I said, a classic festival. But we have a checkered flag out there now, and so the riders will make their way back. Thankfully, we didn't have anyone go down there rather significantly. No injuries, no anything. We just had a small tip-off for the rider on the 1200 Bandit at the start of the session. Thankfully, he's all right, ready to come back to pit lane, and then we'll get some more bikes out there.
We will indeed. That is session number 20 done and dusted. Session 21, 22 and 23 coming your way before we break for lunch here in Leicestershire. And some wonderful bikes out in that one. Session 21, expect to see a couple of Yamahas making their way out. We've got some TZ750s, a pair of them going out, one from 79 with Ewan Thacker behind the handlebars, one with Dave Howes on it as well. That's an FZ 750 to be fair, so it's slightly different, but you know, the spirit's still there, I suppose. Some other beautiful bikes, and I've got a Suzuki S-Rad from 1995, a Triumph Bonneville from 68 going out there. That's going to be fascinating, and a BSA Rocket 3 as well from 1972. Not quite the bike that John Cooper won the race of the year on in 1971, but the same make. And again, that historic BSA, so great, so wonderful to see so many BSAs here this weekend. Again, you will have heard from Bill a few moments ago from the BSA Owners Club They are really just wonderful, wonderful bikes that not a lot of people ride anymore, unfortunately. It's not a very popular bike of choice in big old 2026, but it's so great to see people upholding their livelihood. And again, they're a manufacturer that is coming back into the forte of things, and hopefully it's the start of things to come as well in the future. So it's going to be wonderful to see that rocket out there and paying a bit of history in session number 21. I do have a CR750 replica out there replica from 1970, the original bike. Not sure when the replica would have been put together. That's being ridden by Simon Wilson out there. We've got another FZ750 from 85 as well. My FZ750 is very popular, it would seem, this weekend. A fair few riders going out there on the Yamahas.
Yeah, there's a little club of them up in the paddock area towards the entrance of the track, so it's nice to see them out there in full force. I think there was like 8 or 9 of them all lined up in a row, and they look fantastic. The classic red and white Yamaha colours in full force here at Mallory Park.
Yes, will be indeed. So we're just waiting for this next session to get underway. It's just gone to midday here in the UK, British summertime, of course, if you are watching from overseas. And we'll be getting our session 21, third session before the lunch break, hopefully very, very soon. We are seemingly running a couple of minutes behind schedule, but that's not to worry. We gave ourselves plenty of time to work through things here.
That's the one.
That one.
As we just wait at the moment in pit lane for the session to get started. Not long to go now, as we just see the marshals getting ready to let everyone out. The green flag goes, and look at some of those bikes. I believe that is a Kajiva Grand Prix bike in the background. They're just going out a shot briefly there.
As you see there, the 171 / the number 8. That is Huewen Thacker making his way out. And that is a wonderful, wonderful piece of machinery, is that Yamaha, and I can't wait to see how Huewen gets ripping and gets going round here. Should be a lot of fun as he makes his way out onto Jarrett again. We'll have a slow parade lap before they really start to push it and try and clear those engines out just a little bit, but should be a lot of fun. But they are making their way out of the pit lane again. They'll follow behind the parade bikes for a lap, and then they'll be set on their way again. It's supposed to be a maximum average speed of 60 miles an hour. Whether everyone will obey that average speed limitation, Keith Huewen, I'm not quite sure, especially given some of the calibre of riders and bikes we've got in the session.
If they're anything like me, they won't be, that's for certain. Thank you very much, Riley. Riley's given up his position at the minute for this old fella. He's age before beauty, they say, don't they? So I'm bang on the mark there. The number 8 machine, of course, is the former Dave Potter machinery. Huewen Thacker, you mentioned it a moment ago, Ross, you mentioned it earlier, Riley. The number 8 machine, it's a genuine Dave Potter. Ted Broad Motors, of course, the good old geezer from down in the south, who used to really be the epitome of TZ750 running. Dave Potter, good man for me particularly, because he gave me a load of advice when I first came to ride one of these TZ750s. They're 4-cylinder across the frame, 2-stroke for anybody that's not familiar with them. And again, Potter was killed sadly at Alton Park going down Cascades. I mean, you saw a bit of smoke coming out of that. It is a 2-stroke, obviously, and it's been being warmed up in the paddock, so they tend to clear their lungs a little bit. Give it a bit of gas, just clear a bit of it's nothing to worry about. It won't be leaking, I'm fairly sure of that. Huewen prepares this bike absolutely spot on. I mean, his dad Les Thacker was the chief at BP. And Huewen ended up with the second of there were 2 motorbikes, 2 TZ750s that Potter rode. One was the Broad family kept hold of it. I think it's Ted Broad's son who's got that particular motorcycle. And Huewen Thacker inherited the other one, if you like, this number 8 machine as it rolls around in front of you now. If you're joining us around the world, taking a nice wide sweeping line there. I hope he's warmed his tyres up. The TZ750 is notorious for launching you into space if you get on the gas just a fraction too early, because they've only got a power band of about 2,500 RPM. And mate, when they hit the sweet spot, they tend to be a little bit on the lively side, although most of these bikes now, you can't get the tyres for the 18-inch wheels and stuff like that anymore, so they're pretty much running treaded tyres that whatever's available, if you like, so it's not quite as critical as the slick tyres where they need a bit more heat in them to make them stick. Nice wide line there from Huewen Thacker round the outside. He looks like he's enjoying this. There's a 32 bike out there as well, a bit of a reminiscent of Stevie Baker, who used to hold the outright circuit record here on a TZ750 Yamaha. We had the Canadian here a couple of years ago, and he was just as bloody fast as he was when he was riding. Seriously, it was. He had Leon Larrego tucked up right behind him. Leon Larrego, the White Tornado, as he used to be known. Very, very fast man, but a man with many broken bones. Leon, if you're watching this, and I suspect you will be, the West Country lad, he's a top man, really good tuner. First tuner I ever had was Leon Larrego, but still a very quick rider. And out of respect, he kept behind Stevie Baker when they rode round here a couple of years ago. And I know that Leon, that must have gone right against the grain with him, because he might be right up there in close on to his 70s now, but he's still mega competitive. And he wouldn't want to be sitting behind anybody, even the like of Stevie Baker. I mean, Riley Ross, I mean, what does the TZ750 mean to you? Does it have any resonance at all with you as youngsters? I mean, is it a motorcycle that you just look at and sort of you've seen in pictures, or does it have any real resonance?
It is a picture case for me, unfortunately. I'm very glad I've finally been able to see some with my own eyes coming into this weekend. You hear the stories about them and the people that rode them. And obviously there's so much history. Obviously an incredibly popular bike for a very, very good reason. They were, again, you mentioned they were a bit leery at times.
No, they were the leariest of leery. There was a Formula 750. I mean, the wonderful Chas Mortimer, what you've got to remember is if you go back in the day, Chas Mortimer is the only man, he's a Brit, obviously, Chas Mortimer. Most of the elderly people around here will remember Chas. Great guy, well-spoken, proper gentleman. Won 125 Grand Prix, 250 Grand Prix, 350 Grand Prix, 500 Grand Prix, as it was then. That would have been the equivalent of MotoGP. And the Formula 750 race. He won all of those races at some time in his career. He's the only man, I think, to have won all those classes across the World Championship board. But the TZ750 was a buy it, get it over the counter. You can buy the thing. Clive Paget, up in Paget's of Batley, they've still got, I think, 2 brand new ones in crates up on their mezzanine. They've got Mike Trimby's old TZ750 that Mike finished 3rd at the Macau Grand Prix on. Clive Paget bought it off Mike when they were coming home from Macau one time on the plane. There was some deal done in business class, and that one Clive has got as well. But I mean, my old partner Arnie Fletcher from them Manchester Motorcycles, that I won my first British Championship on in 1979. I can't believe it's that long ago. You lot are yawning. I can see the yawns coming from in here. But in 1979, and Arnie Fletcher has still got my British Championship winning motorcycle, which, by the way, for anybody interested, they are now keen to sell.
Buy back?
Although, sadly, TZ750s are not fetching what they're like all classic bikes. TZ750s are not fetching the kind of money they were 10 years ago. You wouldn't get a good one with Provenance for under 75 grand back in the day, but they're a bargain at the moment. You can buy them at the right money if you fancy it. Having seen one of Sheen's 500s that went for nearly £500,000 recently, and an MV that allegedly was run by Hailwood and or Aggo, that went for nearly £1 million, over £1 million by the time you've got the auction premium added to it. So classic bikes, if it's the right classic bike, still have an investment value. But a lot of the stuff is dropping off the edge.
Well, whoever bought that one, if they could lend us a £5, that'd be very nice. Interesting you mentioned Chas Mortimer there. Chas, of course, still kicking around. He helped run some young riders over in the VSB paddock now. Shame that he's not here with us this weekend. I'm presuming he probably is over at Snetterton. Tends to try and shy away from me whenever I'm around him. Maybe he doesn't like me. No offence taken, Chaz, if you are watching along.
Well, I can't imagine why that would be. You're a wonderful lad, Ross.
No, I'll take that. Thank you very much, Keith.
You and Riley, first time I've ever worked with a pair of you, and it's quite good fun. Yeah. Well,
thank you very much, Keith. But yeah, Chaz is shame he's not here this weekend. But again, a brilliant guy, a very, very, very brilliant rider with a lot of stories to tell as well.
You can see the marshals here that are going around with the big yellow jackets on at the moment. If you're watching this on YouTube, welcome. If you've only just joined us, where have you been? Because we're on all day, live, anywhere in the world you want to tune in, depending on what time frame you're working from. We'll be here with you right the way to the end of this wonderful 1,000 Bikes revival here at Mallory Park. Complete with the new Vincent's Devil's Elbow. If you weren't here earlier on to see the handover, the family Vincent were here, the El Shilton Mafia all joined us for the handover of the new name, and We were looking at Huewen Thacker a little bit earlier on, riding around on the number 8 Dave Potter bike. Well, we caught up with him yesterday as well, and he was quite enlightening about that particular machine. So let's hear from him now. Well, Mallory Park is one place where you're going to find plenty of people that you haven't seen in years, and their motorcycles as well. Huewen Thacker, I've got to say, still, Dave Potter's machine is still looking as pristine as it did when it was run by Broady himself.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a mission for me to get it back on the track again. Had it since 81 when Dave was sadly killed at Alton Park. And it had stayed in a rested state for a long time, so I think it was 5 odd years ago finally decided to pull it apart and get it to do what it was supposed to do. Obviously I rebuilt all the engine, internals, etc., suspension, had to do the paintwork because that was effectively non-existent, but I've tried to keep it, the frame paint, the rubbers on the handlebars, everything is as Dave rode it in 79, so it's a restoration, but it's I don't know what the word is.
Original restoration.
Original restoration. Tried to keep it as good as I can. Yeah.
Well, obviously, Dave and I go back a long time. I mean, Dave was, when I was a kid, and a cheeky kid at that. It's hard to believe now, I know, looking at me, but the fact was that Dave really helped us out when we first arrived. Len Manchester Motorcycles, Arnie Fletcher was my boss at that time. Ted Broad was obviously Dave's boss. Les, your dad, was well involved, obviously, with the oil company. Tell us a bit about that arrangement.
Well, Dad started, Les Thacker started in, I think, about 73, 74, and met Ted when Barry Ditchburn left him for Kawasaki. They got Dave involved, and that's when my dad got involved with Ted Broad for a good 6-7 years. They had a great relationship. Dad's modus operandi for his sponsorship was that he wanted to find the best guys in car and bike, so that rather than covering every bike in a sticker from their company, he just wanted the one that won to have the BP sticker on it. So he chose people carefully, like Dave. And it worked well. Dave did incredibly well over the years he was racing, and the relationship with Ted was a very important one for my dad. They got on like a house on fire, and I think the results showed in the results that Dave, all the championships he won, the races he won, transatlantics, etc. And Dave never really wanted to go works, because he enjoyed the relationship with my dad and Ted. He enjoyed beating the works bikes on a private machine, which this was one of, so.
We always wondered why Dave didn't go more abroad, why he didn't go to more Grand Prix and so on and so forth, but he did stick in the UK, and he was the fastest man in the UK at that time, no doubt about it. But originally, I mean, it's interesting, I'd forgotten that Dave was old school, riding for Gus Coon Norton originally, and he's got the levers around the wrong way.
That's right. When Dave left Gus Coon Norton, he was very quick on those. On the TZ, the gearbox shaft goes from left to right. You can have it either left or right. So Dave immediately put his straight on the right-hand side, so that he didn't have to think about it. I have to think about it, because I have to, jumping off of Jap bikes onto this. When you're going around the track, you have to mental note that it's on the right hand side every time, but as you can see, it's a homemade gear shift by Ted, all brazed up himself, so it has nods to his earlier career, definitely.
Looking around this paddock in Mallory Park, I mean, I've got to say, when I got here on Friday and I looked around, there's about 4 caravans in the paddock, and I was thinking to myself, my God, when are they going to arrive? And then I turn up this morning and it's absolutely flat out and full. I mean, it's a huge... Bearing in mind there is something on at Brands Hatch this weekend as well. There's still a huge amount of people that are here.
There is. I mean, so people say it's a dying sport. The characters involved, and there's an element of truth to that. There are less people who know who the characters were. Dave Potter, yourself, even no disrespect, but ask a 20-year-old who Barry Sheen was or Sterling Moss. They have no idea. So it's nice to see that there is still, as long as we're making the effort to bring these bikes along, because it's not easy, it's not cheap to run these things. As long as we don't do it for the appreciation completely, we enjoy riding them, but it's nice to know that it's still appreciated, and long may it continue while we still can. In the world we live in, while we stick and do it, we'll do it,
All thanks to Mallory Park. Thank you very much, Huewen, and we'll catch up again later in the weekend. Huewen Thacker then, and he's pretty quick on a motorbike as well. I don't know whether you were keeping an eye on him, Riley. I mean, he looks still pretty handy around there, considering everyone's supposed to be in a demonstration ride.
Well, yeah, you said it already today quite a few times to me and Ross that not everyone's exactly following those rules. They're trying to hang back a bit and try and get the most out of these parade laps as they can and enjoy their times on these bikes here at Mallory Park. And all for it, really. They're all having a great time, and as long as they don't hurt themselves, I'm sure they'll be happy with that one. And as you said, he was really having a good time in that last session, of course. And yeah, again,
To ride one of them TZ750s around here, I mean, it's an iconic racetrack that was actually, it was one where you could ride a TZ750 through Gerrards. That exit of Gerrards, that right-hander, I mean, I know there's a chicane over there in modern day times, but we're riding the track as it should be at the moment without all these Mickey Mouse chicanes. Excuse me for calling it Mickey Mouse, but health and safety have got the better of us at a lot of racetracks nowadays. And the unfortunate chicane leading down to the S's is also a corner that I'm glad hasn't got a chicane from it today. So we're about to pop down to have a quick conversation. Ross is in control of this, Mike.
Joined down here by Cor Gerrits, who's just come in from a session. How are you finding things out here at Mallory Park?
Nice. I love it. It's a small circuit, but it's a tricky circuit, especially with a TS750. You don't have the handling as a normal bike. So it's bumpy with braking, and in the corner and there, when you brake full on, it's also a bump. So you have to be careful, but great fun. A lot of nice guys on track, know what they're doing, so perfect. I like it.
I mean, you've come all the way from the Netherlands to be here this weekend. It just shows what a great event it is.
Yeah, it's a great event. My friend Neil Kiddie said you have to come to the Festival of 1,000 Bikes. It's a great event, great people. Lovely track, so I like it.
Awesome. And mentioned you're on the TZ750, of course, an absolute classic bike. What's it like to ride? Oh, TR750 even.
Yeah, Suzuki.
Well, what's it like to ride this thing around here? We've got a couple here this weekend, but you said it's a bit different from other bikes out there.
It's difficult to handle bike with a lot of horsepower, and but I like it because I built them all myself, and I race them. And what's a handful? You have to be careful, you have a lot of power, and careful that you don't crash and that you first get some heat in the tires, and then you can really go with it. I like it. And like the grace of Barry Sheehan rode with bike like this here, so if I have the same picture, should be great.
And are you going out any more today?
Yeah, 2 times today, and then we go back with the ferry this evening to Holland. Till now we had a perfect time. A lot of fans, a lot of people that want to talk to you. So we have a great time. So very fine.
Brilliant stuff. We'll let you get on with your day, but can't wait to see you back on track later on.
Thank you very much.
Great team. Scotland. He is from Scotland. We may as well jump in and see if we can grab one of the Scottish contingent. Neil's over there. Go on, Cor's going to get for us, but lovely to speak to Cor Gerrits there, who's coming in all the way from Netherlands. Neil, is there any chance we can grab a few words out of you, or are you a bit too busy? Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Cor. Very helpful for you to jump us in there. How's things, Neil?
Good. Yeah, things are going well. Been a great weekend.
Certainly has. So we've got a couple of bikes down here. Got a Ducati and a Suzuki. Just want to talk us through those?
So 748 Ducati for the road bikes yesterday. I never use it on the road, only use it on the track, but basically it's got many different parts on it. But yeah, I've had it for 15 years. So 1994 bike. The Suzuki is basically a Bandit running gear and XR69 tank, fairing and seat panels, etc, etc. And the Tigcraft is 690 KTM in 1992 Tigcraft frame. So things are going well. Bonny day, happy days. What could be better?
I mean, it's not quite perfect weather. Nice that the sun's out, but it's a great day to go out and just ride your bike out here at one of the great tracks, isn't it?
One thing I would like to say as well, the travelling marshals have been excellent, so credit should go to the guys to help us have a nice, safe day. So good to them, good for them.
Awesome stuff. And again, it's a nice day to go out and do it. Just get out there on some great bikes and enjoy yourself.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Been great fun.
Awesome stuff. Thanks a lot, Neil. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much.
again, international crowd here from the Netherlands and Scotland. Not too far of a journey to make for those guys. As we'll head over and see if there's anyone to speak to over here. This classic Suzuki 10. But great to hear there from Neil and Core, of course. And it seems like everyone's having a lot of fun. You see some proper old school style stuff out there and making their rounds. See if there's anyone we can grab some words out of. Is there anyone we can speak to about some machines potentially here today? Any chance of it? I'll try to step my elbow over. Is there anyone? Quick word for the broadcast potentially? No, it doesn't look like anyone's interested in talking to us over here, so we'll move onwards with some lovely machines all throughout the paddock here at Mallory Park. We'll throw back up to you, Keaton Riley, in the commentary box. I'll continue wandering around, see if I can find anyone else to talk to, but still, it's been an amazing event so far, and we're going to continue it over the rest of the day.
He's a polite young man, Riley. I've got to say that I'll teach him how to be slightly less polite so he can barge in on these guys and get them talking a little bit more. But it's tricky down in the paddock because a few people here are concentrating on what they're doing, getting ready to go out for their demonstration, in inverted commas, runs around. And it's amazing how there are that many race faces still on rather than relaxed faces.
Yeah, you hear a lot of racers actually talk about this and how they don't particularly fancy interviews on the grid and they'll have that focused mindset on. And I think in this case, it's almost like some of these guys are missing that feeling of pressure and that adrenaline build-up, that they're now bringing it back. Like yourself, Keith, possibly if you got out there on track, you'd be wanting to get back into that zone and get back into that racing mindset and thinking, okay, I don't want to talk to this person because I want to do the absolute business out there and show them that I still mean business here at Mallory Park.
It's never over till it's over, is the way I see it. So as we look through this demo, there's a Sheen replica machine that's going around the Mallory hairpin. And anybody that's seen Barry Sheen go around the Mallory hairpin back in anger, he would have been rubbing his knee and his shoulder all the way around the inside of that upstand that's on the inside there, as we all did, to try and copy the likes of Barry Sheen. I mean, hard to believe that he was taken from us at 52 years old. That's all. 52 years old, Barry Sheen departed this world, leaving a massive legacy. And, of course, just about everyone in the world still talking about him. I mean, Valentino Rossi, if you ask me, I know not a lot of people are interested in what I have to say, but I'll say it anyway. Barry Sheen really was, I would say, the kind of hallmark that Valentino Rossi was looking at, that personality. Rossi cottoned on to the fact that Sheen's personality transcended just the sport. It made him a global personality, a global brand, if you like, when really globalism wasn't a thing in Sheen's day. But Valentino Rossi, of course, took it to another level.
Yeah, the truth is, Barry Sheen, if it wasn't for him, the sport of motorcycle racing, especially in the UK, wouldn't be what it is today. He was a true celebrity, and now we're going to pass back to Ross, who looks like he's got someone to talk to in the paddock.
Down here with John at the Foster's Classic Motorcycle 10. John, you're all kitted out. Looks like you're ready to go out in a few short moments.
Yeah, I've done 2 sessions on the TZ already. I'm going to get another one in before lunch, hopefully.
Awesome stuff. Are you enjoying your weekend here so far?
Brilliant.
You guys, a lot of bikes down here. What's going on? What's the story?
My dad's a collector, and we tend to try and get out and do a bit of track days with him, or a bit of parading, something like this. Yeah, bring them out for people to see, really. So, yeah.
We are sending all of these bikes out as well?
No, the 2 on the end there won't go. All the middle ones.
That's fair enough. But still, you're going out on a TZ 750, was it?
We've got one, it's back at the unit.
What were you out on earlier then?
TZ 250.
250, misheard you, sorry.
It's quite 250, yeah.
It's quite loud down here in the bud holding area. But again, 250. A lot of guys out here on 750s or 500s. 250s, not seemingly as popular as some this weekend, but is there any particular reason you bought that?
A little bit more modern, that's why. This is kind of aimed at the older stuff in it, really, but yeah. But no, I've just built that. We're going racing in Bishop's Court this year with it, so yeah, just a try-out day for us, really.
So running well, I'm assuming?
Yeah, lovely, yeah. Just the rider's not good enough.
Oh, don't put yourself down. I mean, you can treat it as a testing day almost, can't you?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. So,
good stuff. John, we'll let you get on with it, but thanks very much for speaking to us.
No problem at all. Cheers, mate.
Great to speak to John. I don't think we're too far away from getting to our lunch break. Keith and Riley, we'll head back up to you then and enjoy some of the last on-track action.
Thanks very much, Ross. Neil Kiddie, who we were speaking to earlier on from Dundee, he was here on Thursday afternoon. He was one of the keen kiddies. He was got his bikes all lined up out there as well. And really, I mean, some of these guys, they collect the bikes but like to ride them as well. But the amount of work that goes into them, Riley, is stunning. I mean, You need A lot of money, B, a lot of time. I don't know whether it is a C, to be honest.
Commitment.
That is a good word.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, commitment is what we've been seeing here. And I just want to have a small mention, actually, for what's been interesting to me is the diversity of the paddock, actually, that we've seen this weekend. That we've just been speaking there to Cor Gerrits, who's travelled all the way from the province of Limburg in the Netherlands to come to this event. So just showing how important this event is to some people. And then we moved along to Scotland as well, then back to England in those interviews. So, yeah, thank you a lot for that one, Ross. And as I said, yeah, commitment. To travel all the way from the middle of Europe to here in England for this event, it really just shows how important it is and how important these bikes are for some people.
Well, if you're on site here, I mean, thank you for watching on YouTube, obviously, and around the world if you're tuned into us. And if you've only just joined us, I'll say it again, where were you? We're on all day. As long as they're live, we will be live. But for those of you that are perhaps listening around the circuit that haven't yet been into the paddock, I'd encourage you to come into the paddock. And you know, these guys that own the bikes are more than happy to talk to you for as long as you want to talk to them about the way the bike has been built, where it came from, its history, and everything to do with it. Honestly, you could spend an hour talking to each owner here in the paddock and learn so much more. On top of that, you've got the motorcycle clubs, if you like, that are up on the banking on the outside of the circuit. I mentioned earlier on the GT 750 Kennel Club that's up there. Shane Hill, I spoke to him yesterday. You know, there's so many things that you thought you knew about a classic motorbike. If you talk to some of these guys, they know every nut and bolt and are happy to talk to you about it. And I'd encourage you to come on down to the paddock and try and seek out some of these guys.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of people to share their stories, whether that's about their bike, their racing career, or just how they got into motorcycles. I myself, I'm not a racer, but I could talk to you for ages about how much I love motorcycles, how I started to love motorcycles, the influence from my dad, which you'll find is quite a prominent description you'll find in a lot of people's stories here in the paddock. It tends to get passed down a lot. The joy and love for motorcycles is never ending, and that's why I was saying to Ross earlier, off the back of that John Cooper interview, I think the world of motorcycling is in safe hands as long as we, the fans that are currently here, continue to pass that love and joy on.
Certainly from a youngster perspective, we appreciate that, because you do need to. There's no doubt about it. The demographic has changed over the years, certainly in my time. Got a little older. We don't have quite as many youngsters that are enjoying their time at trackside anymore. Speedway went the same way. To say BSB, there's obviously a BSB meeting on this weekend as well at Snellerton, and they'll be packed out up there as well. So it is alive, but it is a slightly older demographic, which is something that needs a bit of adjustment.
Yeah, 100%. It's something that will continue to improve as we go along.
With luck.
Yeah.
Last lap we're on now. The yellow with the black cross on it is being waved here at the finish line, so they'll have one more lap. Most of them have done that one more lap. They'll be pulled in, and we'll soon be heading for lunch, young man.
Yeah, quite hungry after this morning's action, and as I'm sure many people are, getting some time out on track.
That's the time to come across. If you fancy spending your lunch over here, we've obviously got a cafe that's over here. That's the Lakeside Diner Bar it's now called. A bit posh for me, but nice food in there and good people that serve you. Then down by the lake, in between the two, the little lake and the big lake, if you don't mind me saying it that way, on the back straight, just before the Cooper S's as is, there's a big marquee. There's a band on in there, if you like, if you fancy taking on a bit of music. Hopefully it won't be playing any of that George Formby that our producer Lester Forbes seems to prefer. I can just see him with his banjo, actually. Would suit him. Sat beside the pond.
Yeah, it would be quite interesting to see as we get some bikes coming now into pit lane. And Keith, there's a few questions I actually want to ask you about your career in motorcycle racing as well. I've a few written down, and one of them actually is, what is the best race you've ever competed in here at Mallory Park?
Mallory Park is always the race of the year, but it would be the best race. But actually the Transatlantic Trophy takes a lot of beating. The Americans versus the Brits, and I led. I remember I was always a fast starter. I don't know why that was, as in sort of off the line. And don't forget, we were push starts back in the day. So you had to push start a TZ750, which for a lot of short-ass motorbike racers, I've always had long legs, so it was kind of okay. And I remember I got a really fast start and I led everybody through Gerrard, through the S's, and there's some classic pictures, and it's a rare thing because it was that race meeting that I learned that you had to manage tyres and brakes, something a kid doesn't actually even consider. So trying to manage them, because back in those days, a tyre would last a lap if you abused it, and brakes were even worse. So it was a situation where, having got that great start and blasted off, and I got swamped, obviously, and the brakes failed, and the tyre was burnt out after 2 laps. And it was the likes of Dave Potter, Roger Marshall, and people of their ilk that kind of informed me that you had to take more care over putting the horsepower, which even the horsepower back then wasn't that much. It's 130 horse. I mean, you get a 600 road bike that's pushing out more than that nowadays. So, but what you have to remember, it's all relative. There was no grip, there were no brakes, and you were still travelling fairly rapidly around a racetrack like this on a TZ750. But from a favourite point of view, here, it will be the Transatlantic. I walked into an event in Texas, name dropping like hell again, the Circuit of the Americas, and Dave Aldana was doing a hooligans race. Bearing in mind Dave's older than me, and he was on a Harley in a hooligans race, and Julian Ryder dragged me over to him, and he remembered me, and it was the biggest ego boost I think I've ever had in my life. That Dave Aldana, the man with the skeleton leathers, if you've ever seen pictures, Riley, of Dave Aldana back in the day, and he knew more about my career than I could remember. What a big ego boost.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be. And another one here, because I'm starting to ask questions now, and another one that I'm going to throw at you actually is, what's your best moment here at Mallory Park? Now, let's say this is paddock related and, well, appropriate, let's say that as well. You never know what sort of stories could have happened back in the day, especially in the grassroots racing scenes, getting up to your younger 20s and stuff like that. So, yeah, what's your best moment here at Mallory Park?
It was mad. I mean, you have to remember that it was very much an amateur sport back then. Even at international level, it kind of had an amateur feel about it. It was a free-for-all. Everybody was drinking and smoking and generally having a good time, and those that concentrated on their racing were the ones that generally were going to go somewhere. And there was a quote recently by Casey Stoner, I think it was, if I can very quickly look it up before we go somewhere else, and we're going to go down and have a word with the Bonhams mob in a moment. But Casey Stoner said, if you work hard, you can beat talent until talent decides to work hard. And I think that for the likes of yourself, youngsters, need to really work on that. Let's go down to the Bonhams tent then, and it's pretty interesting down there. They've got some good bikes. I think there's a lot of bikes for sale in this paddock as well. Maybe Ross feels like buying one.
Down at the Bonhams tent, here with Andy. You guys perhaps more well known for selling off vintage things, but you're out there riding one today. How's it going for you?
Really good. First time on a UK circuit, so it's great to be here. I think this bike actually was raced around Mallory back in the day as well. My granddad was a Velocette restorer, and he was racing a TT in Brooklands, and that bike there did the production TT in 1976. But that one there, it's done all around the UK Isle of Man circuit, stuff like that, so it's good to kind of bring it back home and ride here again.
Yeah, so a machine with a lot of history, and as you said, kind of bringing it back home, kind of where it all kind of started for, I guess.
Yeah, it is. And, we used to race a lot of the UK circuits, so, Mallory, Thruxton, Snetterton, so it's kind of cool bringing it back here. And actually, my first time riding on a circuit, which is a lot of hard work, because it's a really heavy bike, and it's got really bad megaphonitis, but it's still great fun being here doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great weekend, and you seem like you enjoyed yourself. You do seem a bit worn out, though, after that.
A little bit tired, yeah, a little bit tired. But it's like a gym workout, this thing. But it's so much fun to ride it, and it's like a part of my family legacy to have it as well. So the fact I get to bring it back on circuit, get to use it, and have fun with it, it's mega. Right.
And I guess that encapsulates the spirit of the whole event as well. It's all about connecting the community related to these bikes and the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, I've been around circuits since I was born. I've been riding bikes since I was 4 years old and going to circuits with my family. So I've always loved the family camaraderie here as well. And it's like being back home again, because everyone's helping out. Like the guy Keith over there lent me a tool to fix a bike yesterday, and it's just, I've never met the guy before, and it's so nice that everyone helps out and has fun. And it's like, that's why I love these race meets, because you could be riding like the Foster's guys there, modern bikes, but they happily help us out, and we'll happily help them out. And I think it kind of just makes the racing community better.
No, it absolutely does. You've got a couple of other bikes out here on display as well, which I don't think are running, but do you want to just talk us through what else we've got down here?
Yeah, of course. So this one here is really, really cool. That is all original ex-Steve McQueen Husqvarna. So that's a very unique bike. That's being sold in the autumn Stafford sale, which is the 10th, 11th of October. It's in at £30,000 to £50,000 and no reserve. The Norton is wonderful as well. Ex-Frank Williams. He used to use that as a daily commuter with a Triumph engine inside it. Again, really lovely patina, lovely thing. The Jalera is fantastic. It's a K replica built 2004. It's done the parade lap around the Isle of Man. It's done local derby events. So again, just trying to bring bikes that would encapsulate the event. So like, you know, this is what we kind of thought, and it's been really popular. Everyone's been coming here talking to us about it, and you know, we're always happy to have a chat with people about stuff.
Will you take a tenner for it?
Call it 15. It's all yours.
I'll see what my accountant can do. But yeah, you've got some lovely bikes around here, and again, it's a wonderful day to go out and ride. And again, you've got lots of people coming along, checking out what you've got. There's some lovely machines. All in all, it's just been a great weekend.
Mega weekend, and it's great that Stuart's got us going again, and it's really, hoping every year comes strength to strength now, because it's a really good basis of the event. Like, you've got the circuit here, great weather, great food. What more could you ask for?
Awesome stuff. Well, Andy, we'll let you cool off, but thank you so much for talking to us and running through these wonderful machines you've got here.
Thank you very much.
Great to meet you.
Bikes are back on track again. Thank you, Ross.
We'll go back up to you now. Some awesome stuff here on display at Mallory Park. Of course, if you're watching along and you're nearby, get down for the afternoon at least. But if you are watching on, you can hear me over the PA, or just watching on your phone, and you're on the other side of the circuit, come over to the infield, have a look at what's on display, because it is just so brilliant to be here. There are some amazing bikes, as you've just seen, with history, with connections to this place as well. So do get yourself over here, come and speak to people. They will happily tell you their stories, the stories of the bikes. So get yourself over here to the infield. Riley and Keith, though, back up to you.
Thank you very much. We are back on another demonstration at the moment. The track is live again, and well, I have to say that the cloud cover, Riley, probably is a good thing, because you'd be baking. It's without the cloud cover, I'm pleased it's managed to hold off the rain, which we're not expecting. The cloud, though, is keeping it just at a nice temperature for these bikes out on track as well. You saw the man from Bonham's there. He's a youngster, and he was wearing himself out just doing demo laps. It's hard work riding a proper motorbike around here, particularly if you're a little bit tense, if you're not particularly fit. A few laps of Mallory Park will straighten you right out.
Yeah, it was a lot warmer yesterday on Saturday, so I think these better conditions doing a lot better, not only for the bikes, but as you said, the riders, and able to enjoy their entire days of action. And we saw earlier in the Plop Enduro demonstration a lot less riders stopping off to take a break this time, because they're all out there having fun in these cool conditions, not getting too overheated or too sweaty out there on track. And we saw some pretty crazy action there as well, as I just saw, I think that was a 125 Grand Prix bike swerve around the outside of a few bikes there. You see the corner speed coming to fruition of that number one machine. I believe that is an RS 125 from the 90s. What a beauty that is. Won many titles, of course, in its time. It did the RS 125 Honda. And one thing I did want to say, Keith, echoing what Ross was saying down there, is besides perhaps the raw feeling of adrenaline and excitement you get from riding a motorcycle, but the motorcycles and motorcycle racing in general, the close second place bit that I have to say is the stories. The stories carry this entire business of racing and just motorcycles in general, because everyone gets inspired to do something by that story, whether it's a story about their dream bike, their favourite rider in motorcycle racing, or maybe even just their dad, their stories from their club racing days, or their stories from just riding bikes on the road. It enlightens a young child's career, whether that be anywhere in the motorcycle industry.
It's tricky as well, because you turn up at an event like this. I mean, the disparity between the best riders and the perhaps not so great track exponents, for want of a better phrase, you have to be on your toes when you're riding around a small track like Mallory Park, because the different lines that each and every one of these guys is taking, and the different performance values of each and every single motorbike that's out there, the closing speed, for instance, let alone the lines that they're taking in and out of some of the corners. You've got to be right on your toes, because you could easily get tangled up with someone that's perhaps not where you expected them to be. So fair dues. We heard the marshals being bigged up earlier on, and they should be, of course, because the travelling marshals are trying to keep some semblance of control over this lot. Otherwise, it gets a bit out of control. And trying to keep them at a pace that's enjoyable and yet still safe is the key to this kind of event. Nobody wants to go home with their leg in the air and a plaster on it, that is for certain. So, like I say, well done, marshals, for keeping some kind of control. But if I was out there, I'd be looking for a gap.
Yeah, I 100% can believe that, as anyone would, to be honest, if you're on some of those amazing bikes. And that Honda RS125 I mentioned earlier, still going around strong, swooping around the outside of riders, really having a great time. As some of these guys, we just see someone there on an R1 as well, trailing along a few bikes ahead of them. Ahead of him is another Yamaha, a TZ250 Grand Prix bike that Storm Stacey brought to the Goodwood members meeting in April of this year. As you can see, you can't miss that number 70 top hat number 79. You can't miss it at all. Maybe even some people outside of the motorcycle racing group would know it, because it's just so iconic. And in fact, when we were talking about Barry Sheen's personality earlier, I think Storm Stacey is someone to carry that on.
We'll see. He's got a long way to go just yet. We had Jake Dixon, who was a man that looked like he'd carry the mantle of Barry Sheen forward. He even had the estuary Essex kind of a feel to his voice as well. But Jake at the moment is still getting better, still getting his wrist back to normal. He will be back, of course, at some stage in the not too distant future. I mean, Storm Stacey, originally managed by Neil Hodgson of all people back in the day when Neil was involved with him as a much younger man. I had the pleasure of spending some time with him at the Northwest 200 this year, because he won as a rookie. And when was the last man that won as a rookie round the Northwest 200?
Michael Dunlop.
Nah.
Oh,
me.
There you go. A brilliant fact from Keith Huewen.
A fact of life. Well, the main race anyway. I think Bruce Anstey won a Superstock race as a rookie, but the main feature race, the Northwest 200 itself, that Storm won 2 races as a rookie, remember, this year. So he's surpassed all of us. He had an absolutely fantastic roads debut out there, and I've got to say, he's set the place on fire from a personality point of view and from a racing point of view. Got a lot of time for Storm Stacey. He's a lovely kid, and he could go far. We'll wait and see whether he manages to keep that momentum going into the World Championships and the like. But as a young man, he's good fun to be around, there's no doubt about it. And as far as the Northwest is concerned, the whole of Ireland was ending up supporting him at the end of the day, and he's not even Irish. So Michael Dunlop might be the man they really support, but Storm Stacey snuck up behind him in his slipstream as popularity goes in the Northwest Coast. It was fantastic to see him doing so well. Got his own merchandise if you want to buy a top hat. I've never seen so many top hats since the 1920s or whenever it was, when they were popular. Can't believe how many top hats. He's got his own merchandising, his merchandising unit. He flogs so much stuff. He must have made more money than he did out of start money. I mean, Mervyn White, who runs the Northwest 200, must have been pleased that Storm was subsidising the start money with a top hat sales.
Yeah, I did watch most of the Northwest 200 coverage, and I must say, I don't think I can recall you mentioning that you were the last person before Storm Stacey to win in your debut. I bet you're biting at the bit to get that one out there.
I got Steve Parrish next to me. I couldn't possibly, because me and Parrish were going for a record at the time, the oldest pairing of commentators in one booth. I think we might have broken that record, actually. But there you go. Stavros, I had to nudge him occasionally to wake him up, but he was fine. He's a good comment. I tell you what, I like working with Steve Parrish. I mean, Parrish goes back, for me, right back to my very, very earliest days. He was one of the first superstars, because he's just a fraction older than me. He was one of the first superstars to speak to me. Him, and we heard earlier on from Huewen Thacker talking about Barry Ditchburn. Barry Ditchburn and Steve Parrish were the first 2 stars to speak to me when I earned my place in the transatlantic team when I was 17 or 18 back in the day. We had to qualify for the place. There were so many quick British riders back then. You had a ride-off at Brands Hatch on the Thursday or whenever it was before the transatlantic started. And I managed to bump, I think I bumped Dave Potter out of the team, put in a couple of quick times, and I was laying under me van fixing a starter motor. Here we go. I can tell you a quick anecdote. So I'm laying under me van in the paddock at Brands Hatch fixing a starter motor. I had really long hair then. So the Brands Hatch group came down to tell me that I'd qualified for the team. And unfortunately, I hadn't noticed that I was laying in oil, so that my long hair was now well oiled to one side. And we had to go up into the transatlantic, into the Kentagon as it was then, for the presentation. And I'd only got one T-shirt, and I looked like a scruffy, oily oik to be presented to the world's press and the American team. And the first words that Barry Sheene spoke to me, tell you the truth, mate, I've never heard of you. The first words Barry Sheene ever spoke to me. We got used to each other in the end because we ended up being teammates as late as 1983 when I rode alongside him in Suzuki. But it was good fun back then, and a privateer like me that was unheard of could qualify for something as prestige as the Transatlantic Trophy said all there was to be said about the early days in motorcycle racing. You can't do it anymore. You can't turn up at a Grand Prix and qualify through practice as you could again in my day. You could turn up at Assen or somewhere like that with your international racing licence and be given a ride in the practice, and if you were fast enough, you bumped people off the grid. You actually qualified to ride in a Grand Prix.
Yeah, it's such a cool time to hear about, and it would be nice to see the Transatlantic Trophy return one day.
It will never happen.
And I'll say one thing actually, Keith, maybe you would have done a better job to dip your face in the oil, and Barry Sheene may have recognised you as a member of KISS or something. So
I'll let you have that one. I'll let you have that, young one.
That's a bit unfortunate, but nonetheless, you did make your presence aware. Your talent, of course, which we would have heard before, the Northwest winning on your debut in the Northwest 200. I can imagine actually you might be a bit disappointed that Storm Stacey won, because now the record book says that Storm Stacey. Okay, yeah, you were happy. I can definitely prove that. But there's one thing. There might have been an underlying racer's feeling that you did miss out on keeping that title in the record books.
No, you never have that as racers. Your time is your time, their time is their time. It doesn't transcend that much. I'll tell you what, downstairs, just 2 levels below us, is the Scarborough Gold Cup. Val Henshaw is here, Steve Henshaw's other half, as was. Poor old Steve, he's not with us anymore. But the Henshaw Trophy, which is now the Gold Cup, which I won when it was actually gold at Scarborough, it's downstairs. You youngsters can go and view it. The actual cup is down there.
Yeah, and also down in the paddock, we've got an interview coming up with the guys at the Kettle Club, which of course you did yourself, Keith. They were quite an enthusiastic bunch, weren't they?
Shane Hill it was. He was very enlightening. I almost had a row with him over it, but the Kettle Club, great motorbikes. GT750 Suzuki's iconic in their time, and they still look beautiful even today.
Well, we're underneath the Suzuki, otherwise known as the Kettle stand, because it's a 750 water-cooled motorcycle, one of my very favourites from that era. And Shane Hill's here to help me out with all the details regarding them. Nice display, Shane, I've got to say.
Well, these are all members' bikes we've got here. A bit covered in dust at the moment, but they're all normally very shiny, and they're all ridden as well. So
it's quite difficult, isn't it, to keep a motorcycle of this age and this performance, because they were, in their time, about the fastest 750 you could lay your hands on.
Well, I guess some others might disagree with that, but yeah, they're a good speedy 750, and they still are. They're a perfectly rideable machine nowadays. Again, I mean, a few of these guys here, they'll regularly have trips abroad, so that's the important thing. They're out there being ridden, and ridden quite fast, some of them.
And if they're not ridden and they're on their side, you need muscles like Shane to be able to pick them up, because they are actually quite heavy, there's no doubt about it.
Well, they're only as heavy as anything else at the time. CB 750, Z1.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you had favourable scales.
Yeah, about 230 kilograms is what's on the plate. But yeah, maybe against the others, some might say these felt slightly top heavy, but in actual just weight and moving them around, no different to anything else of the same size at the time.
A friend of mine bought one of these out of Glenfield Baldettes, as was in Northampton, years and years and years ago. And he only got as far as Rushden before he found out it was a little limited in ground clearance. I would imagine you guys have worked that one out since.
Well, it depends on the year as well. I think the JKL, like the pink and blue ones you see there, lower exhausts. He's coughing there because I didn't quote the correct colours there. Suzuki would call the pink one Candy Lavender and Candy Jackal Blue for the blue. If they'd only got as far as Rushden, they'd only had to carry on for one more mile, because I live in the town next to Rushden, in Higham Ferris.
John Lee Motorcycles, of course. Johnny Lee's.
Still going strong, yeah.
The boys are doing good. So what's the favourite? I mean, what is the main attraction from your members for a kettle, as they're affectionately known?
I suppose for many it's for some, the blue one on the end there, Steve, he's had that bike since 1975. He loves it. For many others, they had one back in the day, and all the years went by, family, etc., and they're back owning one now. For me, I mean, one of the younger ones, maybe. It was a childhood thing, really. And personally, it's the colours and the chrome, which you just don't get on the bikes nowadays, I don't think. So, even if it does make it a bit heavier. But, yeah.
A little bit of extra chrome, we can stand that for the weight. Price range, I mean, again, with classic bikes, it's a difficult one to judge, isn't it? Because classic bikes go in and out of favour when it comes to the price. Kettles at the moment, what sort of money are they making range-wise?
I think they're probably suffering a little like the rest of the classic market. Prices are dropping and have dropped. There's probably people selling off their collections that maybe weren't that bothered about the bike, they were investments. So that's led... It's a buyer's market. There's plenty out there to choose from.
But very few genuine ones. I mean, you see exhausts that have been modded and other bits and pieces which, they're usually the simplest but the hardest things to get hold of, genuine bits.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the same applies as for other bikes. The more like it looks like it left the factory, the better the prices. But again, it's the length of string thing. The prices range enormously, but I should think, £6,000 is going to buy you a nice, clean running bike. You could spend more than double that for something concourse or show-worthy.
Great motorbike, though, and if you have one, well, the Kettle Club is the place to be. Thank you, Shane. Thank you very much.
We are just having a little bit of a delay here after the last session. I believe there may be a special demonstration for something out on the circuit momentarily before we go to our lunch break. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen. And it could also be that there's a delay because we're having to cart a stranded bike back into the paddock. That will have been Martin Snutch on his RS125 out there, which you can see being wheeled back in. There's definitely something that's been fired up down there, and it sounds pretty gnarly, so we will get a little bit more on-track action for you. Again, this is not on our schedules and what we've been told in the commentary box, so we might be going in a little bit blind into this one. Myself, Ross McIntyre, and Riley Davis alongside you before we head off to our lunch break then. Something's definitely running around, and looks like an old Honda, I think, to my eyes. We'll wait to see as they come round, as they're being waved out on their way. You can see just on the left-hand side of your picture in the Masterback Racing shirt, that is Stuart Hicken, as that Honda makes its way onto the circuit. And listen to that noise. That is certainly something as it makes its way out round at Gerrard's.
Yeah, this is one of the amazing historic Honda Grand Prix bikes from the 50s, I believe, as we've seen a nice display of its amazing sound. We heard it this morning actually in the paddock. It was just the perfect soundtrack to start your Sunday morning, wasn't it, Ross? It was truly fantastic, and I feel bad, but I think you were trying to get, or you or Keith were trying to get some interviews down, so I think a lot of people would have been struggling with the sound there. I do know how that one is like after that difficulty in the pit lane with the sidecars, but yeah, this bike is so incredible. Of course, Mike Hale would have been racing in this era as well on the Hondas, and to be racing alongside him, that must have been incredible as well.
Certainly would have been. Could very well have been a bike that Mike the Bike himself was potentially on, as I try and figure out who's on it and what actually is going around as they make their way through up towards through the Cooper S's and then up towards the hairpin, of course, keeping it nice and just nice and cruising at the moment as they work their way through the hairpin. Louis Dickinson, I believe, may be on that machine. You can hear that, definitely sounds like a 125 or something like that as it makes its way through, because that thing sounds like it's getting the nuts revved off it, shall we say, as it works its way through. It's potentially an RC166, potentially. Yes, it is. It is an RC166 that's going out there. So the 250 bike from Honda in Grand Prix from 1966 and 1967 that was out there, as it's it's certainly making a noise as it's just gone past our commentary box and making its way through. But yeah, so this bike was of course raced by Mike Huewen out there in the Grand Prix. Of course, back in an era where you did get riders racing in multiple different classes in the Grand Prix, all up and down the different capacities, and it wasn't rare, but you did see riders, of course, winning multiple titles in one year. Of course, there's been a fair few done that. You get riders winning multiple races in one weekend as well. So it was a very different era from the modern day, where you do one season on one bike and then you go to another season and you might be on another bike up in Grand Prix, or even in other world or national championships and superbikes, for examples. It's very rare you get someone doing double duty in the modern era. And it really was a different age, of course. The engineering, the atmosphere, the bikes were so different. Of course, the racing was so aggressive and so close. But that's what makes it special, I think, for us looking back, Riley, when we weren't there to experience it, of course. You know, we have old clips and videos we can watch in our spare time, but it's quite rare you get to see a machine like this with your own eyes out there on circuit, even although it's not being pushed. Highly surprising, it's probably worth a fair few coins, and you don't want to smash it up. And again, these machines, not exactly the most reliable in the world, unfortunately, the old 125s, but it's a special moment when you get to see something with this history out there on the circuit.
Yeah, they say take care of your elders, and the same goes for motorcycles. So we have to really be careful with these bikes and make sure they have... in fact...
Struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I think he might have dropped it. He has dropped it. Oh, that's a shame. But thankfully, that tip over, not going to damage it too much. Just trying to get it back going again. It's quite steep, that little incline on the hairpin, so quite easy to do here at Mallory Park. But yeah, one of those riders who did 2 championships in 1 year, not on the bikes quite as old as that, but Freddie Spencer took the 250 and 500cc titles in the same year. Yeah, and one thing that's really interesting about this bike, actually, this bike in question, is the inline 6 4-stroke engine. That's something we do not see anymore, and it's a real spectacle to hear that sound, something so different to everything we know and see in the modern racing world.
It certainly is, and yeah, something that was a bit different, of course, but of course it's a bike that Mike Huewen did take to 2 250cc titles. But we are now on the lunch break here at Mallory Park. We'll be back with you for a legendary machinery parade at 2 o'clock in local time. So just a touch over an hour that we'll be away. But don't you worry, there's still plenty of action here to join. If you are at the circuit, plenty of things to go around and look at, plenty of things to get yourself involved with. And if you are watching along, we're going to show you what we got up to yesterday. We went up and down Mallory Park talking to so many different people from the racing side of things, from the owners club side of things, and just spoke to them and listened to what they had to say, their stories, their relationship with this circuit, with this festival, and with the bikes as well. So while we take a break here for lunch, have a sit back and relax and enjoy some fantastic stories from some fantastic people here at the revival of the 1000 Bikes Festival.
Well, that was a wrap for Saturday's action here at Mallory Park. You join us for an afternoon. It's a perfect weather for getting some bikes out on track. Might not be warm enough to go take a dip in the lake, to be honest, but
it's where you're getting thrown.
I sure hope not, because I don't want to end up missing tomorrow's action. Plenty more to come, of course, and going over highlights today. Let's start off with you, Keith, of course. Many people that you know in the paddock. What was your biggest highlight from Saturday?
When you get to my age, you know everyone in the paddock, believe me, because that's what it's like. I know you youngsters, and I know all these old fellas that are out here as well, enjoying themselves. There's a lot of really interesting motorbikes around here today. Saturday, for me, it's like the warm-up for the weekend. You're getting ready for the big one on Sunday, the revival itself. And I've got to say that there's some motorbikes here that some of the kettles that we've seen today remind me of my youth. I know it's a long time ago and hard to believe, but there's some really good motorbikes, some really good people that are here. Naming Devil's Elbow after Vincent, that's a good one for me as well. I mean, Jay Vincent, I've not seen Jay for some time, and I don't think I gave him enough of a big up during that conversation either, because Jay was a superb 250 rider as well round here at Mallory Park. Here for me, memories, personal memories, 750, obviously TZ 750 Transatlantic Trophy. It was the first one of the
73, the Tri event that we used to have at Alton Park, Mallory Park, and of course Brands Hatch. So all of these things are really fresh in my mind, despite the passage of years. And I think that is the key to an event like this. When you come here for the revival, it revives your memory of the things that you can remember so vividly as an older fella. And for you youngsters, you're getting an education.
Yeah, in a way, I suppose it's like going to the museum. You learn some history.
I'm here.
And for me, my highlight probably seeing Kenny Roberts Jr.'s championship-winning RGV 500. I'm quite a big Suzuki fan. I love the two-strokes, and seeing that was pretty awesome. And of course, the tribute to Chris Vincent, renaming the Devil's Elbow after him. I thought that was a wonderful tribute, and it was wonderful to see his family as well out there in full force to celebrate that change as well. But how about you, Ross? What's your favourite moment from Saturday?
I think I'll probably mirror what Keith said, but again, from a young whippersnapper perspective, in that obviously I wasn't here for the stories. I wasn't here to experience all of the 70 years history of Mallory Park, but being here and meeting people for the first time and hearing about their experiences and hearing about the racing and the stories that they've done here and the bikes that they've ridden across their career and their lives, I think that was really special for me because, you know, again, I'm a young man. I don't quite have as much experience as others do on my side, and, you know, I sometimes like to go around pretending that I know a lot and that, you know, I've been around the bush a bit, but I really haven't. And it's a revival. It's getting a lot of people back together that are connected by these bikes, connected by this circuit. And it's been great to hear these stories. And, you know, understand 70 years is a long old time. And there's been a lot that has happened at this place, either at this event or in races in general. So it's been fantastic to meet and speak to so many people who all have their own tales, all have their own stories from this place, and to really understand, you know, what an amazing event this is and what an amazing place this is as a result.
Yeah, exactly that. There's plenty of stories that came out of Saturday today and plenty more to come tomorrow on Sunday. So we hope you enjoyed all the interviews we got for you from Saturday, and that's about it here at Mallory Park.
It's not just two-wheel action that we have here at the revival of the 1,000 bikes. We do also have three wheels in the form of some sidecar parades going around as well. We're joined by Rianne, who is not normally on a sidecar, but is this weekend. How are you feeling, looking forward to what's set to be a brilliant weekend here at Mallory Park?
I'm excited for it, but it is very new to me. New to this country, never been on any of the English racing tracks, so this is the first time on an actual proper wide track and on the sidecar. So,
well, you've already been out on it once, I'm assuming. There was a session a little bit earlier on today. How did it go? How did it feel?
Warm, a bit overheated, but no, it went all right for the first time. It's the first time with my other half on the sidecar, and didn't know what to expect, also because of the track. But it will be good fun for the weekend.
So, obviously, maybe not regularly on a sidecar, new to the track, of course, but how did it feel out there on the bike? Again, you said warm, but what's it like out there actually experiencing it?
It's very different to what I'm used to. I'm used to Dutch, like, road racing, also on a sidecar, but not on a big wheeler like this one. It was really enjoyable, very quick track, because it's mostly over the back end. But yeah, it's going well, so we'll see how the weekend progresses.
And I take it that this isn't obviously your normal sidecar. Do you know much about the machinery, or?
I know it's built by Dieter Busch, the proper Dieter Busch that used to make frames for sidecar, like proper racing, old school. I think this is a replica, if I'm correct. But it is it's a lovely bike looking at it, and I really enjoy it, so it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the weekend will be on it. It's different to what I'm used to, so...
Well, I'm hoping you're going to have a lot of fun. Thanks so much for talking to us. We can't wait to see you back out on track.
No problem.
Right, here we are in the more communal area of the Mallory Park 1,000 Bikes Revival paddock. We're here with a few gentlemen that are going to give us a bit of a look into this, as I said, communal area. So we find out the crack, I suppose, who has what bike and the story about that. So first of all, guys, what are your names and how have you got to this day at Mallory Park?
So I'm Steve, this is Dave. So we've been doing the 1,000 Bikes for a few years now, prior to it being 1,000 Bikes, all the other festivals that they do. We are the South Leicester Gilero Club, and we have the biggest collection of Gileras in one village than there is in the country. So we're very blessed and very poor now. But other than that, yeah, we've got a few other things. We've done a track day today as well. We've had to go on the track today. I managed half a lap before it seized up, which was not much fun. But no, so community-wise, it's nice. All the other groups of bikes and things like everybody's talking. You know, it's just a really nice place to be.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's something that I've actually been saying a lot today to many people, is that one of the best parts about this festival is to just come here and hear people's stories, whether that's how they built their bike, got their bike, whether that's their dream bike. And for Geleras, I suppose, they're quite iconic motorcycles as well, especially in the world of racing, like you would see here at Mallory Park. So is there a certain story that got you into specifically Geleras?
It was mainly we wanted to do the Moto Giro, which is a reenactment in Italy. So we just bought a 175, the little red ones on the corner there, to do the Moto Giro, and then it sort of escalated. And we now do Trans-Iberian, the Milan-Taranto.
There's lots of things in this country as well, isn't there? The Rutland Rail, there's Wonderful Wales, which we're doing in August, which is a ride through Wales and things. So there's a lot for these bikes, even though you don't see a lot of them about. There's a lot going on within the sort of Italian motorcycle community, which is really good. So we've got things ranging from like 1952 here, which is, you know, it's not as old as the Scots, but, you know, but they all work. And they're a very reliable motorcycle.
Yeah, you can always count on Italian reassurance on a motorcycle working, and especially with Gelera, they're almost known for how well they go. But of course, we had that one issue today, but that's a splash in the pan.
It was a Benelli. That's the reason. It wasn't a Gelera, was it? It was a Benelli.
Well, there you go. Now you know. Stick with Geleras. Maybe maybe that'll keep you all your bikes working.
Keep us going. Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for that one. It's great to talk.
Lovely, thank you.
So we're here with Steve Wheatman, a well-known man in the trade, and a brilliant collection that you've got in front of us here. First of all, what brings you and this amazing collection to Mallory Park?
Well, Stuart Hickens has been asking us for many years, and we keep coming here and we enjoy being here. So yeah, we haven't got as many bikes here as we'd normally bring. We've just brought 2 bikes along. Unfortunately, my mechanic that normally looks after them has been unwell, so hopefully he's on the mend now. So we just brought them along to show willing to Stuart and to support the event, which has been going now for many, many years.
Yeah, there's some really iconic bikes, including this one here, Kenny Roberts Jr.'s title-winning RGV 500. Could you maybe let us into the story of how you got a hold of this one?
Well, I bought the sister bike directly from Kenny, maybe 15, 20 years ago. And then there was a collection of show bikes that were with a UK dealer, Crescent Suzuki. And we managed to do a deal in exchange for some sponsorship some years ago. But the bike wasn't a runner then, so we had to spend a lot of time and a lot of money invested in both this bike and a number of other bikes from Kevin Schwantz and similar riders. But now they're all up and running, and we take them around the world. Kenny was riding this in the south of France a few weeks ago, and he'll be riding it next week at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to seeing that as well. I mean, it's such an amazing bike, and all these other bikes you have here as well. Quite a lot of them two-stroke as well. So is that more of a preference, or it's just what you've been able to get a hold of?
Well, it's very much a preference for me is the two-strokes, although in recent years we've been running four-strokes. We've run quite a lot of the classic four-stroke machinery at the Isle of Man Classic TT, where we're fortunate enough to have Michael Dunlop riding for us, and we've won 6 out of the 10 races that he's performed with us on four-strokes, so they're not all bad four-strokes, but we do have a preference for two-strokes.
Yeah, you have to be a bit biased when it comes to these amazing machines. So yeah, especially Suzuki's as well, the most of their history in racing relying within the two-strokes, the eras of Barry Sheen and Kenny Roberts Jr. Truly amazing bikes, and it'll be great to see as well this at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. But one thing I was wondering, is there any other bike that that would be a dream to add to your collection?
I think I've had them all, really, to be honest with you. I've either had them or got them, but it would be difficult. The only thing I would really like is a twin-cylinder 50. Suzuki made a twin-cylinder little 50cc bike, which is a dual, and I'd love to have one of those, but I only know of 2 or 3 in the world, and they're all away in collections, so it's unlikely that they'll be with me.
Well, you can keep dreaming, and hopefully that day will come. Well, thank you very much for joining us for that word, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Here we are on the iconic Devil's Elbow, soon to be renamed the Vincent's Devil's Elbow, after the very famous family that have been down this racetrack many, many times in the past. But we remember, of course, Chris Vincent, who is an icon of sidecars. Not bad on a solo bike either, it has to be said. And alongside me are son and daughter, Jason and Tracy, thank you very much, and Stuart Hickin from Mallory Park, of course. Max couldn't make it, Jay. He's in Spain, of course, your brother.
Yeah, he's out in Spain. He's a busy man out there. He tried his hardest to get here, but just couldn't make it in the end, unfortunately. So he's just sent all the best, and everybody's here taking videos and stuff. So we'll be showing him all about it.
Have to say that it's very rare that an iconic corner like Devil's Elbow is renamed in anybody's name, so it's a big honour. You must be feeling quite honoured that this iconic piece of racetrack in Britain is named after your dad.
Absolutely. You know, it's a massive honour. You know, I'm so proud. You know, our dad, he just brought us up with motorbikes, and we live 2 miles down the road in Shilton. So Mallory Park's just been part of our life since day one, and like you say, now for it to be named this Vincent's Devil's Elbow is just absolute amazing.
Tracy, it brings a tear to my eye, so I don't know what it's doing for you as daughter of a very famous, iconic man, now named on an iconic racetrack.
Exactly. I mean, we've been brought up with this track. It's the friendly one, and we've always been here, so it is an honour. It's very nice, thank you.
And I have to say that Stuart Hickin, man of the Mallory Park, you've always had this kind of thing in your mind, haven't you? These historic events, the people that were involved in historic events from years ago, you've always managed to look after, to make sure that we're all remembered.
I hope so. I mean, for me, the 60s were unbelievably, you know, watching their dad, Dicey with Owen Greenwood, and I mean, that was war. With the guys out there, if you were a Greenwood fan, then there were plenty of punch-ups. But just, he was the king of drift down here. Absolutely, a sight to behold.
These events are never easy to put on, that's for sure, because people get old, motorcycles get old, and it's difficult to coordinate something along these lines. But how about this weekend?
Yeah, I think we've concentrated really on not so many riders, but more interesting bikes. I mean, I have to thank Mike Brady, who owns that BSA and the 2 BMWs, and many, many more people that bought really, really interesting motorcycles to have a look at, because I think that's what motorcyclists are about.
Sidecars, it's always an issue, isn't it, with sidecars? They've been done down as a group of people, and yet the engineering and the talent that we have in Britain for sidecar racing has been second to none, right from the very earliest days right up to date.
Yeah, for sure, and in some ways probably they've been their own downfall with enclosing the outfits, because there was no sight going into Gerrard's on a sitter with the handlebars going from lock to lock. So in some ways, maybe being fully enclosed has not helped. I am a sidecar fan, although I'm a solo man. I love sidecars. And I don't know how we're going to get them out the doldrums, because when most guys take the helmet off, they've got less air than me, which is quite difficult.
And it's blowing my hair around when I've carefully placed it as well. You've got no problem with that, though, Jay, have you?
No, easy. I save a fortune in them hairdressers, I do.
Tell me about it when you were growing up. Obviously, your dad being as good as he was in a sidecar. You never fancied any sidecar shenanigans yourself?
No, not at all, really. I mean, we got brought up in the back garden, riding around, you know, from about 4 years old, and obviously on just little Pee-wees and Archel jets and stuff. No, it's never sort of materialised, the fact of sidecars, and we just ended up going motocross and then started road racing, and naturally just went down that road, really.
But here we are in a proud moment at the moment. The icon that is Devil's Elbow, now renamed Vincent's Devil's Elbow. And I have to say, big round of applause to the Vincent family, please, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, to all the support the sidecar guys have given us here this weekend as well. please do come down into the paddock and come and see and support everybody that's here. And a big thank you to Stuart Hickin as well, who's made it all worthwhile. Thank you very much, Stuart.
Thanks very much, Stuart. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Thanks, mate.
And to the full Vincent family for turning out en masse behind us. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Keith. We are now going to head over and speak to some of the sidecar guys that are with us this weekend to understand what an honourable moment this is. They might be trying to head off, but we'll see if we can get a couple words out of some of them at least. We'll jump over here to the number 14 squad. Guys, looks like you might be heading back in a short moment, but we can just grab a few words out of you to talk about how it feels to be here and be part of this incredible moment and the renaming of the corner to the Vincent's Devil's Elbow.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, nice day, nice weather. Some good fun.
Absolutely. And was Chris someone you knew or raced against, or just a hero of yours potentially?
Just an hero.
Yeah, he was certainly a hero of this track and indeed of this sport as well. But still, it's great to be back here at the 1,000 Bikes. And again, here with your sidecar, you've been part of this moment where you can honour, as you said, a hero of yours. So going forward, as we get some loud noises over in the corner, again, just must be a special weekend in general.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what's here. Well, hope you guys enjoy the rest of the weekend. Looks like these sidecar guys are going to be heading and making their way back to the paddock after this moment. So we'll say thank you to Chris Vincent for all his heroics, and again a big thank you to the Vincent family for showing up and showing their support. A big thank you to Mallory Park for allowing us to be here and experience such an incredible moment as we rename this corner after a true legend of this track and of this sport, now the Vincent's Devil's Elbow. We're joined by the man of the hour in Stuart Hickin. Stuart, you can just about hear me, something's being fired up over there. It's great to be here with you, and it's great to be back for the 1,000 Bikes revival as well. How are you feeling going into this weekend?
Yes, good. I mean, the 1,000 Bikes have died a little bit of a death. We put a lot of work in this year, and hopefully we've revived it, which was essential, because we're 70 years old this year. Bearing in mind, I also came here 68 years ago.
Well, as you said, it's not just great to be here for the revival of this historic festival, but it's a historic year for Mallory Park as well. What does that mean to you and the community here at this racetrack?
Yeah, for myself a lot, because as I say, I came on my push bike, 10-year-old, saw a racing that was unbelievable, really. Everybody loud megaphones and noisy two-strokes. Fell in love with racing straight away, and I raced here in '66 the first time myself. I worked here in the 90s as a manager. Unfortunately, that particular company got it into big trouble. We resurrected it a few years later, straight after they went bankrupt with it. Spent a load of money with solicitors and managed to reopen it, so hopefully we can keep it going.
Well, I mean, again, it's a place that means so much to you and has so much history, of course. But it's not just Mallory Park we're celebrating this weekend. Of course, we're celebrating all of these wonderful bikes in the community that's here. And there's so much going on. Of course, there's the 50th anniversary tribute to Barry Sheene and his first World Championship victory. With the renaming of Devil's Elbow as well. Of course, a rider who meant so much to this place. So there's so much to celebrate.
Yeah, well, Chris was a real good character. He was a grass track champion as well, and when this used to be an oval grass track, he told me that he rode from...
Well, that was a wrap for Saturday's action here at Mallory Park.
Middle of Birmingham on his grass outfit with his passenger, finished third, won £3 and went back home, no insurance, no tax on the bike. Was a hell of a rider, evidently also on solos. Won the TT on a BSA. And he made friends with a guy named Ito from Japan, who was one of the top riders. He won a TT on a 50. And Ito said, would you like to ride a new 250 Suzuki we're bringing? We'll bring it to the Hutchinson 500 miler. Chris never heard a word from them, and it would have been telexes in those days or whatever. So he did decide to go down and found a van there, the bike in, sat on it, put the levers in the right place, the new Super 6, and won the race. And he did exactly the same the following year on a 500 Cobra. So a man of immense talent and a cracking engineer as well, a real nice guy. Sheeny, Emily, I can't believe it's that long, but time does fly a little bit. Barry I got to know, I started racing 1 week before him. I'd got a bull taco and he'd got 3 with his dad. And I used to borrow bits off him and he used to borrow bits off me. And although he was very famous, every time he saw me, he would just come over and say, "Hey, Stuart." And don't forget, he'd say, "Bulto, made of tin, ride them out and push them in." Because they seized a lot. But yeah, good guy, a real good guy. Velocets, I think was it 100 years since they had their first TT win as well. And we've got some nice velos here, so a lot of celebrations. And I do hope everybody enjoys herself. Got a decent crowd, so yeah, fingers crossed.
Absolutely. It's already been a great weekend so far. We can't wait for the rest of it. Stuart, thank you so much for talking to us and enjoy the rest of the revival of 1,000 Bikes.
I certainly will. Thanks very much.
Now, it is the World Cup at the moment, so footballing spirits are high here in, England anyway at the moment. But why play regular football when you could do it on a motorbike? We're joined by Ray Attewell from the Hayes and Southall Motorball Club. Ray, how are things?
Lovely, yeah, we're having a great time here at the show. Whoops. We've had a few people come around and sort of see us and show some interest. We, being the only club doing it in the UK now, it's difficult for us to keep the sport going, but we do our best. I guess that makes us the England team.
Can't go too badly with that, I suppose.
No, I mean, the good thing is that when we play, we form 2 teams and we play against each other, but at the end of the day, everyone's a winner because we just play and have fun and enjoy ourselves. As I say, it's difficult to keep the sport alive. It's about finding venues to go to and putting bums on seats.
Absolutely. And maybe for anyone who's not familiar with the concept of motorball, what are the rules like? How do you play a game?
Well, basically, it's 5-a-side football. You have 4 players on bikes and a goalkeeper on each side. The bikes are 250cc maximum. A lot of the bikes that we use, they've come from Germany. They're specially adapted with dual foot brakes. And they have funky hand gear changes as well, which if you've never ridden something like that, it takes a bit to get your head around it, but it works very well. It allows the rider to ride along with the ball on either foot. But the other rules with motorball is that there's 2 simple rules. The goalkeeper is protected by a 6-metre semicircle because he really doesn't want to get struck by a rider or anything. And the other thing is that we you're allowed to run up to the halfway line with the ball, but then you have to pass it to another player of your own side or bounce it off an opponent. You're not allowed to run the entire length of the pitch. Otherwise it's unfair. If you've got a quick bike, you can just run from end to end and score. So that's the basic principle of it.
Oh, sounds fascinating. A special year for you guys as well, celebrating 50 years as a club as well. Have you got any special anniversary plans for that?
Well, we've got a couple of events coming up. We don't. Events for us are a bit thin on the ground, but we've got one coming up at Trinity Park in Ipswich the first weekend of July, and we're again at Ipswich. First weekend in August, and then we're again at Ipswich in the first weekend of September too. There'll be celebratory matches. We've just been enjoying ourselves and celebrating the fact that we've been around for 50 years and hopefully 50 more.
Well, fingers crossed. It's been great to speak to you, Ray, and enjoy the rest of your weekend here at Mallory Park. Thanks a lot.
Lovely. Thanks a lot. You have a good weekend too.
The Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club are also here with us at Mallory Park and the 1,000 Bikes Revival this weekend. We're joined by Neil, the representative of choice from the VJMC. Neil, how's things for you?
Yeah, really good. As you can see, we've had a good turnout, not only us but the whole of Mallory Park for this 1,000 Bikes event. Come and see us on the stand. We've got plenty of variations of old motorbikes from the 70s right up until the 2000s.
Would you say there's any one particular bike that's really popular within your club? Obviously, there's a lot of different Japanese motorbikes that are very popular in the UK.
Yeah, we have a good variation, a lot of YPVSs and LCs, but also lots of CBRs. They're really popular.
Have you guys got anything going out on track this weekend?
No, we're not doing the track this weekend.
So you have to come and marvel at them instead?
Yeah, absolutely. Just come and see us, say hello, come and join the club. If you've got a motorcycle 15 years old, more than 15 years old, you can join the club.
And what kind of events do you guys put on? Is it kind of just a get-together at events like this, or do you organise maybe rides or trips away, things like that?
We do organise ride-outs as well. We're at World Superbike Donington next weekend. Similar sort of setup, but we'll have a load of different bikes there as well.
I'm sure you'll be supporting the Japanese manufacturers out there on that one.
Of course.
That's awesome. Well, Neil, thanks very much for talking to us. And shame you guys aren't heading out on track, but still, you've got some lovely machines here, so I'm going to spend probably quite a lot of time analysing all of them.
OK, thank you very much. Have a good day.
We're joined by Alan Wilton, a man with many a story to tell here at Mallory Park, and a very lovely looking Suzuki before us as well. Alan, how are we going into the 1,000 Bikes Festival?
Oh, all good, thank you. Looking forward to it tomorrow.
Now, talk us through the machinery that we see before us here.
This is a 1984 Mark 9 Suzuki RGB. One of only 25 ever made in the world.
So pretty rare then, so I'm guessing probably worth quite a few coin as well.
Yes, rather not say, to be honest.
That's fair enough, but how's your experience on the bike? You got many stories around here on this place or on that machine?
I've raced at Mallory for years, since early 80s, so had some big offs around here. Broke my arm and had a fractured skull. But the bike, I've never ridden this bike around here in anger. Stuart Hickin very politely let me borrow the track one day, and I used it round. But tomorrow will be the first time properly using it.
So you're looking forward to it, I'm assuming?
Yeah, of course. Mallory's a great circuit. They do a good job, and it's fabulous. Just all the paintwork and the grass is fabulous. They do a really good job.
But how are you feeling going into this weekend, though? Obviously, there's so many people here, so many old faces I'm sure you're catching up with as well. And again, it's a celebration of the history of the circuit, of the history of the bike racing here in Leicestershire as well. So you must be just really happy to be here in general.
Yeah, it's a great circuit. I love it. That's all I can say, really. It's great. Sorry, yeah.
No, that's more than enough. Again, it is a great track, and we're very excited to see you out there tomorrow as well on the Suzuki. So thanks very much for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
No, pleasure. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Well, that was a wrap for Saturday's action here at Mallory Park. You join us for an afternoon. It's a perfect weather for getting some bikes out on track. Might not be warm enough to go take a dip in the lake, to be honest, but
it's where you're getting thrown.
I sure hope not, because I don't want to end up missing tomorrow's action. Plenty more to come, of course, and going over highlights today. Let's start off with you, Keith. Of course, many people that you know in the paddock. What was your biggest highlight from Saturday?
When you get to my age, you know everyone in the paddock, believe me, because that's what it's like. I know you youngsters, and I know all these old fellas that are out here as well enjoying themselves. There's a lot of really interesting motorbikes around here today. Saturday, for me, it's like a warm-up for the weekend. You're getting ready for the big one on Sunday, the revival itself. And I've got to say that there's some motorbikes here that some of the kettles that we've seen today remind me of my youth. I know it's a long time ago and hard to believe, but there's some really good motorbikes, some really good people that are here. Naming Devil's Elbow after Vincent, that's a good one for me as well. I mean, Jay Vincent, I've not seen Jay for some time, and I don't think I gave him enough of a big up during that conversation either, because Jay was a superb 250 rider as well, round here at Mallory Park. Here for me, memories, personal memories, 750, obviously, TZ 750, Transatlantic Trophy. It was the first one of the three, the try event that we used to have at Holt Park, Mallory Park, and of course Brands Hatch. So all of these things are really fresh in my mind despite the passage of years, and I think that is the key to an event like this. When you come here for the revival, it revives your memory of the things that you can remember so vividly as an older fella. And for you youngsters, you're getting an education.
Yeah, in a way, I suppose it's like going to the museum. You learn some history.
I'm here.
And for me, my highlight probably seeing Kenny Roberts Jr.'s championship-winning RGV 500. I'm quite a big Suzuki fan. I love the two-strokes, and seeing that was pretty awesome. And of course, the tribute to Chris Vincent, renaming the Devil's Elbow after him. I thought that was a wonderful tribute, and it was wonderful to see his family as well out there in full force to celebrate that change as well. But how about you, Ross? What's your favourite moment from Saturday?
I think I'll probably mirror what Keith said, but again from a young whippersnapper perspective, in that obviously I wasn't here for the stories. I wasn't here to experience all of the 70 years history of Mallory Park, but being here and meeting people for the first time and hearing about their experiences and hearing about the racing and the stories that they've done here and the bikes that they've ridden across their career and their lives, I think that was really special for me because, you know, again, I'm a young man. I don't quite have as much experience as others do on my side, and, you know, I sometimes like to go around pretending that I know a lot and that, you know, I've been around the bush a bit, but I really haven't. And it's a revival. It's getting a lot of people back together that are connected by these bikes, connected by this circuit. And it's been great to hear these stories. And, you know, understand 70 years is a long old time. And there's been a lot that has happened at this place, either at this event or in races in general. So it's been fantastic to meet and speak to so many people who all have their own tales, all have their own stories from this place, and to really understand, you know, what an amazing event this is and what an amazing place this is as a result.
Yeah, exactly that. There's plenty of stories that came out of Saturday today and plenty more to come tomorrow on Sunday. So we hope you enjoyed all the interviews we got for you from Saturday, and that's about it here at Mallory Park.
It's not just two-wheel action that we have here at the revival of the 1,000 bikes. We do also have three wheels in the form of some sidecar parades going around as well. We're joined by Rienne, who's not normally on a sidecar but is this weekend. How are you feeling, looking forward to what's set to be a brilliant weekend here at Mallory Park?
I'm excited for it, but it is very new to me, new to this country. Never been on any of the English racing tracks, so this is the first time on an actual proper wide track and on the sidecar.
Well, you've already been out on it once, I'm assuming. There was a session a little bit earlier on today. How did it go? How did it feel?
Warm. A bit overheated, but no, it went all right for the first time. It's the first time with my other half on the sidecar, and didn't know what to expect, also because of the track. But it will be good fun for the weekend.
So, obviously, maybe not regularly on a sidecar, new to the track, of course, but how did it feel out there on the bike? Again, you said warm, but what's it like out there actually experiencing it?
It's very different to what I'm used to. I'm used to Dutch, like, road racing, also on a sidecar, but not on a big wheeler like this one. It was really enjoyable, very quick track, because it's mostly over the back end. But yeah, it's going well, so we'll see how the weekend progresses.
And I take it that this isn't obviously your normal sidecar. Do you know much about the machinery, or?
I know it's built by Dieter Busch, the proper Dieter Busch that used to make frames for sidecar, like proper racing, old school. I think this is a replica, if I'm correct. But it is it's a lovely bike looking at it, and I really enjoy it, so be interesting to see how the rest of the weekend will be on it. It's different to what I'm used to, so.
Well, I'm hoping you're going to have a lot of fun. Thanks so much for talking to us. We can't wait to see you back out on track.
No problem.
Right, here we are in the more communal area of the Mallory Park 1,000 Bikes Revival paddock. We're here with a few gentlemen that are going to give us a bit of a look into this, as I said, communal area.
The Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club are also here with us at Mallory Park and the 1,000 Bikes Revival this weekend. We're joined by Neil, the representative of choice from the VJMC. Neil, how's things for you?
Yeah, really good. As you can see, we've had a good turnout, not only us but the whole of Mallory Park for this 1,000 Bikes event. Come and see us on the stand. We've got plenty of variations of old motorbikes from the 70s right up until the 2000s.
Would you say there's any one particular bike that's really popular within your club? Obviously, there's a lot of different Japanese motorbikes that are very popular in the UK.
Yeah, we have a good variation, a lot of YPVSs and LCs, but also lots of CBRs. They're really popular.
Have you guys got anything going out on track this weekend?
No, we're not doing the track this weekend.
So you have to come and marvel at them instead?
Yeah, absolutely. Just come and see us, say hello, come and join the club. If you've got a motorcycle 15 years old, more than 15 years old, you can join the club.
And what kind of events do you guys put on? Is it kind of just a get-together at events like this, or do you organise maybe rides or trips away, things like that?
We do organise ride-outs as well. We're at World Superbike Donington next weekend. Similar sort of setup, but we'll have a load of different bikes there as well.
I'm sure you'll be supporting the Japanese manufacturers out there on that one.
Of course.
That's awesome. Well, Neil, thanks very much for talking to us. And shame you guys aren't heading out on track, but still, you've got some lovely machines here, so I'm going to spend probably quite a lot of time analysing all of them.
OK, thank you very much. Have a good day.
We're joined by Alan Wilton, a man with many a story to tell here at Mallory Park, and a very lovely looking Suzuki before us as well. Alan, how are we going into the 1000 Bikes Festival?
Oh, all good, thank you. Looking forward to it tomorrow.
Now, talk us through the machinery that we see before us here.
This is a 1984 Mark 9 Suzuki RGB. One of only 25 ever made in the world.
So pretty rare then, so I'm guessing probably worth quite a few coin as well.
Yes, rather not say, to be honest.
That's fair enough, but how's your experience on the bike? You got many stories around here on this place or on that machine?
I've raced at Mallory for years, since early 80s, so had some big offs around here. Broke my arm and had a fractured skull. But the bike, I've never ridden this bike around here in anger. Stuart Hickin very politely let me borrow the track one day, and I used it round. But tomorrow will be the first time properly using it.
So you're looking forward to it, I'm assuming?
Yeah, of course. Mallory's a great circuit. They do a good job, and it's fabulous. Just all the paintwork and the grass is fabulous. They do a really good job.
But how are you feeling going into this weekend, though? Obviously, there's so many people here, so many old faces I'm sure you're catching up with as well. And again, it's a celebration of the history of the circuit, of the history of the bike racing here in Leicestershire as well. So you must be just really happy to be here in general.
Yeah, it's a great circuit. I love it. That's all I can say, really. It's great. Sorry, yeah.
No, that's more than enough. Again, it is a great track, and we're very excited to see you out there tomorrow as well on the Suzuki. So thanks very much for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Oh, it's no pleasure. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Well, Mallory Park is one place where you're going to find plenty of people that you haven't seen in years, and their motorcycles as well. Huewen Thacker, I've got to say, still, Dave Potter's machine is still looking as pristine as it did when it was run by Brody himself.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a mission for me to get it back on the track again. Had it since 81 when Dave was sadly killed at Alton Park. And it had stayed in a rested state for a long time, so I think it was 5 odd years ago finally decided to pull it apart and get it to do what it was supposed to do. Obviously I rebuilt all the engine, internals, etc., suspension, had to do the paintwork because that was effectively non-existent, but I've tried to keep it, the frame paint, the rubbers on the handlebars, everything is as Dave rode it in 79, so it's a restoration, but it's I don't know what the word is.
Original restoration.
Original restoration. Tried to keep it as good as I can. Yeah.
Well, obviously, Dave and I go back a long time. I mean, Dave was, when I was a kid, and a cheeky kid at that. It's hard to believe now, I know, looking at me, but the fact was that Dave really helped us out when we first arrived. Le Manchester Motorcycles, Arnie Fletcher was my boss at that time. Ted Broad was obviously Dave's boss. Les, your dad, was well involved, obviously, with the oil company. Tell us a bit about that arrangement.
Well, Dad started, Les Thacker started in, I think, about 73, 74, and met Ted when Barry Ditchburn left him for Kawasaki. They got Dave involved, and that's when my dad got involved with Ted Broad for a good 6-7 years. Had a great relationship. Dad's modus operandi for his sponsorship was that he wanted to find the best guys in car and bike, so that rather than covering every bike in a sticker from their company, he just wanted the one that won to have the BP sticker on it. So he chose people carefully, like Dave. And it worked well. Dave did incredibly well over the years he was racing, and the relationship with Ted was a very important one for my dad. They got on like a house on fire, and I think the results showed in the results that Dave all the championships he won, the races he won, transatlantics, etc. And Dave never really wanted to go works, because he enjoyed the relationship with my dad and Ted. He enjoyed beating the works bikes on a private machine, which this is one of, so.
We always wondered why Dave didn't go more abroad, why he didn't go to more Grand Prix and so on and so forth, but he did stick in the UK, and he was the fastest man in the UK at that time, no doubt about it. But originally, I mean, it's interesting, I'd forgotten that Dave was old school, riding for Gus Kuhn Norton originally, and he's got the levers around the wrong way.
That's right. When Dave left Gus Kuhn Norton, he was very quick on those. On the TZ, the gearbox shaft goes from left to right. You can have it either left or right. So Dave immediately put his straight on the right-hand side, so that he didn't have to think about it. I have to think about it, because I have to, jumping off of Jack bikes onto this. When you're going around the track, you have to mental note that it's on the right hand side every time, but as you can see, it was a homemade gear shift by Ted, all brazed up himself, so it has nods to his earlier career, definitely.
Looking around this paddock in Mallory Park, I mean, I've got to say, when I got here on Friday and I looked around, there's about 4 caravans in the paddock, and I was thinking to myself, my God, when are they going to arrive? And then I turn up this morning and it's absolutely flat out and full. I mean, it's a huge... Bearing in mind there is something on at Brands Hatch this weekend as well. There's still a huge amount of people that are here.
There is. I mean, so people say it's a dying sport. The characters involved, and there's an element of truth to that. There are less people who know who the characters were. Dave Potter, yourself, even no disrespect, but ask a 20-year-old who Barry Sheen was or Sterling Moss, they have no idea. So it's nice to see that there is still, as long as we're making the effort to bring these bikes along, because it's not easy, it's not cheap to run these things. As long as we don't do it for the appreciation completely, we enjoy riding them, but it's nice to know that it's still appreciated, and long may it continue while we still can. In the world we live in, while we stick and do it, we'll do it,
All thanks to Mallory Park. Thank you very much, Huewen, and we'll catch up again later in the weekend.
Well, we're underneath the Suzuki, otherwise known as the kettle stand, because it's a 750 water-cooled motorcycle, one of my very favourites from that era. And Shane Hill's here to help me out with all the details regarding it. Nice display, Shane, I've got to say.
Well, these are all members' bikes we've got here. A bit covered in dust at the moment, but they're all normally very shiny, and they're all ridden as well. So
it's quite difficult, isn't it, to keep a motorcycle of this age and this performance, because they were, in their time, about the fastest 750 you could lay your hands on.
Well, I guess some others might disagree with that, but yeah, they're a good speedy 750, and they still are. They're a perfectly rideable machine nowadays. Again, I mean, a few of these guys here, they'll regularly have trips abroad, so that's the important thing. They're out there being ridden, and ridden quite fast, some of them.
And if they're not ridden and they're on their side, you need muscles like Shane to be able to pick them up, because they are actually quite heavy, there's no doubt about it.
Well, they're only as heavy as anything else at the time. CB 750, Z1.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you had favourable scales.
Yeah, about 230 kilograms is what's on the plate. But yeah, maybe against the others, some might say these felt slightly top heavy, but in actual just weight and moving them around, no different to anything else of the same size at the time.
A friend of mine bought one of these out of Glenfield Baldettes, as was in Northampton, years and years and years ago. And he only got as far as Rushden before he found out it was a little limited in ground clearance. I would imagine you guys have worked that one out since.
Well, it depends on the year as well. I think the JKL, like the pink and blue ones you see there, lower exhausts. He's coughing there because I didn't quote the correct colours there. Suzuki would call the pink one Candy Lavender and Candy Jackal Blue for the blue. If they'd only got as far as Rushden, they'd only had to carry on for 1 more mile, because I live in the town next to Rushden, in Higham Ferris.
John Lee Motorcycles, of course. Johnny Lee's.
Still going strong, yeah.
The boys are doing good. So what's the favourite, I mean, what is the main attraction from your members for a kettle, as they're affectionately known?
I suppose for many it's for some, the blue one on the end there, Steve, he's had that bike since 1975. He loves it. For many others, they had one back in the day, and all the years went by, family, etc., and they're back owning one now. For me, I mean, one of the younger ones, maybe. It was a childhood thing, really. And personally, it's the colours and the chrome, which you just don't get on the bikes nowadays, I don't think. So, even if it does make it a bit heavier. But, yeah.
A little bit of extra chrome, we can stand that for the weight. Price range, I mean, again, with classic bikes, it's a difficult one to judge, isn't it? Because classic bikes go in and out of favour when it comes to the price. Kettles at the moment, what sort of money are they making range-wise?
I think they're probably suffering a little like the rest of the classic market. Prices are dropping and have dropped. There's probably people selling off their collections that maybe weren't that bothered about the bike, they were investments. So that's led... It's a buyer's market. There's plenty out there to choose from.
But very few genuine ones. I mean, you see exhausts that have been modded and other bits and pieces which, they're usually the simplest but the hardest things to get hold of, genuine bits.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the same applies as for other bikes. The more like it looks like it left the factory, the better the prices. But again, it's the length of string thing. The prices range enormously, but I should think, £6,000 is going to buy you a nice, clean running bike. You could spend more than double that for something concourse or show-worthy.
Great motorbike, though, and if you have one, well, the Kettle Club is the place to be. Thank you, Shane. Thank you very much.
Well, that was a wrap for Saturday's action here at Mallory Park. You join us for an afternoon. It's a perfect weather for getting some bikes out on track. Might not be warm enough to go take a dip in the lake, to be honest, but...
It's where you're getting thrown.
I sure hope not, because I don't want to end up missing tomorrow's action. Plenty more to come, of course, and going over highlights today. Let's start off with you, Keith, of course. Many people that you know in the paddock. What was your biggest highlight from Saturday?
When you get to my age, you know everyone in the paddock, believe me, because that's what it's like. I know you youngsters, and I know all these old fellas that are out here as well enjoying themselves. There's a lot of really interesting motorbikes around here today. Saturday, for me, it's like a warm-up for the weekend. You're getting ready for the big one on Sunday, the revival itself. And I've got to say that there's some motorbikes here that some of the Kettles that we've seen today remind me of my youth. I know it's a long time ago and hard to believe, but there's some really good motorbikes, some really good people that are here. Naming Devil's Elbow after Vincent, that's a good one for me as well. I mean, Jay Vincent, I've not seen Jay for some time, and I don't think I gave him enough of a big up during that conversation either, because Jay was a superb 250 rider as well round here at Mallory Park. Here for me, memories, personal memories, 750, obviously TZ 750, Transatlantic Trophy. It was the first one of the three, the Try event that we used to have at Old Park, Mallory Park, and of course Brands Hatch. So all of these things are really fresh in my mind despite the passage of years, and I think that is the key to an event like this. When you come here for the revival, it revives your memory of the things that you can remember so vividly as an older fella, and for you youngsters, you're getting an education.
Yeah, in a way, I suppose it's like going to the museum. You learn some history.
I'm here.
And for me, my highlight probably seeing Kenny Roberts Jr.'s championship-winning RGV 500. I'm quite a big Suzuki fan. I love the two-strokes, and seeing that was pretty awesome. And of course, the tribute to Chris Vincent, renaming the Devil's Elbow after him. I thought that was a wonderful tribute, and it was wonderful to see his family as well out there in full force to celebrate that change as well. But how about you, Ross? What's your favourite moment from Saturday?
I think I'll probably mirror what Keith said, but again from a young whippersnapper perspective, in that obviously I wasn't here for the stories. I wasn't here to experience all of the 70 years history of Mallory Park, but being here and meeting people for the first time and hearing about their experiences and hearing about the racing and the stories that they've done here and the bikes that they've ridden across their career and their lives, I think that was really special for me because, you know, again, I'm a young man. I don't quite have as much experience as others do on my side, and, you know, I sometimes like to go around pretending that I know a lot and that, you know, I've been around the bush a bit, but I really haven't, and again, it's a revival. It's getting a lot of people back together that are connected by these bikes, connected by this circuit. And it's been great to hear these stories. And, understand 70 years is a long old time. And there's been a lot that has happened at this place, either at this event or in races in general. So it's been fantastic to meet and speak to so many people who all have their own tales, all have their own stories from this place, and to really understand what an amazing event this is and what an amazing place this is as a result.
Yeah, exactly that. There's plenty of stories that came out of Saturday today and plenty more to come tomorrow on Sunday. So we hope you enjoyed all the interviews we got for you from Saturday, and that's about it here at Mallory Park.
It's not just two-wheel action that we have here at the revival of the 1,000 bikes. We do also have three wheels in the form of some sidecar parades going around as well. We're joined by Huewen, who is not normally on a sidecar but is this weekend. How are you feeling, looking forward to what's set to be a brilliant weekend here at Mallory Park?
I'm excited for it, but it is very new to me, new to this country. Never been on any of the English racing tracks, so this is the first time on an actual proper wide track and on the sidecar.
Well, you've already been out on it once, I'm assuming. There was a session a little bit earlier on today. How did it go? How did it feel?
Warm. A bit overheated, but no, it went all right for the first time. It's the first time with my other half on the sidecar, and didn't know what to expect, also because of the track. But it will be good fun for the weekend.
So, obviously, maybe not regularly on a sidecar, new to the track, of course, but how did it feel out there on the bike? Again, you said warm, but what's it like out there actually experiencing it?
It's very different to what I'm used to. I'm used to Dutch, road racing, also on a sidecar, but not on a big wheeler like this one. It was really enjoyable, very quick track, because it's mostly over the back end. It's going well, so we'll see how the weekend progresses.
And I take it that this isn't obviously your normal sidecar. Do you know much about the machinery, or?
I know it's built by Dieter Busch. I think this is a replica, if I'm correct. But it is it's a lovely bike looking at it, and I really enjoy it, so it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the weekend will be on it. It's different to what I'm used to, so...
Well, I'm hoping you're going to have a lot of fun. Thanks so much for talking to us. We can't wait to see you back out on track.
No problem.
Right, here we are in the more communal area.
Well, we're talking about the legends here at Mallory Park, of course, the 1,000 Bikes Revival, and a man that needs no reviving, but certainly someone that, introduction-wise, a legend of Ducati. I mean, I've got to say, John Hackett, you really are one of these men that everybody defers to when it comes to Ducati. How did it all start for you?
Oh, I don't know about a legend, Keith. Legend, maybe. Well, I raced from 1966 until 1980. I retired in 1980, had a really good time, great fun, and I was at Donington Motor Grand Prix, and I got talked into by one of the organisers to do a race at Silverstone, which I said I don't really want to do it. I've got no bike, and anyway they organised a bike for me, and I did that. Did really okay in it and enjoyed it, and started racing again like a silly fool that I am. And I rode an OW01, and then out of the blue, one of my neighbours, really lovely people, a lovely couple, they bought me this 888, this very bike, and I started racing that, and that was me hooked on Ducatis. I got it. I was lucky enough to get it reliable and going really well, and then I took it to a few BSB meetings. Although I was quite old at the time, I was getting some reasonable results, but the bike was really fast and reliable, and then just seemed that everybody that was riding Ducatis and just came knocking on the door asking me to do their engines, and that's the rest history really. That's ended up opening a shop a few years later in Ducati Coventry, and we're still building race bikes and track day bikes to this day.
They are quite a complicated machine, aren't they? There's something that tolerance-wise, you need to get it right. There's not too many people. You can't exactly bodge a Ducati.
No, you're right. None of it's rocket science, Keith. You just got to be careful and do it the way it should be. Do it the way that Ducati recommend it should be, with perhaps a few tweaks here and there, but yeah, they're not really complicated. They're different, and you just got to be careful.
They are quite an expensive machine, though, aren't they, when it comes to the factory bikes in particular? The amount of money that the factory require for running a proper factory Ducati in, say, BSB now.
Yeah, they are expensive, but then anything that's top draw, it is, you're from your own experience with your Suzukis and what have you, they were cost a fortune to run back in the day over what the mere mortals and me were running at the time. And if you want the best, it costs money, and that's as simple as that.
How about the development? You talked about the 888, which is still a sweetheart motorbike. There's no doubt about it. It was a classic of its time, and technology-wise, it was ahead of its game. How do you feel about the way it's developed?
I mean, I still like stripping carburetors down and rebuilding carburetors, but I've just sort of got a little bit into old British bikes, which I really enjoy doing, but there's just nothing like the technology that Ducati are so far advanced. It's incredible. They really are the top of the game, and their engineering quality is the best. It's fantastic. And I've worked on I can't think of an engine I haven't worked on. But when you get to work on the new V4s that they build, the Panigales, and even a MotoGP engine that we've worked on, their quality is unbelievable. It's fantastic.
And yet, the Italians have a bad name when it comes to some quality items within their car manufacturers, perhaps, for instance, but Ducati are the opposite.
Well, I think they have been, and even Ducati going back in the day, because they were a company that didn't have any money. They were always skint. They always owed everybody lots of money, and I've been to the factory when there's been 20 bikes waiting to go to America, and then all of a sudden they'll pinch all the front wheels out because England are screaming for their bikes and they've got no wheels left and they haven't paid the suppliers, so they'll pinch all the Americans' wheels and put them in the British bikes and send them off to England. So then the poor Americans have got to wait for their bikes, or whatever country it is. But today their efficiency is incredible, and their engineering quality is out of this world.
Do you have any contact with the Gigi Dall'Igna, for instance, the guru, if you like, in the paddock of MotoGP? We always see him behind the scenes, and a lot of people attribute the way that Ducati's MotoGP performance has progressed is down to him, not so much him as in an engineering point of view, but gelling the team together.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I personally don't know him. I know lots of the team. David Tardos is a good friend, and Paolo Ciabatti is a great friend. But he's definitely brought something to the team, there's no question. He's a very astute guy.
Where do you see it developing now that we've got a new set of MotoGP rules coming up in 2027? They're taking some of that aero off of it and all the things that most motorcyclists it's not really that appealing, is it?
No, it's not to me. I don't like the aeros. They're for aeroplanes, not for motorbikes. And yeah, they just put aeroplane wings on, turn them upside down to push it to the ground instead of lifting it in the air. But I'm not in favour of it. I don't like so much electronics either. I think the electronics need to be taken away a bit. But it looks like they're starting with that. The new, the starting systems that they had on bikes, lowering the bikes, and the electronics they got to get off the line quicker, they're taking that away, which is, to me, is a good thing.
Do you ever get involved in perhaps the development of BSB rules and things like that when it comes to what you can do with Ducati in particular, but like the manufacturers, do they ever get together with the likes of yourself and think, well, let's have less electronics, more electronics, or anything along those lines?
No, I don't, Keith. I did a few years ago when we ran a British Superbike team with Michael Rutter and John Laverty and different riders. We did get involved a little bit, but not these days. I do get phone calls occasionally asking me, what do I think of this, what do I think of that, but I don't get to make any rules or tell them what they should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing.
It's getting a bit noisy down here now as we prepare for getting back out on track again in a moment or two. John Hackett from Coventry Ducati Coventry, I should say. Got to get the words round the right way, haven't I? And a legend, as I say, here at Mallory Park, and definitely when it comes to rebuilding Ducatis. Thank you very much, John. We'll catch up with him a little bit later. Back up to you in comms.
Yeah, thanks, Keith. Really good to talk to some more faces in the paddock. as we just wait for the legendary machinery parade to get underway. This is the one we've all been waiting for here at Mallory Park, and the sun's just starting to come out now in perfect good time for some of the most impressive machines in the UK to get out of there. And it's going to be a surprise for us all. There's BSB bikes, World Superbikes, Grand Prix machines, be it 4-stroke or 2-stroke. We'll have to wait and see. We have no idea, because as far as we know, Stuart Hicken only a few moments ago just went and picked out who could go out there based on what bikes started and what bikes didn't. So hopefully the good bikes that we know should be out there got started and will get going in this legendary machine parade. But while we wait, I'll just throw in a little bit of history. I have a few facts written down here in my notes that will get the bridge for us to this legendary machinery parade. We have, of course, the 70-year anniversary of Mallory Park, and if you've probably heard quite a few times in this coverage, Keith Huewen's 70th anniversary in a few in 2026 as well. Jumping onto that as well, 50 years since Barry Sheene claimed his and Suzuki's first Grand Prix title, 10 years since Cal Crutchlow became the first British rider in 35 years to win a MotoGP race, a Premier Class Grand Prix at the Czech Republic Grand Prix. That was an amazing race. I remember watching that when I was only 7 years old. But Ross joins me back in the commentary box. Only a few moments now until the legendary machinery parade, and as I was just telling everyone, we've got a bit of surprise coming as to what's coming out here today.
We do, but there's another surprise. I've just been down to race course. Ever so slight change of plan. Before we get the legendary machine parade, we're going to get an additional quick sidecar parade going out. Believe it may be Chris Vincent's sidecar.
Oh, wonderful.
Going out for a couple of laps. But I do now have an entry list for the legendary machine parade as well, so we can figure out what's going around and the likes out there. Of course, most of these bikes you will have seen already today, apart from the little surprise, which I'm sure we'll get onto very, very shortly. But yes, I believe that is Chris Vincent's sidecar you can see down there in the pit lane. Of course, this weekend, a very special occasion for the Vincent family, as the Devil's Elbow renamed the Vincent Devil's Elbow in a very special ceremony yesterday, which had the Vincent family there, and a fitting tribute to a man who was an unbelievable athlete, I think is the correct term. He didn't just race sidecars, he did race solos as well, and someone who meant a lot to this circuit and the community that's around it. So I believe we are getting a little treat with his sidecar going out before we get on to the legendary machine parade in a bit.
Yeah, just teasing us a little bit, I suppose, and giving us a bit of time to keep building the tension as we hear more and more about the bikes that are going to go out there. One of them, a former BSB bike, a Ducati 1098R. Oh, what a beautiful machine, the build-based Ducati. Yet to see whether it was Michael Rutter's bike or John Laverty's bike, one that was ridden in the Superstock class the year before. So we'll have to wait and see what that is. It'll be Martin Taylor on board that machine. And that's really all I got at the moment when it comes to what will be out there. But yeah, now we have sidecars coming out. Here is Chris Vincent's machine. What an iconic bike. And I'll tell you what, green is a colour that is often associated with Mallory Park. The logos and all the branding tends to be green. So quite fitting as the green flag waves that we see Chris Vincent's green sidecar getting out there on track.
Yeah, a wonderful, wonderful sight there. One of his many sidecars, of course. This one, I believe, is the sidecar that he raced in the 1962 TT, to my eyes anyway. So make his way around here. Of course, Chris had a lot of successes on the Isle of Man, not just here at Mallory Park. We get a little demonstration of a real piece of history here at the revival of the 1000 Bike Festival in 2026. It's been a fantastic, fantastic weekend so far, and we can't wait to we are getting this afternoon's action underway, in fact, but can't wait for the rest of the afternoon as well. And then it'll all be over and we'll go again next year, unfortunately. The weekend has flown by, but I guess that goes to show just how amazing it's been. You don't notice the passage of time when you're having fun and all that. There is a lack of adhesion flag out on the run out of the Cooper S's and into the hairpin, so I'm hoping there's not been anything spilled over there, or maybe it's just there's not a lot of grip, or it's just telling the duo on the sidecar just to keep it nice and easy through that part of the race course. Don't want to go smashing up such a vintage piece racing machinery like this, do you? It's probably going to be quite an expensive repair bill, I can imagine, if you do. But they do make their way out of the now Vincent's Devil's Elbow and onto the main straight, the run down into Gerrard's, getting a bit of a shift on as well. And it is wonderful to see. It's a big part of this weekend has been the celebration of Chris Vincent and his career, and of course we had his family here, have had across the whole weekend to obviously rename the corner after himself. But now we get to see a piece of his history out on the track as well.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, in fine Chris Vincent fashion, they're not hanging around, are they? They're really enjoying their time out there and giving a proper tribute to the talent that was Chris Vincent, the number 3 machine making its way now up the hill. And yeah, as I said, not hanging around. They're really having a good time of it out there, and an enjoyable outfit that must be. It had a little bit of a shake going down the front straight, but that's nothing to be worried about. These guys know what they're doing.
Certainly not into the hairpin, and they'll work their way back round, just keeping it nice and calm, nice and content. Of course, this is the sidecar he did go on to win the sidecar TT back in 1962. Currently in private hands, I believe, from what I can tell, sold at auction about 15 years ago, should I say. But still, it's great to see that it's still in working condition, still in running condition, and continues going through it. Of course, if you have any memories of Chris, or indeed of the Vincent family, as many do, please do get in touch with us. If you're trackside, come and find us up in the commentary box. Keith Huewen's also roaming around down in the paddock at the moment. Get in touch with him as well. Let him know your thoughts and what you remember of Chris. And as well, if you are watching on our live stream, again, just drop a comment. Let us know the memories you have of a real hero to many in not just the sidecar community, but the whole of racing in general. So let us know what you remember of Chris here as we celebrate him at the 1000 Bikes Festival. Yesterday, the renaming into the Vincent's Devil's Elbow, and today a wonderful display of a very historic piece of machinery, a TT winning machine. It's not often you get something as special as this.
No, not at all. And I just want to take a few moments here as it comes down the main straight to have a bit of silence so we can hear that beautiful thing singing its way down the straight here at Mallory Park. As you said, Ross, this is a brilliant homage to Chris Vincent. It's not easy to be forgotten when you've got such accomplishments as a TT victory, especially in the sidecar categories. You feel some of the riders back in the day used to feel like the sidecars were the more daring pilots of between solos and sidecars, especially at the TT as well. For the passenger as well, how far they hang off. And you look at old photos of Chris Vincent's outfit as well, and you can see the passengers all the way lying literally on the floor, and you see Jorge Martin getting his shoulder down, but all the way back in the 50s, getting your shoulder down with the protection they had on back then is unreal.
It's certainly an art form, is sidecar racing, and it's certainly something to marvel at as they bring that beautiful number 3 machine back into the pit lane. A wonderful display and a wonderful tribute to a brilliant man. As we remember Chris Vincent here at the revival of the 1000 Bikes Festival. A small, little bit of a last-minute showcase as well. It wasn't on the schedule coming into the weekend, but getting to see his 1962 TT winning number 3 sidecar out there for us to enjoy. Now we are back onto schedule for the legendary machinery parade. Some of these bikes we have already seen this weekend. Some of them are fresh out of the gate as well. I do now have a list of things to enjoy coming into it. So this one should be a lot of fun. It's basically the hand-picked best of the best that we've got here at the 1000 Bikes Festival.
Yeah, some of these are truly amazing. Two-stroke animals from the Grand Prix days. One bike back there that I can see, Suzuki GSX-R 1000 of Michael Dunlop, which I believe he used in 2022 at the Isle of Man TT. Don't quote me on that one. It was definitely in recent years that Michael Dunlop used that bike. As Keith Huewen joins me back in the commentary box. So many two-stroke machines here, and there's one that I want to call out actually, a brilliant livery. I believe this Shell Advanced Honda is a 250 which belonged to Anthony West in the early days when he was in the GP 250 class, number 14.
I've not seen it down in the paddock. I've been wandering around trying to look at as many classic bikes as I can, but there's so many here. There were a few missing in my endeavours to find the most interesting. The Huewen bike in the background there, that was his 1979 practice machine, I think it was, at the TT. It's had a change of calipers. When I'm caught up with them a bit earlier on, the calipers are jammed on the disc brakes, which was pretty normal for the old Yamaha brakes that we all used to run on TZ750s. So, but thankfully, and I haven't found out where they found the extra new calipers from, but as is typical with most classic events, there's always someone that's there to help you, and they've got new calipers on it, so it'll be out running, which is really good to see Huewen's actual TZ750 out on track in a bit. It's the number 12 bike when it gets out there. As far as the Shell Advance 250, it's a bit big to be a 250 from where I'm
Yeah, I
still
was
at the moment.
thinking that.
There might be the Shell Advance 500.
Yeah, the one Leon Haslam.
Yeah, let's
Chris
have a,
Walker.
Let's have a look when it gets out. Have we got a list of entrants for this now? Did you come across any of those? Oh, here we go. Hey, Ross is ahead of you, Ryan. Are you gonna be upset if he thinks you've been given preferential treatment? Ross has got an entry list across here.
Well, I was the one sat in the commentary box while he got undone that, so I think we're even.
Don't defend yourself; it's fine. You're a good boy, and we're getting it together up here. And to actually have a list of people is pretty impressive. So everybody comes out on the track then, and it's the little green stickers, the ones that we've got to keep an eye on, because they're the actual Mallory Park designated numbers that we have here, which are slightly difficult to focus on when they're blasting around Gerrards like they are at the minute. The numbers that the big numbers that they've got on, like the number 1 and number 4 that we're looking at out front at the minute, those two are obviously numbers that they had on the bike when they arrived here, which is pertaining to whatever they did last. For those of you listening on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're enjoying the show, that's for sure. There's plenty of live action here, and you'll be looking to probably join us, I would think, next year if you fancy a go round. Remember, you can actually run what you brung as well. If you've got some classic motorbike racing motorcycles that you fancy a ride round Mallory Park on, then this is the place for you. And the time of the year. The sun's just come out as well. The clouds have now blown over here in Leicestershire, and we are now under the sun, and it's pretty warm out there.
Yeah, it is. The clouds have certainly parted here at Mallory Park, giving us a perfect sunshine to show off these fantastic historic motorcycles. 2-strokes, 4-strokes, all sorts of amazing motorcycles. The Michael Dunlop's GSX-R1000 looks like a little bit of an odd one out here, because the majority of these, I'd say, are 90s 2-strokes from the Grand Prix. So it definitely looks like, I'd say, an ugly duckling. It's certainly not ugly, but it's just the odd one out, that's for sure.
I love the smell of 2-stroke in the morning, or any other time of day, it's got to be said. So you've got to live in a tent and smell 2-stroke, and it will take you back to the 1970s. Should you ever wish to go back to the 1970s, which in your case is definitely not the case. But as we go up the hill then, out of the S's, out of the Cooper S's, up towards the hairpin, back down to bottom gear. And on a 2-stroke, that's a bit of a handful, because you're going so slow round here. You have to give it a whole load of clutch to spin it out of here, because most of these 2-stroke motorbikes won't be in their power band at that point, so they'll be screaming on the clutch. And it makes a big difference how you get out of here. And if the tyres aren't warm, second they hit that power band, you are going to the moon, otherwise known as the high side. And plenty of that used to happen. There's the TZ750 Mike Huewen machine, being ridden, the number 12 then. Something like 130 horsepower, that's all they chucked out. But bearing in mind they're only 3.5 or 4-inch rims, if to the rear. Very skinny tyres on these things. Brakes were terrible, tyres were terrible, but somehow the likes of Mike Huewen and co made them very, very rapid. And TZ750s have a good rep around this particular racetrack. If you go back to the outright circuit record that used to be held by Stevie Baker, the Canadian with an American flag, racing a TZ750, he held the outright circuit record. Funny for you, Riley, you're going to have a laugh at this. They only used to measure it to 1/10 of a second, so it was 48.1 he had. Now we go to 3 decimal places. 48.1, and he would have been probably 2 or 3 tenths quicker than anybody else at that time. But of course, as all these classes closed up, we go to 3 decimal points, and I'm waiting for the 4 decimal points because quite often you'll have 2 or 3 in a qualifying session at MotoGP, Moto2 or Moto3 that are all exactly the same time to 3 decimal places. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, every year it seems like it gets closer and closer, and you see more qualifying sessions where times get equalled out. I think even at Misano for World Superbikes, 2 riders set the exact same lap time. Don't quote me on that, I can't quite remember. It was definitely in World Superbikes at some point this season that this happened, and it will keep happening for the rest of the season. So many different championships. It keeps progressing as everything gets closer, the machinery gets closer due to homologation rules and different things, concessions as well also make a difference in there to tighten up machinery, and the riders, they get so professional, they all get so tight together in terms of their talent. The time's getting really close, and hopefully we do see that 4th decimal place, that fourth number behind the decimal point.
We're looking at the green plates. Green plates are 250cc going back in the day. Blue plates used to be 350. The white plates used to be 750 and above for Formula. Yellow plates would be 500s. If you go back to the old designations of Grand Prix, black plates used to be, I think they were 125s or 80s, I can't remember now, but and of course the big red plates are your big old 4-strokes, as we're looking at here at the moment on the 87 machine.
Yeah, a red 4-stroke that's actually out there is a Ducati 1098, a build-base Ducati from 2007, one that John Laverty rode in the British Superstock Championship. Of course, that team also went on to compete in BSB with Michael Rutter, Kieran Clark and John Laverty himself, but that one, the number 7, what a beautiful motorcycle that is, as so many of them are here on track at the moment.
John Laverty's better known nowadays for his physiotherapy. You know, like he's a proper man. If you want a decent sports massage at a racetrack, John Laverty used to be pretty good on that. Meanwhile, big old 4-strokes. To be honest, that transition from when it went from 2-strokes to 4-strokes was a bit of a nightmare. I'm not talking about MotoGP where we transitioned from proper 2-strokes to proper 4-strokes. I'm talking about the days where we called 4-strokes diesels, because they clunked away and they leaked oil and they didn't perform particularly well. I remember coming here, I can't remember what year it would have been. It was a year, it would have been post-TT. Mike Hailwood rode against Alex George and John Cowie. Do you remember a name called John Cowie? I think he's from Northampton, actually, down the road. But John Cowie blasted off into the lead. Alex George was there or thereabouts, and Mike Hailwood, it's the first time I'd seen him in years and years and years, rode the Sports Motorcycles Ducati here, and he rode round the outside of them at the S's back in the day. It was just standing the ears up on my arm just talking about it. It was a special kind of a day, and here today at the Revival we're looking at Mike Hailwood's TZ750 machine, the number 12 there as it comes into view if you're watching us on YouTube, dropping into the hairpin. So that motorcycle touched by a god, has to be said. Mike Hailwood, people said he had loads of money and that's the reason why he got the machinery he got. That's just rubbish. Mike Hailwood was a fantastic motorcycle racer and was a fantastic car driver. If you followed him in Formula 1, he was a bit special in some very average 4-wheel cars. Mike Hailwood just had a touch and a talent that was beyond anybody else at that particular time, particularly in motorcycling. Who else do you know that's retired for 7 or 8 years, clears off to New Zealand or wherever he went to set up whatever business he went to set up with, come back here because he found himself with a bit short on cash, came back to the UK and absolutely nailed everybody at the TT. I've got to say that must be one of the most remarkable comebacks of all time. We talk about Marc Marquez coming back from serious injury and the like, but when you spend 7 or 8 years away from a racetrack and you come back and you nail somewhere like the TT, that's a little bit special.
Yeah, it's incredible. It wouldn't happen in this day and age, and of course that iconic Ducati that he rode to that victory, so amazing as well.
And it wasn't that fast then, I don't think. The Ducati in a straight line probably wasn't as quick as the big old 4 cylinders.
It didn't have that, how should we say...
And it was difficult in the factories as well, because back then you had 3 importers into it. I think you had Sports Motorcycles, you had Motorcycle Hoss Elm had a Moto Cinelli in Northampton, and I think it might have been John Hackett.
Ducati Coventry that imported Ducatis. It wasn't one manufacturer being brought in by one particular importer back in the day. And Steve, I think it was Steve Wynn at Sports Motorcycles, who took Mike on when he came back and gave him that motorcycle. And I bet best business decision I think he ever made for Sports Motorcycles.
Yeah, definitely. Ducati Coventry here as well, running that 1098 from British Superstock that I mentioned earlier. And the rider on board that TZ750 you just heard Keith talking about, the ex-Mike Hailwood bike, piloted by Sam Middlemas, who is a former British Superstock rider and now currently on his adventures racing in Spain on a Fireblade. So certainly a big change in machinery to jump from a Fireblade to a TZ750. So it might not be as close together in terms of on-track performance, but definitely a huge difference in terms of how you ride them, even if it's just as slow as this.
Absolutely huge difference. I think you nailed it there, right from the power delivery to the grip you've got, to the brakes you've got, to the suspension you haven't got. It's a situation where to jump off a modern motorcycle onto one of these classics is very, very difficult to do. It's much easier going the other way, jumping off of one of these things and getting onto a modern day motorbike. They are so much easier to ride. They've got much wider power bands. Obviously they chuck out a bit more horsepower as well, but everything on them. I remember that the last time I rode at Hockenheim, proper Hockenheim, when it went to the long circuit, within 5 years, a factory Suzuki that I was riding, the time that I did on a factory Suzuki around Hockenheim was beaten by 5 seconds by a production 600 Supersports bike with treaded tyres, with road tyres. 5 seconds, beaten a factory Suzuki within 10 years.
That's just the progression of motorcycles and how big it got as well, especially from the 90s to the late 2000s, and how everything evolved into making 1000cc motorcycles as well. And it's truly remarkable how far we've come. And while some say it's gone a little bit too far in terms of electronic aids and aerodynamics, it's good to see MotoGP sort of
well, we're dragging that back
to 2027. Which I think will make a big difference in terms of the racing.
Well, you see, this is where I disagree with you, Riley. Only because the development of an 850 motor being narrower, which means you're going to have more ground clearance. One of the things that on some of them, especially across the frame bikes, you've got a little bit more room to get everything in to start with. And I think the development of the 850, they ain't going to be far off the lap times they're doing now, with all the junk that we've got hanging on them to make them perform the way they do. Aero, launch control and all the rest of it. The reason they're getting rid of that predominantly is because of that turn one situation where you have everybody arriving at the corner absolutely on the limit, because the aerodynamics and the launch control means everyone's arriving at the same square foot at the same time.
Yeah, it's the ride height device making such a difference in that, and how difficult it is to deactivate by the front brake. And corners like turn one, tracks like Silverstone and Sachsenring and Assen as well make it very difficult to go that hard on the brakes into that corner, which is why we saw Alex Marquez crash out of the lead at the sprint race last year at Silverstone on lap 1 from pole position. But we move on anyway, continue to talk about these legendary machines. Another brief mention for that ex-Mike Hailwood TZ750 hasn't been ridden since Mike Hailwood rode it in 1979. That is incredible, and they've just restored it, and they're hoping that it's going to make it for the rest of this session, and it's certainly doing a good job, isn't it? It's so impressive to see the passion.
If you've put a TZ750 together properly, it will last. It's not a motorcycle that was particularly temperamental. They are, I won't say agricultural, but certainly old-fashioned in their dynamic, the way they're put together. But if you've put it together properly, got all the squishes right and the like, so you've not got one cylinder that's got more compression than another cylinder and the like. There's a little bit of nuance in technology that you need to get absolutely bang on to make them perform correctly, but providing you've done it all properly, they will last. They are very, very usable, very tractable motorcycles. TZ750s were the staple of big bike racing back in the day. They were the super bikes of the time, and everyone rode one. It was almost like a one-make series, if you remember the Formula 750 class. You can go back to the likes of anybody you like to think that rode back in the 1970s were all on TZ750s.
Yeah, and speaking of one-make classes, actually, Mallory Park in close proximity with Hinckley, the home of Triumph, of course, engine supplier to Moto2 and many more things. So many Triumphs here, actually. I interviewed a rider earlier who was on board a Triumph Tiger. Triumph has got such a history here at Mallory Park in road racing, especially the TT, and it's really great to see the turnout for them in what is effectively their home track.
John Blore, the owner of Triumph, the owner of Blore Homes, of course. John Blore was a part sponsor with Arnold Fletcher at Manchester Motorcycles when I joined them. So John Blore has been around in motorcycle racing for a long time. John Blore sponsored Steve Manship, who should have been the man who finished well on the podium or even won the British Grand Prix some time ago, but the timekeepers got their knickers in a twist and gave it to somebody else when they couldn't quite keep up with what was going on. But John Blore has been an avid supporter of motorcycling for some time. He took on Triumph. I bet he wish he hadn't back in the day, because it took a lot of time and a lot of effort to actually get Triumph around. But they got it right with Moto2. What they did was they produced their triples, obviously, and they handed it over to Extern Pro. Extern Pro was run by a fellow called Trevor Morris, who basically runs Extern Pro from the Aragon Tech Park in Spain. Right next to the Aragon racetrack is a technology park, and that's where all the engines for Triumph go there, and it's Trevor Morris and his group at Extern Pro who sift them, sort them, replenish them, look after them and distribute them to the Moto2 riders. So you've got a really level playing field. A very clever move from Triumph, absolving themselves from the responsibility of keeping the things going. And they are virtually, apart from the fact there was a little bit of trouble with getting from second to first gear, if you remember. They got themselves in a bit of a muddle where they could get too many neutrals, if you like, false neutrals, if you had to get back to first gear. But they got all that sorted out now, and that triple is well, it was a marked improvement on the across the frame Honda that they were running in Moto2 for quite some time. Checker flag then is out on this session, and with this kind of heat, you can see the heat now coming off of Devil's Elbow there, the Vincent's Devil's Elbow. I remind everybody, it's now the Vincent's Devil's Elbow, named after Chris Vincent, and his green outfit is out on the track. Stuart Hicking came up and gave me a job. CEO here of Mallory Park came and gave me this. I don't know whether he was winding me up with it, to be honest, but he's heard the reason why Chris Vincent's bike was painted green was because he originally was spraying it red out on his lawn at the back of his house, and he painted a red silhouette on the grass, and Chris's missus came out and said, "What have you done?" So he had to repaint it in green so he could paint the grass back to green as well. Now, it sounds like a great story, but it sounds like a made-up story. Anybody that's got any information can certainly get involved with us and put it in the comments section. We run in a comment section here on YouTube as well. Send us your messages. Oh, my God, look at this. 166 there with a 6-cylinder across the frame. If that thing doesn't scrape through its cylinders on the outside round Gerrard's, I don't know what is going to... Look at it. It's wider than my car.
Yeah, certainly a large motorcycle, and inline six is something that you don't see anymore, is it?
There's a reason for that.
Yeah. We saw it earlier actually, with the Mike Hailwood bike that was done a special demonstration. Thankfully, the rider who came off that is all right and was able to walk away from that one, and the bike relatively undamaged. But it's amazing to see those bikes because they create such a different sound. Like you hear it revving in the paddock, and it's like you can identify that bike because it's so different and it stands out from the rest of the car.
So, what's your favourite one, noise-wise, out there? Because I've got a distinct favourite. Have you got a favourite? Well, ask Ross in a minute, but
I'm going to have to think on that one and
let me give that one later. I mean, because I've disturbed you with that. Rocket 3. Triumph, or BSA Rocket 3 as it is actually. Triumph Triple is the same thing virtually, but that Rocket 3 sounds so sweet when it goes past here, and it really, for me, it's the era. It makes you feel like you're at Mallory Park. That noise of the Rocket 3 going by. A little bit earlier on, loved it. I am old, of course, so therefore I am slightly biased towards this kind of machinery. In fact, you're going to get a word in a minute, Riley, but I just keep on rabbiting, don't I? In fact, the first time I ever came to Mallory Park, if we want to make it a Mallory Park story, was on the back of my sister's boyfriend's Triumph Trident. There you go. So maybe it's that triple in my head that's making me feel so nostalgic about being here at Mallory Park. Stood up there, look, on the entry to Gerrard's. There's a little bump as you go into Gerrard's. And even with the new tarmac and stuff that they've done here many, many times, I don't know what it is with people who do tarmacking, but they always seem to put new tarmac down but leave the bumps in exactly the same position for some strange reason.
Part of the characteristic.
I reckon it's part of the characteristic.
Yeah, it's the charm. It's the charm. How many people have crashed there going into Gerrard's, and how many championships has that affected? How many races has that lost people because on braking they've got it so wrong?
I don't think Gerrard's is probably the biggest crashing point. It used to be the entry to the S's and of course the hairpin. But now with all these chicanes, these Mickey Mouse chicanes around the place, that we've had to slow down for health and safety because there's not quite the runoff that people deem necessary nowadays, and probably quite rightly. I'm probably going to sound like Fred Clark in a minute, and slightly out of date. It's never a good thing. Hope you're listening, Fred Clark. Tried to invite him to come up here and join us as well, but Fred's not on site, but certainly I know he'll be listening. Quite often my phone will ring or a message will come up and he'll correct whichever commentary or whatever I'm saying wherever I am in the world. And I'm slightly scared because I'm going to look at my phone now just to see if Fred's written in. Doesn't seem to be there just yet, but you can guarantee Fred's listening somewhere. He's another one that seems to be up in the clouds keeping an eye on all of us. Mark my words, youngsters. He'll be listening to you, whatever you say.
And we'll move on then to see what I'm going to say next. You'll be interested to hear this one. Another question for you, Keith, to give you another multiple paragraphs to throw at the viewers here. A question: what is the best bike you've ever ridden here at Mallory Park, whether that's in a race or in a parade like this one?
I've never done parades. I've never done endurance. I've never done parades. The problem is called talent and ambition. When your ambition is outweighed, or rather your talent is outweighed by your ambition.
Why Casey Stoner?
Yeah, well that's, but only I couldn't possibly walk down to Valentino Rossi and accuse him of that particular scenario, as he did back in the day. So I don't do any of that stuff because you'd want to be the fastest, and you can't be because old age catches up on you. Best bike around Mallory would still have to be a TZ750. I rode an RG500, obviously 1983 Mark 8 RG500, which was quite quick, but we didn't really do any work here at Mallory at that particular time in my career. But you could go back to TZ350, which were again really competitive in a place like this. My best memories of Mallory were not so much the internationals, I suppose. You asked me earlier about best memories here, and I thought about it, and I left the tent, and I think it was at club races. I think I have such a wonderful time at club meetings back in the day. And sadly, we don't have that environment anymore around Great Britain like we had then. You had so many different clubs that you could belong to. Bemsey was probably I'll call it the gold standard and get a slap for it because probably it wasn't, but it was the Southerners Club, if you like. It was the Brands Hatch Club. And what was her name? Mari Rose, I think it was, who used to, something like that anyway, that used to knock back your entry just because she could. And then you'd have to beg her next time you went to a race meeting to get an entry. But there were so many club races you could go to, and there was such a good crack at each and every one of them. And you met, I mean, it's a strange thing. It's not like online dating. See how I can switch these things? It was like you didn't need online dating back then because you met your girlfriends or your partners at racetracks. You didn't have to go online and go through a whole hit list of what you fancy and what you don't fancy. You just went to a racetrack and bumped into girls with similar thoughts. Fantastic.
Yeah, as the demographic, as we said earlier on, has raised in the motorcycle racing industry. It's a little bit harder to do that on me and Ross's side. That's for sure. It's probably not as easy to get done, let's say, here at Mallory Park in this modern era. But Ross joins me back in the commentary box. Yeah, a bit of an interesting way for Keith to spin that question, but nonetheless great to hear him talk about his beloved TZ750, a real loyalist to that bike, and something that we see across the paddock here reflecting the passion for one bike or one era in racing.
He does make a good point. My parents did meet at a racetrack, and here I am, so he gets a good point. But yeah, absolutely, it's a it's again, we've gone on and on about it all day, but it's a real classic machine, and there's no surprise to say it's probably his favourite thing to throw around this place, and it's probably the reason why we've got so many of them here with us this weekend as well, because they're just special, aren't they? They're just a special machine out there, and it's just been fantastic to see so many of them out there. We are in session number 25 of this weekend at the moment, and some more bikes going around. It's going to be essentially this to the end of the day. We've got some more solo parades coming up at scheduled to be 10 past 4, session 30 in your programme. If you are following along with us in that one, that'll be the final sidecar parade. There is an end of day showcase, time permitting as well, hopefully at the end of the weekday, to mark off the return, the revival even, of the 1,000 Bikes Festival here at Mallory Park. It's been so brilliant to have this amazing weekend back and to celebrate the history of this circuit and of this community as well. Again, it's been so fantastic to, well, first of all, see so many of you here. As you can see on your picture right now, a big old crowd coming back for the first 1,000 bikes in a couple of years. Again, it is called Revival for a reason. And it's been really just amazing to see and meet so many of you. Again, myself and Riley maybe don't quite have the memories of a lot of you guys here. We may be a bit too young for your own good, but obviously Keith's been backing us up on that one a little bit, and it's been incredible to meet so many of you and hear your stories about the bikes and about this track and about your life experiences, because that is what events like this are about. It is about getting together and regaling and recalling the past almost, and enjoying what once was, and tentatively looking forward to what once may be in the future. But it's still a fantastic event, and it's been so great to have so many of you with us, and so great to see such a big crowd turning up. So thank you very much for joining us and for making this event such a success. And hopefully, after a couple of years away, we can continue the 1,000 Bikes Festival on and on and on into the future. But session 25, checkered flag probably not too far away. A couple of very interesting bikes out in this one. Again, there's a TR 750 out there. Cord Gerrits, we spoke to him earlier, the Dutchman, coming over to Mallory Park this weekend. He was told by his friend, listen, you need to come over and get the Suzuki round. And he went, yeah, okay, go on then. So he's come over this weekend. It is a bike that he does race over in Europe in classic championships and showcasing his skills out there. And it was lovely to speak to Core earlier on. Also got a 1,000 Kawasaki Paul Harrison out there, a 1979 machine, number 248 on the small Mallory Park disc. And that'll be lots of fun. Of course, do keep your questions flying in. Keith's just outside at the moment having a quick chat with somebody, and Riley's gone for a little wander down the paddock, so I'm probably not the best person to answer any of those, but we will try our best anyway, and we will certainly see what we can do going forward. But it has been a fantastic weekend here at Mallory Park so far, and there's still plenty of festivities to enjoy off of the track as well. There's still music being played, there's food and drinks to be tried, there's people to go and meet as well. So make sure you soak in all of the atmosphere. It's now a lovely and sunny day. It's perfect conditions to get on a bike and go for a ride. And why not pick a better place than here at Mallory Park? So we'll continue onwards with our action at the 1,000 Bikes Revival. What else we got out there? A couple of Rob North Tridents, actually. In fact, Rob North, of course, one of the most renowned frame builders for Trident bikes. Trident went to Rob in the 70s and asked him if he could, in the early 70s, possibly late 60s, if memory serves. Again, I was not there to tell this tale firsthand. But Triumph went to Rob way back when, and when, look, we're having some issues with some of our frames, can you build us a frame for our race bikes? Rob went, okay, we'll go out and see what we can do, and Rob ended up building such a good frame that he basically became the race frame builder for a Triumph. If you have a racing Triumph from that era, the chances are that Rob North did build the frame for it, and again, they were just considered to be the gold standard. They were lighter, they were stiffer, they were easier to ride as well. So great to have a couple of Rob North Tridents out here. We've got a couple of 750s, but one from 72, one from 73. In fact, Phil Landig and Roland Ellis on those bikes in this session. It sounds like Riley has managed to locate somebody down in the paddock, so we'll jump on over to them in a few short moments. May, in fact, be that Mike Hailwood bike that we saw out there a few moments ago in the Legends session, as there is Riley, and there indeed is the number 12 TZ750, which was last ridden by Mike Hailwood.
Not long after the legendary machinery session that we just had out there, and one of the bikes out there was Mike Hailwood's number 12 TZ750, an amazing bike that you came to talk to us about in the commentary box and give us some notes, Sam. So what an amazing machine. As you said to us, a bit different from what you used to racing, a five-blade out in Spain. Yeah. What was an experience like that, especially considering that it hasn't been ridden by Mike Hailwood since 1979?
Yeah, it's taken us a while to get it going today. We've had a few issues getting the brakes to work correctly, so we've had to change the calipers, but other than that, it's a totally original bike, as Mike last rode it. Did have a problem out there with the clutch, so the clutch was slipping at 8,000 revs, but I thought I'd do some laps anyway, just keep the revs down, come back in, make sure everything's okay, so that's why we had to cut that a little bit short. But yeah, great experience, as you say, very different to what I'm used to. I'm used to having some engine braking, and also used to having brakes where it actually stops the bike, whereas I realised with that it's very wooden. So hats off to the guys from the 70s, because that takes some stopping.
Yeah, I can imagine a two-stroke with power like that. It must have been unreal, even just to ride at those speeds as well. Yeah. Could you give us a bit of an insight as to like the feeling as well? Such a historic bike, such an important bike, and one that was meant to be ridden by Mike Hailwood, someone who had so much influence in his time. It sort of creates a bit of an aura when you're riding it, that you're on a historic piece, like it's in a museum almost.
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly knew that eyes would be on me riding this, so it was a bit of pressure. Even first time I'd ever ridden it was literally to the holding area just now, and I was thinking, oh, please don't stall it, please don't stall it. But we got away okay. Yeah, it was enjoyable. Shame about the clutch, but overall positive, because, you know, considering it's not been ridden since 79 TT practice, Hale didn't actually race it because he actually preferred the 500, so we actually parked the 750. But yeah, great experience. Very thankful to Fred Burbage of Albany Sheds for letting me ride it and asking me to ride it. And yeah, we'll probably have it out again eventually. You know, we never know, we might even enter in a race. But yeah, fantastic experience.
Yeah, a bit of a baptism of fire for the bike to go from the Isle of Man back then and then to Mallory Park nowadays. Well, thank you very much for giving us a chat there and enlightening us on such an amazing bike and its story as well, and such beautiful colours in the form of Martini. But yeah, an enjoyable bike though out there at Mallory Park, and yeah, thank you very much for having a chat, and we're glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, just so you know, so the tank and the seat on it and the front mudguard, that's all absolutely original as Mark rode it. The fairing did get lost, so we have had that reprint, redecoed, but everything else on it is completely original.
That is an incredible set. It was to just get some information in there, not the brakes though. So, but it's fine. It's still an amazing machine, an amazing tribute to Mike Hailwood as well. Thank you very much for having a chat, and as I said, we're glad you enjoyed it out there.
Yeah, thanks very much. So we're trying to try and work the clutch slip issue out, and then hopefully get back out there. Yeah, so hopefully you'll see it back out on the track soon.
Yeah, let's hope. Thank you.
Well, what a treat that was. Thanks a lot, Riley, for and Sam as well, for that amazing machine being here. Just, I mean, a piece of history. The fact that is the first time that was ridden since Mike Hailwood touched it, and then supposedly didn't like it as much as the 500 at the TT. But, you know, Mike Hailwood, you kind of listened to what he said, didn't you? I know Keith talks about he was a bit of a god earlier on. He really was a special athlete, not just on two wheels, on four wheels as well. Just one of those people who could just get into some sort of race and you could guarantee he was going to do something special in it. And that is a very, very, very special TZ750 down there. And again, everything apart from the brakes is an original part that's been restored back up to working condition. And the fact that we've had it running here today, we are lucky. If you're here and you've been able to see it with your own eyes, that is the most undescribable honour to see something like that. Checkered flags out on the track in session 25. We'll be jumping over to session 26 very, very shortly. A few more bikes out there. If you have just joined us, hello and welcome, be it trackside or indeed on our YouTube live stream. Again, I've had a couple of questions coming in, but I feel like I'm going to save those for Keith. He seems to be, he's got a bit more experience around these parts than I do, so I think I'll let him answer those ones. But good to see so many of you interacting. Again, any questions, any thoughts, any memories you'd like to share, please do punch them in to the comment section on the YouTube live chat as well. You can do that even if you are trackside, or you can just find one of us wandering around the paddock, myself, Riley or Keith. We're not that scary, and just come and say hello and let us know any stories you have, any thoughts and feelings, anything you've been really excited to see this weekend out on the circuit. So we'll just wait for the next session to get going now. A couple of really interesting bikes in this one. We've got a Triton 650 from 1958 going out. A 1972 CB500. Interesting. Interesting. RGB 500 from 1984 as well. Alan Moore on that Suzuki. Morton, should I say. That should be a lot of fun to see go around. We've also got some gold stars going out there as well. We did see the Gold Star, or did speak to the Gold Star Owners Club yesterday. Unfortunately, I don't think we did film it, but we had an amazing chat, and it's great to see so many Gold Stars. Of course, there's the BSA Owners Club, then there's the Gold Star Owners Club. That bike is so beloved. It has its own Owners Club. And their love, their affection for that machine that's, again, got so much history here at Mallory Park as well. Great to see that's going to be going out there as well. Sounds like Riley's managed to intercept somebody down in the paddock.
Well, you join us back in the paddock with some of the most incredible motorcycles here, some of the most iconic ones in the form of Barry Sheen's very own Suzuki RG500s, owned by Cliff Bradley, who's here with me. Cliff, it's a shame we didn't actually see these bikes out in that legendary machinery session. Is there a reason for that, or were they just out in another session and you didn't feel like going out for this one?
They're just here on a static display this weekend. They do take a bit of looking after and getting running, but basically I came just to display them.
Yeah, well, that's just fine because they look so good, don't they? These iconic Heron Seam Suzuki colours, the red and yellow and white, and then you've got this iconic Suzuki colours as well, the blue, black and white, of course. And in fact, one thing that I've noticed here at Mallory Park is that there's so many Suzukis, there's so many, especially the two-strokes as well. We've got Kenny Roberts RGV 500 and many other Suzukis dotted around the paddock, and it's really great to see the fan base of Suzuki, a manufacturer that some consider to be almost dying out in terms of their sport bike presence. It's really nice to see that the turnout and passion is still there for Suzuki, which is such an incredible and historic manufacturer in the world of motorcycle and motorcycle racing.
It is, it's great. I mean, we need to keep these sort of venues going and get people to see these, because they're not always out every weekend, these aren't, and not a lot of people see them, and actually they can't believe how they are compared to anything modern bike at all. So it's great to see them, and I love bringing them out as well.
Is there any other events that you're going to be taking these bikes to, maybe for some people to come and see them as well?
Yeah, I think the next event is we're doing the Donington Classic on the 1st and 2nd of August. We've just done the Oliver's Mount at Scarborough 2 weeks ago, and I think that's pretty much it for now, up to now anyway.
Well, of course, if you want to go and see those incredible bikes, and, well, first of all, you can come here to Mallory Park. If you're here on the other side of the paddock, you've got to cross over the bridge and come and have a look, because these are truly amazing, aren't they? And, of course, yeah, go to those other events if you want to have a look at them as well. But I think we're going to hand back to Ross now, and we'll continue searching around the paddock for more people to interview.
Thanks a lot, Riley. Great to hear there about some of Barry Sheen's machine. A real shame that they're not allowed on the track, but again, those things probably quite valuable. Of course, I know we've been mentioning it time and time again, but part of the celebrations here at the 1000 Bikes Festival, or the revival of it here in 2026 anyway, we're not just celebrating 70 years of Mallory Park, we are not just celebrating Chris Vincent and his life and career with the renaming of the corner to the Vincent's Devil's Elbow. We are, of course, also celebrating 50 years since Barry Sheem took his first 500cc world title. 52 years as well since he won the race of the year here and really became a household name as a result of that performance, beating off some huge names in that race. Some of the guys out there, I think Phil Reed was out there at the time as well in that one. It was a big old race of the year. Of course, race of the year was one of the most prestigious bike races outside of the World Championship calendar at the time. It was everybody and anyone would turn up to show what they could do on their factory bikes. And it was always a spectacle. Of course, Sheem taking the victory in 1974 in a TR750 Suzuki is clearly very popular here at Mallory Park. They were certainly popular with Barry Sheem as well. We do have bikes back out onto the circuit now, and just working their way around. They've been a beautiful day here at Mallory Park. The sun has well and truly come to greet us here in Leicestershire. It is the perfect conditions to go riding a bike, and especially bikes as lovely as these, and especially on a track as historic, as iconic as Mallory Park. And what an event it has been. Some of the bikes, or the other bikes that we've got out there in this one, of course already mentioned a few of them earlier on. We do have the 293, a Japnor 550. Now that's very interesting for those who maybe aren't too familiar with the Norton combinations that came to be known. Of course, Norton engines were considered pretty good back in the day, and a lot of car racers would try to take Norton engines out of the bike and put them in cars in small little dinky four-wheel things that the bike engines were going to be more than powerful enough for. Norton refused to sell the engines on their own. They didn't like that idea. They were like, no, you have to buy the entire bike. So what people would do is they'd buy the bike, rip the engine out of it, and then just sell the frame. And then someone would come along and go, oh, well, I've got this engine, I'm just going to stick it in that. And hence becomes the Norton combination. So Japnor obviously got some sort of a Japanese motor underneath it. Also got a Hartley Ariel 500 out there, a Honda K4 350 from 1972 to enjoy. A TZ 500 from 1985 as well. Just some lovely bikes for us to enjoy. Of course, any fascinating facts, any insider knowledge on some of these bikes that maybe the youthful commentary box, or two-thirds of it anyway, myself and Riley, may not know, please do drop a comment and let us know any information. And again, we'll be happy to pass that on. Keith knows a bit more than both of us, but again, not everyone can know absolutely everything. I'm sure there must be a few things that even the great Keith Huewen doesn't even know about, a few odd things out there. But the bikes making their way around, still a wonderful day to go. Not bike racing, but certainly pushing some wonderful classic machinery out there on the circuit. Riley's found somebody else down in the paddock meanwhile, so we'll head back downstairs. Over to you, Riley Davis.
You join us back to the further end of the paddock here at Mallory Park, just behind the commentary tower. We're here with an iconic Yamaha 350 in F2, and now there is a bit of a story here that Matt is going to tell us about this bike that you might not know just based off how it looks. Matt, can you enlighten us on how amazing this bike is?
Absolutely. Well, there is some question about it, but we have paperwork documenting it was originally built for Paget's 1985. It's a Derby Race Services frame, and then in 87 we believe that it was ridden to his first win in the Isle of Man by Steve Hislop. Now we've got some first-hand evidence of the guys that built this, Derby Race Services. The son spoke to the previous owner before me about this, and this is the only one that has a braced swinging arm, and he remembers actually bracing the swinging arm. If you want to have a look here, the factory remember bracing this for Steve Hislop after he complained about it having a bit of a weave. So even though there is somebody over in the Isle of Man who claims to have the original bike, he's got a box of bits as far as I'm aware, So we're still kind of this far away from actually proving it, but we're getting close. So, but as far as we're concerned, all the documentary evidence, the photographs suggest that this is the bike. And we're hoping to get that proof before next year, because next year will be 40 years since his first win. It'd be great to take it back to the island and just, well, even if it just goes and shows, whether we do a lap on it is another matter, but that's kind of the story behind the bike. If anybody, this is F2011, DRS F2011 is the frame. If anybody out there knows any more information about this, please get in contact.
Yeah, of course, get in contact and help him find out whether this is indeed the bike that Steve Hislop took to his first TT win, and more TT wins after that. It is an incredible bike. The yellow and black colour scheme as well is iconic to Yamaha, and honestly, it's so incredible as well. If it is that bike, the one that's...
when he won, obviously.
Yeah, of course, not in this colour. If it is that bike that Steve Hislop took to his first one, which is, of course, it's incredible. It's incredible for Mallory Park as well. This event is being carried by these amazing racing machines that have such milestones attached to them, like Barry Sheen's RG500, Kenny Roberts Jr.'s RGV 500, and many other bikes like that. And this one is probably already put itself into the top 5 of some of the most incredible machines, because Steve Hislop is such a legend, BSB Isle of Man, and this bike itself is as well. So it's truly an amazing story, and thank you so much for sharing that one with us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Yeah, of course, that one being so amazing, and we do hope that is the case. And of course, as he said, make sure you do get in contact with him to prove that this is Steve Hislop's very first bike that he took to victory at the Isle of Man TT. Now here at Mallory Park. Thank you very much for joining me for that interview, and we'll hope to find some more in a moment.
Wow, that's special, and I hope we can find that out. Again, please do get in touch if you have any information on that bike at all, because we could be staring at a real piece of history right there. And it's part of the beauty of classic events, I suppose, is sometimes you can think about things, but you can't really confirm it. Part of Stuart Hickens' personal display that he has, of course, the CEO of Mallory Park, he's got a little personal display down in the paddock. Some great bikes down there. The 2016 Hawk Racing BMW S1000 RR that's down there that, of course, Michael Dunlop took to victory in that year's senior TT, the first bike to ever lap the mountain course in under 17 minutes. But also really interesting, a 1989 Yamaha F1, which really caught my eye. It was originally built for Dennis Trollope, and it passed through the hands of several riders across its career, but it did race at the TT at one point, but they don't know who actually rode it, and if it was with a team, if it was a privateer that brought it along, who was the crew chief, the mechanics, whatever, they don't really know. They just know that it raced at the TT. So again, if anyone's got any information on that one, go and tell Stuart Hicken, I suppose. But yeah, let us know as well. It's always fascinating hearing about the history of certain bikes and who's ridden them to where and to what. And it's a shame when you do find a gorgeous machine that you can't confirm that it's done a certain thing. You think it's done something, or it's done something, but you don't know who rode it. That's I always find that quite heartbreaking. So yeah, any information on that bike or on the Yamaha F1, get in touch with us or get in touch with whoever here at Mallory Park, and help some people out to confirm the history of their machinery, as we see the crowd enjoying a lovely, not quite blistering, again, we've kind of just about got out to the heat wave here. I think it's back next week, but we're back to regular summer levels of temperature in the UK here in Leicestershire at the moment. It is a little bit warm, but not unbearably so. As I've been saying, it's the perfect conditions for a bike ride, and I don't think anybody's complaining being out there on the circuit. I believe session 26 is probably going to be coming to an end fairly shortly, and then we'll be getting on with session 27 and continuing on all through our day here at Mallory Park. Of course, we had plenty of exciting action. We had a few moments ago our legendary machine parade, and we have the Plop Enduro demonstration a little bit earlier on. Of course, there's a little bit last minute organisation on it, but of course we had that Chris Vincent, his TT winning sidecar went out for a couple of laps as well, a day after the ceremony where we did rename the corner the Vincent's Devil's Elbow, after a real hero to many here at Mallory Park. So there's been plenty of action all throughout the day. I believe we'll be heading on to session number 27 in a few short moments. And I think we are, in fact, back ahead of schedule just a little bit after being a little bit behind going lunch. Not that that is a problem at all. We've got plenty of time on our hands here at Mallory Park for the 1,000 Bikes Festival Revival. So panic not. It's not like it's coming to a conclusion. It's not like you're going to miss out on any of the fun here in Leicestershire. We're going to continue to push onwards. Of course, it's great to see so many people here at Mallory Park to enjoy what has been a wonderful, wonderful weekend, celebrating so much history of the circuit, of the riders, of the bikes as well. We're hoping that you've enjoyed all of the action so far and will continue to do so over the remainder on the day. If you are, of course, here at Mallory Park or indeed watching along on our live stream as well, don't forget to keep getting your comments in. Again, I've seen a couple that I'm saving for when Keith Huewen gets back in the commentary box. So pitch to him, as we do have a bike that has come to a stop. Hopefully everything's okay. Big number 3 on the front of that one, of course, that's not the number that will be in the entry list. And that'll be on a little sticker that unfortunately doesn't seem to be on the front. Oh, we've got another bike stopped as well. That's a shame. Where is that coming through? Is that on the exit of Gerrards? I believe it is. Down, coming out of turn number 1. Yes, it is in fact. No red flags waving. Of course, both riders are on their feet. It's not been an incident. That's just a few mechanical troubles. But you can see that the pace riders in the yellow high-vis pace bikes, they've got the hands up. So this session has now come to a conclusion. If those guys are heading back out a little bit later on, hopefully it's nothing major. Perhaps just running a little bit too warm in the heat, as that looks to be a Norton that's come to a stop there, unfortunately. But hopefully these guys can sort out whatever the issues are and head back out onto the circuit. Session 27 coming your way shortly. And interestingly in this one that's really caught my eye to look forward to in this next session, the 138 Andy Webb as the rider. Harley Davidson GP250. Now then, we are talking. Of course, Harley Davidsons, they don't just do the big American cruiser things. They do many, many other bikes as well. But never really that popular here in the UK for anything, quite frankly. It's just a very American bike. It never really caught on in Europe, especially with the British market, where we tended to stick to our guns with our own manufacturers, or indeed occasionally branch out to Japanese things historically. Again, Japanese bikes always very historically successful. And then, of course, more recently, you start to see a few more Italian makes making their way over as well. But the GP250, of course, Harley Davidson's attempt at a 250cc Grand Prix racing bike. It did, of course, go on to win several championships in the 250cc category. Not many people think of Harley Davidson as a Grand Prix World Championship winning machinery very often, but they've had their history. They have had their history. That bike, of course, was designed in Italy, though. It wasn't an American-designed bike. It was designed by a Harley subsidiary in Italy. So it was Italian-designed, I believe Italian-built as well, potentially, just with an American logo. So kind of American in name only a little bit. So I don't know if you can take all of the credit for that one. Apologies if any Harley Davidson fans are listening in. You are welcome to come up to the commentary box and give me a big old clip round the ear for a sacrilege and a blaspheming against Harley Davidsons. Got a lot of 250s out in this next session. Got a couple of aerial arrows, one from 1960, one from 1962. Robert Taylor and Roger James riding those bikes respectively. And that'll be interesting to see. Of course, it'll basically be the same bike. One's just a little bit younger than the other. Then on the complete flip side of things, we got some relatively recent 250 machinery as well. Or certainly kind of old style 250s anyway. We've got a Honda RS 250 from 1999 going out. I think 1960 is the oldest bike that we've got in this next session according to our entry list. Also got a KR1S, the Kawasaki from 1992 to enjoy. A RCA 163 replica to enjoy as well coming into this one from 1963, the 153 of Darren Howard. Of course, it being a replica, probably wasn't built in 1963, probably a little bit later down the line, but still a wonderful machine. That one's going to be a lot of fun to watch going around. And then we also do have an RC162 going out there as well, the 194. That's probably, not entirely sure if you can hear it. I can very much hear it up in the commentary box. That thing is an absolute beast. The noise it makes. They fired it up this morning to try and clear the motor out a little bit. And oh my word, I could feel my lungs reverberating in my chest. It was a spectacle and a sight, and certainly a sound as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun to see out there. It's got a Benelli 250 from 1978 going back out in this session. And a Garelli 49 from 1975 as well. So lots of different bikes. This seems to be the 250 session, it would seem. Do have a couple of 125s going out as well. A Honda CR93 from 1962, the 182 of Ian Bryant. That is, of course, the small number, the 182. It will probably have a different number on the plates, on the fairings, etc., etc. But what's on your entry list, that is the small number on the green Mallory Park sticker that should be, well, hopefully is on the front of the bike. If it's not, it will definitely be on the sides of the bike. That's the ones that you're keeping your eyes out for. But I can hear some very loud noises from underneath me in the commentary box in the holding area. This next session could be quite loud, as it sounds like they are making their way out onto the circuit. And you should see them flying around in a few short moments. You can see the activity down in the paddock. But the bikes have now made their way out onto the circuit. Of course, they'll do a slow lap behind the pace bikes. The pace bikes will then peel in, and they can go out and just push themselves, stretch the legs a little bit. Of course, not 100% attack, especially given the age of some of these machines. Spares probably a little bit too hard to come by. Machines probably, some of them will be a little bit expensive as well. And of course, riders, if they are a little bit older, again, sometimes crashing, it hurts a little bit more. Yeah, the older you do get, unfortunately. But yeah, very noisy session out there in this one. So it should be a lot of fun to see the bikes flying around, which they should start to extend themselves and extend the legs in a moment. You can see them there going around out the hairpin. Of course, cutting out the chicane before they head into the now Vincent's Devil's Elbow. The pace bikes will pull out of the way, and then the bikes can go on through. As the bikes do start to make their way and start to push on. And it is getting noisy here at Mallory Park. This is going to be a lot of fun. But as this session does get onto the circuit, Riley has found somebody else down in the paddock. Riley Davis, what do you got for us, my friend?
All right, then, we're standing in front of one of the most iconic GP bikes of the 90s, the Cagiva C591, ridden by Eddie Lawson, as you can see there by the number 7. And I'm here with Morty, the guy who owns this bike. It's such an incredible bike for Cagiva's history, especially since they're not really around anymore. It's quite special, isn't it? Because it's a one-of-a-kind, alongside the C592 that came around the second year. Can you just tell us a bit of a story as to...
592 as well.
Yeah, can you just tell us a bit of a story about how you came to love this bike over perhaps any other bikes that you could have got in the 90s from the Grand Prix stages?
It was a deal that was offered to me. I needed some spares, and they offered me a deal, and we bought it.
Yeah. Now you're bringing it here to Mallory Park. I've seen it out on track a few times. It's been really lovely to see it because, as I said, such an iconic machine in its time and ridden by such a talented rider like Eddie Lawson. It really adds a layer of magic to an event like this. And is this your first time riding at Mallory Park, or have you been here before?
I've not ridden here. Or I can't remember if I have now.
Well, has there been any...
No, I've not ridden it. No. I didn't bother, I just built it.
All right. Is there any other event that you've taken this bike to in its time? How long have you had it for?
Germany. Been to Germany with it, Holland with it, Essen. Yep.
Yeah, is there one thing Donington. I also wanted? Donington as well. Yeah. So yeah, plenty of classic events where this machine would be where this would be appreciated.
You don't want to appear everywhere all the while.
Yeah.
You usually take this bike or a different bike, the 592. Or the Kaczynski bike either.
Yeah, of course. As I said, carrying so much history is the brand of Cagiva, and now it unfortunately came to almost melt.
They're all the same. They're all red, but they are all different, no matter how much you look at them.
Yeah, it is an incredible.
The brakes, everything, even the tanks, they look the same, but they are different.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And there's another thing I wanted to ask: is that how long have you had this bike?
I honestly can't remember that. It probably ended up 10 years ago.
Well, sometimes I suppose in the heat of the moment, rather the joy of the moment, that you can just forget those details and just be in awe of how amazing of a bike this is. The Cagiva C591, of course, and a bike from the defined almost the Grand Prix era. While it wasn't the most dominant of machines, it certainly resulted in the remembrance of Cagiva, as people remember Cagiva for these iconic Grand Prix bikes. And then, of course, as they went on to produce even more bikes like the Mito 125. Well, thank you for having a chat with us.
It's a very good copy of the Mito. It's very nice.
Yeah, it is a very nice bike. The Dream 125, you have to say. But thank you very much for having a chat with us, Morty. It's nice to have a chat about this amazing bike. And we hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend here at Mallory Park. It was great to have a talk with Morty there about such an amazing bike. As you could just say, he could hardly keep his words contained as we hear some really loud bikes in the background. He could, as I said, he could hardly keep his words contained as I was speaking. As we now move over to our next person who looks to be willing to interview, so it looks like some more two-stroke Grand Prix bikes which are here in full force at Mallory Park. It's so great to see the two-stroke representation. As I just take a look behind, make sure I'm not getting run over by any bikes coming our way. Of course, they'll be going downwards towards pit lane, so I don't know why I'm looking behind me. But anyway, yeah, Grand Prix bikes, two strokes from the 90s. It's a defining era as two strokes eventually began to fade out, sadly, to the four strokes. But now, here we come to a Honda. This is another 500 from that era, the 90s. And we join, first of all, let's have your name and how you got hold of such an iconic bike like this.
You know, this motorcycle belongs to my brother Scott. He purchased it from an auction in 2024, and since then he's been finding parts and restoring it so it's capable to run.
Yeah, the 1997 NSR 500 is a truly amazing bike, and one I imagine you guys may have grown up watching on TV as well, and it adds a layer of desire for a bike that you would have grown up watching. Like in my case, it would be like the earlier superbikes from the 2010s and things like that I grew up watching. And in this case, with how successful it is, it really does make it a bit more magic when you finally get your hands on it.
Well, I was at the launch of this bike in 1996 at Cadwell Park. HRC ran a session for mechanics when you bought a new bike. So I saw it there and I wanted one, couldn't afford it. So I waited 29 years to buy one.
Well, the moment came and the dream was finally made. It is such an amazing bike. The livery, the blue and the orange, it just screams Honda 90s. It's so iconic as well, isn't it? And I suppose, as I just said, you would have been watching those races that these bikes were in back in the 90s. Did you have a favourite rider? I suppose it might have been Mick Doohan, but maybe another rider like Alex Crivier on the Honda NSRs that would have been your favourite?
Yeah, I mean, Mick Doohan was very, very good. Obviously, lots of people. I used to like Wayne Gardner because he's all action style, so that was my favourite. Really good.
Wayne Gardner's a great choice. How about you, though? Did you have any favourite riders from the 90s?
A little bit earlier than that, Kevin Schwantz. He was probably, when I used to race in the early 90s in 125s, he was sort of that era. So, yeah, I used to like watching Kevin. And then, obviously, we moved on. Scott had that 250 in 98.
That from new.
So that one's been out today as well on the track. And then this is the first time that Scott's run that bike, though, since we've rebuilt it. So it was quite an important day to do it. Stuart Hickin from the Mallory Park circuit invited Scott to bring it. So we were very grateful for that. And it was lovely to get out on track today on it. It's something very unique. The 250 is a nice bike, but that's sort of next level. You can imagine what the GP riders were doing on those. I don't know how they did it.
Yeah, they do say back in the day, in the 90s especially, when the two-strokes started to get towards their prime, that they got really difficult to ride, really dangerous to ride as well, and you just sit in awe watching how hard they were pushing those bikes, with how brutal the power band was as well. I can imagine you feeling that one out on track as well, even just with how slow you were going here at Mallory Park compared to the Grand Prix riders. Is incredible, isn't it?
This is very tractable. It pulls right from the bottom end. About 8,000 it starts to go berserk, and it finishes at 10 1/4. But it just pulls. So coming out of Gerrard's, you're in 5th gear and open the throttle, and it actually lifts the front wheel off the floor, which is pretty awesome.
It's very light. It only weighs probably 5 kilos more than the 250. So compared it to that, but it's more comfy. It's a little bit bigger bike. It's good, very good to ride. The brakes are amazing on it. Can't say any more, really.
Yeah, well, one more question for you both. It's amazing to see at Mallory Park these fantastic bikes being represented as well in the form of the two-stroke era in its prime. I must say, it's prime in my opinion, though I wasn't there. But it's such a great thing for Mallory Park to have an event like this and have bikes like this represented in the form of you guys. And how good of an event is it to come together and appreciate communally the love for two-strokes and the Grand Prix bikes?
It's fantastic. I mean, Stuart's done a tremendous job. He's a really good guy. I've known him 35 years. He used to do my suspension 35 years ago. He's got tremendous variety of bikes here. I mean, some of these exotic bikes, you won't see them anywhere else. And, you know, I hope he's really done well out of it, because he deserves to.
Yeah, for sure. They are truly amazing bikes. We'll move on as well. Echoing what I just said a few moments ago, it's a great opportunity to ride a bike like this, a historic track like Mallory Park, and a weekend like this, which is focused completely on history, like we have renaming the Devil's Elbow to Vincent's Devil's Elbow. It makes you feel part of such an amazing community that are passionate for two-strokes and motorcycle racing in general.
Yeah, it's become, as the eras move on, my father and his two brothers were into the Manx Norton era, you know, the 60s, and now that's sort of going down in popularity, and people look into the two-strokes, the Barry Sheen bikes, things like that, and then these are becoming even more popular now in the 90s, and there's more and more of them popping up out of collections, and people are thankfully bringing them out so other people can enjoy them as well.
Yeah, and we're all enjoying not just the smell as well, but the sight and the blue smoke that two-strokes produce. It's just iconic and amazing. I can't find enough words to describe how fantastic these are. But thank you very much for joining us for that interview. We hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend here at Mallory Park. And we'll pass now back to Ross as he continues to commentate on what a fantastic event this is now. The sun is coming out.
It is indeed. Thanks a lot, Riley. Keith's back with me in the commentary box as well, so I'm not stuck on my own anymore. I've got at least someone to...
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
I went running around downstairs to see if I could find some more iconic people. Riley's down there obviously trying to check out who else might be here in the sunshine, but it has warmed up hugely at the moment down there. It's exactly... Well, it's a nice end to the day here, isn't it, really? I mean, fans are still out on the terraces, checking out some of the... purveyors of just about anything you might want to buy for a classic existence up on the hill here, and down here in the paddock you can still get something to eat, still plenty of places to go and get a bit of food if you can, and join us across here in the paddock. Of course, there's a lot of the bike owners that are still here. Some of the more shall we say famous riders are either out on the track or they've scooted for the exit, but there are still plenty to hear about their classic motorcycles if you can down on the track. Meanwhile, let's get back down to Riley for a little bit more from the paddock.
Back down here, continuing the trend of two-strokes, you join me with Alan Swain, who has a 1976 Yamaha TZ750. Alan, the TZ750 is a very popular bike at this event. You possibly heard Keith Huewen over the BA talk a lot about this bike and its history and how it's his favourite bike that he actually rode here at Mallory Park. Can you echo those same opinions?
Yes, the TZ750 was iconic in its day. It won endless championships. It was a championship specifically for it. My brother and I found this one. It had come from America, raced in Daytona. It was a Yamaha Canada bike in need of some work, and it did take us a lot of time to get it into the condition it's now. We had to make parts and source parts from all over the world. Unfortunately, my late brother is obviously no longer with us, but I always like to give him a mention because it was his project, and I've ended up making the benefit from it and enjoying riding it. But it's ridiculously quick. Perhaps not compared to the current motorcycles, but in its day, I think in the technical spec it just says 170 mile an hour plus, and it's the rate it gets there. It's quite ferocious, as I've already said.
Yeah, it's the two-stroke way of things. It just gets there quicker. Might not be as quick in terms of top speed as some of the modern bikes, but it's the way it gets there. It's the way it grabs your attention and scares you into submission. Almost, as they say, sometimes when you're on a two-stroke, it takes you for a ride instead of you taking the bike for a ride. But I'm sure a little bit more of a controlled pace here in Mallory Park. You were itching at the bit to give it what it's really made for.
Yeah, and it is good to take the bikes out and let people see them. A lot of these bikes are just on display, but we like to bring it out to this event particularly. It's well run, good weather. What more can you want?
Yeah, the final few hours getting a bit warmer now, so everyone having a great time at Mallory Park, and it's a great tribute to your brother to continue this project, and it's a lovely bike. It's in perfect condition, and a bit of a pattern that I've got going with a few people that I've interviewed is first of all, is this your first time at Mallory Park? And then secondly, when did you get the bike?
Right, it's not my first time. I used to ride LCs. I won a couple of championships on the LC in the LC class, going back in the 90s.
We're in the presence of a hero then.
Well, maybe. We got the bike in, it would be 2010, somewhere around there. But it took us a long time to rebuild it. But it came out well in the end.
Yeah, the passion for the project and the passion to continue what your brother started is admirable, and it's really great to see you out here today and see everyone out here as well appreciating such amazing machines like the TZ750. Thank you very much, Alan, for that one, as we're going to continue walking on, I believe, to the next person wanting an interview. The two-stroke run of form that we just went on there, it's incredible, because it's a shame that we're starting to see two-strokes dying out. We tend to see two-strokes being raced on a professional level really only at the Manx Grand Prix and the Classic TT nowadays. We see it at Fab Racing as well, two-strokes in multiple classes, and it's a bit unfortunate that they're not professional, but they will be soon. But now we move on. Let's start off first. What's your name, and what bike have you got here for us here at Mallory Park?
It's Ian Cook. It's a Kawasaki H2R. The engine's a 1974 one, but it's a Harris frame. So the engine come from the States, but as usual we've got problems, the same as always with these old things. We seem to be losing gears and other bits and pieces and getting too hot at the moment, but no doubt we'll overcome the problems.
Yeah, of course, the Kawasaki colours as well, just amazing, and it sort of relates to Mallory Park. You look at the logos and the stickers right here. Mallory Park's iconic colour at the moment, and for most of its history, is green, and so it's sort of like you're almost repping the history of Mallory Park in the form of this bike, and also just the colours as well. It's a really amazing bike, and I'm a huge Kawasaki fan myself. You might have seen me walking around the paddock with a Kawasaki hat on, so this is a brilliant bike for me, and sometimes you have issues, sometimes you have to fix the bike, and that's just what you have to do. It's part and parcel of motorbikes, old and new.
Yeah, with the older bikes it's 90% disappointment, but we're daft enough to do it for the 10%. So yeah, they're just brilliant to have, and just to ride when you can get them going.
Yeah, that 10% is worth every little bit of effort, I can imagine. Even just on small bikes when I was younger, like when me and my dad would be working on them, we get it started again after it had been in the garage in pieces for so long. It's an amazing feeling, like you've been woken up by the greatest sound in the world. It's an amazing accomplishment, and when it's a bike as amazing as this, it's times by 1,000. And as I said, back there, a bit of a pattern I've got going on. Is this your first time at Mallory Park on track, or have you been racing here in the past?
First time I came here was probably 1968 with John Samways and McIntyre.
Yeah, that is incredible history for you there here at Mallory Park, and that's what it's all about. It's the Revival Festival. We've got bikes and riders that have seen times that are so important to the sport of motorcycle racing and motorcycles in general. Thank you very much for having a word for us. It's great to see you enjoying your time here, and hopefully getting this bike back to working ways, and we'll see it out on track maybe soon.
That'll go, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. We believe in you. And thank you very much for that one. As we're going to continue to move on. But what fantastic bike, Kawasaki. As we're going to pass it back to Ross now after a brilliant chat with a good few people in the paddock here, Mallory.
Cheers, Riley. I don't think he's realised you're back in the commentary box yet, Keith, so I don't think he's ignoring you on purpose anyway.
No, you wouldn't do that to me, young Riley. Interesting down there, TZ750 that we were talking about, the Canadian one that came across from Daytona originally. You can see the quick filler apparatus on the tank where you filled it in out the side port as well as the top port as well for quick filling in the Daytona 200 back in the day, because you could run 750s back then. Also, it looked like it had got the Electron carbs on it, flat slide carbs in it as well, which used to be slightly sharper at the top end back in the day. So that motorbike is fairly well sorted. He said it took him quite a long time to bring it up to speed, but again, Ross, it's us old boys that ran these things spot those kind of little details, and that's the important thing about the 1,000 Bikes Revival, in that there are these things that if you have been involved in the sport over a period of time, just wandering around casually, taking a look at this stuff, you spot it from a mile off. You might as well put a flag up for some of us that have been there and pretty much done that from a spectating point of view. Anybody that's not been across here and had a look around the paddock, there are still plenty of people to come and see. And like I said before, everybody likes to have a bit of a chat here. I nipped off a minute ago. I was only going to be for 2 minutes, go and have a cup of tea. You know, you bump into three people and it's an hour later you end up coming back to the commentary box. Nothing against you, Ross and Riley, obviously.
It's all right. You're forgiven. It was fine. We survived.
It's nice to help you out. What do you want to know, Ross? What can I help you with that you've spotted here that you might want? An old stager. We're at the 70th anniversary, 1956. This racetrack is on its 70th anniversary as well. Same year as me. It was a great year, really, wasn't it? The year of manufacture. And what do you want to know from the olden days that interests you and the likes of Riley? Because you guys really are the future of our sport, in as much as that we need to encourage younger guys, younger girls to come to trackside, to enjoy motorbike racing in general. This is not a bad place to bring your family and have a wander around and just having a bit of a meander with a nudge back to the old days. But what are you after as a youngster?
Well, something that I've spotted that's coming out in this next session. We've actually got a couple of pre-war bikes coming out in this next one. We've got a Velocity from 1939. We've also got an AJS from 1930. So we're getting old here.
What on earth is a Velocity?
Velocette, what am I talking about? Can't read and get my brain to process the right words, apparently. No, Velocette. You know what I was trying to go for anyway. It's been a long weekend. But yeah, some pre-war bikes. I mean, obviously, these would have been classic when you were racing, Keith.
No, I never. I mean, to be honest, I'm not very good at the very old stuff. My old dad had an Ariel Square 4, and basically my family was Speedway more than it was road racing. So we go back to the Shale. Leicester Speedway, where I think I mentioned earlier on, I met John Cooper for the first time when I was like 9 years old. JC's gone home now, by the way. Leicester Speedway used to be in Blackbird Road back in the day. It's a housing estate now, which I think we were talking about it privately in here a bit earlier on. Don Ryder from Darley Moor was here earlier as well. Don Ryder ran Darley Moor racetrack for such a long time, and the speculation is at the moment that it's going to be a housing estate.
He was actually asking that, or someone was asking about that in the YouTube comments, saying, what are your thoughts?
Well, Don said absolutely no chance. I don't know whether that's wishful thinking. It is for sale, and in my view, and seeing how developers are going and how governments are moving towards trying to concrete over just about any bit of brownfield site, it looks like if it is for sale, then maybe it will go that way eventually. But as it is at the moment, actually Bishop's Court, someone's whispered in my ear hole then that Bishop Court up for sale, Northern Irish racetrack, which they run some good stuff from there. It's very difficult to make ends meet at some of these smaller racetracks. It's why we're so impressed with the way that Stuart Hicken has managed Mallory Park and revived it. We talk about the 1,000 Bikes Revival as we're at now, but really, Stuart and family have done such a good job of reviving Mallory Park since the first time I came here was 1973, and it's a bit of a dump. But you had 60,000 people that turned up to watch motorbike racing in those days. 60,000 people at Mallory Park was a lot of people. Every street, lane and field was blocked with motorbikes back in the day then. And of course, crowds have come down considerably since then. And yet, the racetrack and the surrounding area here, Stuart has done a fantastic job of bringing up to a greater standard than it was during its heyday, which I think... well, he needs a pat on the back, whatever you might say with that. It's he does a great job. I think, for me, there are one or two people that I was expecting here that were expected to be here that perhaps haven't been able to make it today, that were scheduled and should have made it today. And it would have been nice to have spoken to some of those guys as well. But generally the feeling is that they support Mallory Park. Just one or two of them didn't quite make it today, which is I'll have a word with them when I see them. They'll suffer the wrath.
Yeah, clip round the ear and all of that. What are you doing, guys? As we do have bikes going back out onto track for our next session after a little bit of a delay.
Proper mixed bag here, I've got to say, Ross.
We've got a couple of pre-war bikes going there. We've also got some stuff from the 90s, I believe. Yeah, we've got an NC30 out there from 1990 in this session. We've got an 87 VFR 400 as well. So, big old mix in this one coming forward. Some pre-war stuff you're maybe not as familiar with. Some stuff I'm sure you're more familiar with in this session, but
I'll be looking out for them. Some of them pretty much road-based as well, which is... I've never been good at road bikes. I was one of the few bike racers during my time that had a road licence. Quite a lot of road racers don't have licences. They're not licensed to ride on the road, which I always thought was a bit strange. Ronnie Haslam, he didn't pass his test till years, decades later in his time. So, and Rocket was someone that we all looked up to. Rocket can be found upside down quite often coming out of this hairpin, by the way.
I'm sure many people have, not just Haslam, have they? It's a tricky old call. It's a tricky circuit.
Well, it's bottom gear gear on the kind of tyres that we had back then, and the power band that you had, which was only between 2,500 RPM in a rev range of up to sort of 11.5. If you've only got 2,500 RPM to play with, of course it could get out from under you. And the tyres were diabolical back in the day, especially if they had a few laps on them, because they just didn't last. You had some grip for the first couple of laps and then no grip for the next 10.
Yeah, the kids these days got it easy, don't they? Aero electronics tyres that last all the bells and
boys
whistles.
Never knew you were born. Worked a 72-hour shift, walked through snow.
It's the changing of the times, and I mean, you spoke about, obviously, maybe, as we do have a bike with a couple of issues, it would seem hopefully we can get going again. You spoke about...
Look at how soft that suspension is. Sir, I need to speak to you about that. That's far too soft.
Soft or broken, maybe. It's not looking great, is it? And
that's the American box colours as well, the yellow and black. We always had the red and white over here in the... but the yellow and black was the American livery for Yamaha, factory Yamahas. Not that is a factory Yamaha from what I can see.
Well, either way, it's certainly not going anywhere anytime soon, I don't think.
He'll be going back to the factory.
Yeah, I think that's probably best case scenario at the moment for those guys. But you talked earlier about, as I was going to say, about, obviously Mallory as a circuit and the surrounding area has improved so much over recent years, even though the heyday was, a little bit back when, and obviously, when you had Race of the Year, Masters of Mallory, and you would get 60 to 70,000 people turning up here to come and watch, some unbelievably fantastic, some of the best riders in the world going around this place.
Well, yeah, the Transatlantic, the post-TT, the Race of the Year, three iconic race meetings of their time where you were able to get really, really top-line international racers to international races that weren't actually championships. Nowadays, of course, everybody's contracted to specific Grand Prix or whatever it might be, and they're not allowed contractually. Not that they would have time anyway, with 22 Grand Prix potentially on the list nowadays. But back in the day, you got to remember that Grand Prix was really only a European championship. You never went outside of Europe. There was no such thing as a Japanese Grand Prix or an American Grand Prix. You never had any of that stuff. It was all around the European circus, if you like. So there was international meetings in different places, different countries. Belgium ran some. Holland obviously had lots of good internationals as well. France had some good internationals. And we here in the UK had some great internationals as well, of which I've mentioned 3 that were run here at Mallory Park. So it's kind of, unfortunately, it's a victim of its own time, really, in that they're just the top-line riders are no longer available to ride in top internationals at some of the independent circuits, which is a great shame.
As you said, it's just the nature of the game. As we get more and more Grand Prix, or in World Championship level riding, you get more and more rounds because they're searching for more and more money and bigger crowds. It takes it away from places like this and all around the world. And
well, you were an independent back then as well, in as much as that you could ride where you wanted to ride when you wanted to ride. So if Stuart came along and said, "I'll give you 10 grand to come and ride at Mallory Park," you'd say, "Thank you very much, sir," and rip his arm out of the socket. And that's how it was. I mean, you had Chaz Wilkinson at Cadwell Park that used to do the deals. You had Peter Hillaby at Scarborough that would do deals. Then you had the Motor Circuit Developments bunch of people that ran Brands Hatch, Alton Park and Snetterton. Motor Circuit Developments were the gangsters, if you like, of the days. I'm not talking about now that Jonathan Palmer has got control of it. Jonathan Palmer, actually, MSVR, have done a good job around the circuits. There's an argument to say that perhaps the amount of money being earned by BSB is not filtering down to the teams quite as well as it perhaps could. But then again, Jonathan Palmer is a businessman who's made the circuits better to race on, safer to race on, and a nicer environment to race on than they've ever been. So who can argue with JP? Not the easiest man, there's no doubt about that. JP was my teammate at SDC Builders, believe it or not, going back. I raced in 500s and he was racing Formula 1. So I've known JP for a long time. Palmer is a very focused micromanager. He would spot if the windows hadn't been cleaned properly, he would spot if the grass hadn't been cut properly, and he would fly in his helicopter between 3 circuits over the course of a day to make sure.
Not much has changed there either, to be honest.
He's one of these guys that at some stage he's going to hand the reins surely to somebody somewhere, but there's no thought of that just yet. So it's good to have an independent track like Mallory Park still in the mix. Palmer now owns Cadwell as well, owns a lease on Donington Park as well, so pretty much he's got a monopoly over the racetracks in this country. Thruxton, I think, is still independent. Here is still independent. These are racetracks that we need to be independent.
No, it's a very good point. Obviously, what we've seen with MSV over the last 20 or so years, that they've done a lot of good. Obviously, there was a lot of tracks that weren't in necessarily good financial positions. But of course, when you do end up with a monopoly, like I said, there are downsides. But when that also then takes away from the independent circuits like this, and we do still need to have these independent circuits, and it's events like this here at the 1000 Bikes Revival where we are supporting very much still an independent circuit that still puts on a lot all throughout the year and still has a huge local community that will come along and see all these events and I think these moments.
It's at the end of the day, it's down to the spectators. I mean, and anybody that's listening here on YouTube. And if you've only just joined us, where have you been? It's been a day where the sun's come out now. There's been plenty of action going on and off track. Give us your comments. Let us know what your beef is as far as motorcycle racing is concerned at this particular point in time. We're looking back at some of these wonderful retro machinery that's lined up around the paddock here and up on the grassy mound, if you like, down towards Vincent's Devil's Elbow. It's a bit of a mouthful, but at the end of the day, it's an
honourable mouthful.
Well, it is an honourable mouthful. Now, that's a great phrase, Ross. An honourable mouthful. I'll remember that one. And because of Vincent, Chris Vincent, it's named after Chris Vincent, who is from Earl Shilton up the road. We had, obviously, the whole family here, headed by Jay, who was a very quick 250 rider, by the way. Very, very fast indeed. In fact, Grand Prix fast, but probably, again, not quite getting the break perhaps one of our British quarter litre men deserved.
That's always the way, isn't it? There's always people that are good enough, but you don't quite get it for one reason or another, especially in modern motorsport, unfortunately. But you can still be very, very fast. And again, Jay, when he was here, a lot of people remarking about how quick he was and talking about his ability. And again, he did race Grand Prix, of course, a couple of times. It wasn't like he...
And on a 500 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So it wasn't like he didn't make it, even if he wasn't a full-time Grand Prix rider. He made it a lot further than most riders do.
Trouble is, you needed to be a PR man as much as a rider back in the day. You didn't have the kind of management that they have now and the people that look after some of these younger riders. The reason why we have so many young riders now is because there is a proper structure in place for looking after their interests, whereas in the past you'd have some of your circuit owners and promoters that would basically just take the mickey out of you and rip you off as much as they possibly could. If you go back to the olden days where each Grand Prix had a different promoter, probably the devastating classic amongst them is Monza, when you lost Pasolini and Jarno Saarinen. Everybody that's old enough here to remember that disaster day at Curve Grande. They ran a Grand Prix when clearly there was oil on the track, and they restarted it, and 2 of your top line riders were killed back in the day. So there was a dark period to motorcycle racing when promotions were only interested in the money, and motorcycle racers were like the fodder that they could make the money off of. Roger Cook, an investigative journalist.
Got there in the end.
Yeah, I couldn't quite get there with that. It was a bit of a mouthful. But Roger Cook ran a thing about the ACU, didn't he? If you remember Vernon Cooper,
yes,
who was the chairman of the ACU, who was a man that was, pretty much hated universally because his decisions were not the best at the time. And Roger Cook took him on in an expose that didn't look good for our sport at all at the time. And if I may say, that may have been a turning point as far as tracks and track safety are concerned. So good on Roger Cook.
Somebody having some more issues there. That may be one of our pre-war bikes potentially. The 173. That seems to be who apparently is not in this session, it would seem. So
it's a Velocity.
It is a Velocity, yes, as I've now so christened them. Again, it's been a long weekend. It's getting a bit warm as well. My brain's not quite functioning at a full capability at the moment. But yeah, it's there's a long old history to this sport, of course, and there's good sides and bad sides to all of it. And of course, you got the pleasure of growing up and riding right in the thick of it as well, and having all those experiences and having to deal with the best of the best and the worst of the worst, I suppose.
Yeah, I was very fortunate. My time was a good time. Probably a fraction too late. I would have preferred to be just a few years even earlier than that. The days of Parrish and Sheen and that particular ilk. But me and Ronnie Haslam, there's only 6 months difference, I think, between Ron and my age. We had a good time. But the time before that, very, very, just a fraction before us, there was more money to be earned. You could do more internationals around the world that were interesting and well funded and quite interesting from that perspective. I mean, I go back as far as Grand Prix is concerned. The first Grand Prix I rode was the British Grand Prix, but the second one was at Brno when it was a street circuit. If you go back to it when it was round the houses and so on and so forth, and the Nürburgring. So I had a baptism by fire into 3 race circuits. Silverstone, which is the quickest one that we got here, and then, I think it is. It might not be. It might be Thruxton that's the quickest in the UK. Can't be sure.
I think at the time it was Silverstone.
But it was pretty close. And then you had Brno round the streets, which was a nightmare, and then the Nürburgring, which was 14 miles round. Good luck with that.
Yeah, she's a big old beast, is the Nordschleife. Was there barriers in place at that point as well, or was it still just off into the trees and good luck?
It was pretty much what you say. I mean, they hadn't obviously invented the small circuit there. The Grand Prix circuit hadn't been built at that point. But in fact, I remember it was Graham Crosby who took me round on the back of Peter Clifford's XS 1100 Yamaha, if I remember rightly. And we did a lap, and as we got to the end of it, I was still screaming as we came to the end of the lap, and he said, should we do another lap? And I was going, no, and he just gassed it up, and away we went for another 14 miles of absolute green hell. And that was how I was supposed to learn the Nordschleife ring, on the back of Graham Crosby. It obviously bode quite well, because I finished in the top 10 in the 350 class, so I'm all right with that.
Yeah, well, trial by fire and all of that.
It really was.
Sort of learned it, I suppose. Yeah, it's not a place for the weak of heart or mind. I don't think, even today, when obviously you don't get any proper bike racing going around Even though there is still motorsport there, it's still pretty feared. And even people doing track days on it, quite frankly, I even there's barriers and catch fencing, I'd still...
Catch fencing, don't mention catch fencing. I don't know who the hell developed catch fencing. That was just horrendous. That would be like trying to fall through a row of trees without hitting one. The catch fence, if you were lucky enough to go into the fence between the posts, that was fine. But if you rolled into or came into contact with any of the posts that was holding the fencing, you broke legs, necks, and God knows what. It was the most ridiculous safety measure I think anybody's ever invented, ever, for a motorcycle meeting. I think it was basically there for the cars, because we were always second fiddle to the cars back in the day. But catch fencing killed people and damaged people badly in motorcycle racing.
No, you're right with the car point, because it stops bits flying off cars into crowds, and that was, if the car meeting was bigger, that was more important, was stopping people in the crowd getting hurt and killed, rather than what was unfortunately a kind of a secondary event and seriously injuring the competitors on the track. It's got a bit depressing here in the commentary box. Maybe we should switch to something more cheery.
I like to think of it as a dose of realism, as it was. And one of the reasons why the sport is in rude health, is in good health now. I think the fact that we are where we are now is because it was so diabolical in certain circumstances back in the day that people like the International Race Teams Association, which was headed originally by Mike Trimby, who's no longer with us now. He died, unfortunately, at Misano a couple of years ago while having dinner over his dinner table. There you go. He just announced to his wife, lovely wife, Irene, that he was feeling a little dizzy. Bang. Mike always said to me that he wanted to go out with his boots on, and certainly he couldn't get any better as far as that was concerned. But Mike is responsible for our sport being in the condition it's in now at Grand Prix level. He came up with a system where all the 500cc Grand Prix riders gave him 3% of our prize money, so that he could run and fund himself and his little team to go around all of the Grand Prix tracks and make sure they could be as up to speed and as safe as they could possibly be in the circumstances. And he fought for the riders. And slowly but surely the teams, the factories, realised that riders were getting a voice. And bearing in mind that riders are quite volatile, the manufacturers then went to Mike and said, look, you're doing a great job. How about if we fund and become the International Race Teams Association, and you run that for us? And that's how the evolution came. So it meant then Mike was basically the head of IRTA. The riders were contracted to the factories, and the factories were contracted through IRTA to Dorna, the people who became the rights and promoters of all of Grand Prix. So that's when we had that formulation of respect to riders' needs and necessary safety. The FIM at this particular point were on the outskirts of all of this. The license purveyors, if you like, the people that provided everybody with the license and the tracks with a license to run things, the FIM were left out in the cold a little bit, and it's only been the last couple of years that the FIM have been brought back in, if you like. All they were rubber stampers of licenses. But now the FIM have moved forward again, and they've joined in with Liberty, obviously, and the manufacturers obviously have a voice. The main thing is the MSMA, who are the manufacturers association, have a big say in the rules. In fact, it's the manufacturers, who make the MotoGP rules. They are responsible for writing the rule book, and then IRTA run it all and look after it all.
Just a little update for you on the schedule. The end of day showcase is still scheduled to be on at 5:30 here at Mallory Park. Anybody who has run a bike today on circuit is allowed to enter if you so wish. I'm presuming you just need to go poke your head into race control and go, hello, I'd like to go out once again. So don't go home just yet if you're here and maybe thinking about packing up and getting on out of here. You can still head out one more time if you're not already scheduled to go out one more time this afternoon. But yeah, Keith, interesting you brought up Liberty Media there, because that very good question, I think, for someone like you, again, who's been around for a long time. What are your thoughts on maybe the direction that Liberty Media are going to be taking Grand Prix racing? Because I know there are some people that see the benefits of it. Obviously, in Formula One terms, over in car racing, it's grown the sport so exponentially over there, but there's also a lot of very hardcore fans feel like they've been pushed out. There's a lot of dissatisfaction around the drivers at the moment. Do you think maybe we'll be heading in the same direction?
I think the first thing that we have to do is recognise the unbelievably superb job that Dorna, Carmelo Espeleta and his family have done, and they have kept MotoGP, their whole international Grand Prix scene, running at times when it would have gone bankrupt if it hadn't been for Dorna putting their money in. They paid for people during the COVID pandemic. They paid for Moto3 teams and Moto2 teams to stay alive. You very rarely hear of it. And they fund riders' funds and the like of people that have been hurt and they haven't had insurance and so on and so forth. The Carmelo Espeleta and his family, and obviously the people that he is part of, Dorna as is, did a fantastic job in keeping it where it is. But it had probably gone as far as it could. It had developed as far as it could under that family name. And the point being, Liberty came along, lots of money, which is needed to move a sport forward or to take it out of wherever it is at this point and go the next step. We're going to find out whether it's a good thing. I mean, some fans will be alienated by the way that by the way that Liberty will take it. Even the very name of the sport now is, I can't even pronounce their rather long four-word name of the sport. You know, back in the day you say Dorna. Now what do you say? It's, I don't know, some Liberty Entertainment Group or something. It even sounds corporate, which is horrendous. We'll see. At the end of the day, I hope they don't misread what motorcycle fans want, what motorcycle fans need. We're a different breed to Formula One guys. You look at what's going on down the road at Silverstone at the moment. Over 500,000 people are going to be trackside this week at Silverstone watching Formula One. From about 100 yards away, you need binoculars to see what's going on. You're miles away from the action. You know, if that was a Grand Prix at Silverstone, it's why you only get 40,000 people there watching a motorcycle Grand Prix, because it's too far away. It's not interesting from a spectator point of view. And I hope that Liberty take on board what motorcycle spectators require, what they need. We're not going to sit in a grandstand and watch it from 100 yards away. It's not going to happen. You know, most people want to be able to walk around a racetrack, stand on a bank and interact with other fans. They don't want to be corralled into a particular grandstand or a particular area for 300 quid or whatever it might be to have that privilege. And I think that these are going to be the things that are going to be the Liberty are going to struggle with. And then it depends on the marketplace. The British market is in the doldrums. The Spanish market is slipping a little bit. You know, the Italian market is not perhaps quite as sharp as it is. The Southeast Asian market is booming. Thailand is 200,000 people there. Indonesia is looking quite good from a World Superbike point of view. You know, the market is changing around the world, and Liberty have got to put themselves in a position where they're going to look after the weak points, not just take all the money out that they possibly can to keep their corporation and shareholders nice and happy.
It's interesting times, isn't it, going forward? And yeah, like you said, we'll have to wait and see what direction we're going in, and we're all hoping that it's one that's going to be the right one. Again, one place that is going in the right direction here at Mallory Park, of course, back for the revival of 1000 Bikes this weekend, and it has been a great weekend so far. Again, keep getting your thoughts in. If you are watching along on YouTube, just do a quick check to see if anyone else has dropped any comments in. Doesn't look like it at the moment. We are still with you though here in the commentary box until the end of the weekend's action. But it has been so fantastic to be back here this weekend and enjoying ourselves in what is some now wonderful Leicestershire sunshine, looking at all these brilliant machines out there on the racetrack, and some of them stretching their legs a little bit as well, which is great to see. It's never nice seeing old classics just trundling around nicely. You want to see these things pushed a little bit, back to kind of almost what they should be, what they were designed for, to again not be 100% all out attack. We're going to go out and go mental, but they're designed to be ridden hard and ridden quickly.
The thing is, with a race motorcycle, particularly an old race motorcycle, if you are 5 seconds under what they are capable of doing, they are like donkeys to ride. They are just the worst things. They don't handle, they don't feel right at all. If they're not ridden close to the edge, they just don't handle as you would expect them to. I think that's still the same for modern day race motorcycles as well, but not quite as much as the old bikes. The old bikes are just set up to be on their side and on the gas. and they feel absolutely awful when you're 5 or 6 seconds off the pace that you would aim them to be at. And I've got to say that it used to be the start of a year, when you started the year at maybe Snetterton at a track day or something like that, to get back into the groove. You felt like you couldn't ride a motorbike. It felt like you were very, very rusty trying to get the things to perform in the way that they should. Looking at these pictures, you know, some of these guys are properly on it now, late on in the day. They're beginning to get down to the business.
Oh, sun's out, isn't it? So, you know, you
sun's
get on the
out,
bike.
guns out.
Yeah, it's literally, McGowan. And then this might be the last session as well for some of these guys. So thinking, you know what, let's get on with it a bit, at least show what we can do out there. So it's good to see people getting a bit of a push on as they go through and push themselves on. So yeah, that's really great to see some of these riders out there having a bit of fun. I believe this is the 29th session out there at the moment. Again, we're not expecting everybody, or certainly not on track, not everyone who was signed up to be in this session out there at the moment. But again, lots of the bikes we've seen already, a whole range of bikes. We've got things from the 60s all the way up to the 1990s as well. So a real wide variety of things out there at the moment.
And still the sweetest sound going past our commentary box, if you ask me, is the three-cylinder Beezer, or it might not be a BSA, it might be a Triumph, but it might be that BSA Rocket 3. It sounds so sweet when it goes past the commentary box here. Out of all the bikes that are out there, for me, that's the one that does it.
And I've always loved the sound of a triple, to be fair, myself as well. I mean, again, perhaps one of a more modern sport triple or something like that compared to yourself. But
the screaming Triumph Moto 2 bike are you talking about?
Not necessarily the Moto 2, to be fair. I mean, it is a good noise, but just any of the modern triples, to be fair, I do just absolutely love them. Because again, it's when you see it, it's a bit, okay, that's because again, they're not uncommon, but it's a little bit out there compared to some other machines that, you know, if someone's going to buy a bike, they may be looking at. So it kind of picks up your interest anyway, and then you actually hear them getting on it and getting going. It's they're just amazing. Again, just the screaming noise that comes from it, it's just stunning, and it doesn't quite take my breath away, but it gets close, I think. So it is a good old noise coming from those things. But there's plenty of other good bikes out there as well that make a good noise. There's any bike here, Keith, that you've seen across this weekend that you'd love to get out there and ride? Is there anyone that's caught your particular attention?
I quite like the look of Halewood's, who wouldn't, 1979 TT practice running machine. We're looking at it now, the number 12 machine, and I've got to say that gives me a little palpitation. I can feel a little stirring going on when I see that going around here, and I quite like the look of that. It was basically got that big 100 on it, the Canadian TZ 750 with the electron carbs on it and all the rest of it. That would be a useful tool, and it looked sweet as. And then, of course, probably the one that I would like to ride the most would be Ewan Thacker's Dave Potter machine, because Dave Potter was a mate. He was a very kind man to me in my very, very early days on a racetrack, and it will be a little bit special to have a go round on one of Dave's bikes. I was there when he was killed at Alton Park. Ted Broad was a friend of ours at the time because he was a sponsor. And they were just good days at that time. But Dave was just an unassuming Yorkshireman who was bloody fast on a motorbike. And there was nobody that could beat Dave Potter in England at that time. He was the fastest man on a racetrack. And it wasn't on the odd day here and there. It was on just about every day. He never received internationally the kind of accolades that he probably should have done. But he never went far from these shores. You know, he rode a 500 occasionally here and I think at Assen, but he was really a TZ 750 superbike rider here in Britain, and there was nobody that was as fast as Potter back then. So I would quite like a ride on his machine.
We go down and have a word with Ewan maybe a bit later.
Well, Ewan rides it very well, I've got to say. I mean, you know, Ewan rides it, his leathers fit him rather well. It's not like he's squeezed into them from
well, you know, it's
tyres are the problem nowadays, Ross.
Yeah,
you can't get the right tyres for the classic wheel sizes that you've got here. You're on Metzler road tyres and stuff like that. That it's not the same thing. You know, slicks have a special kind of combination geared to the suspension and the like of a classic TZ 750. You know, slicks, they do what they say. You've got more rubber on the road. You don't need that bit in the middle you don't need fresh air in a tyre. Slicks stuck to the tarmac make a motorcycle do what you want it to do when you want it to do it.
You do have to get them working, though. That's the thing. If they're not working underneath you, then it is kind of like riding on ice a little bit, isn't it?
Right now, with the weather just warming the tarmac up and a few laps underneath you, they'd be warm enough right now. They'd be real good.
Yeah.
But again, if you use them hard, they'd only be good for 2 or 3 laps. The rear tyre would be absolutely shot. Unfortunately, tyre management was very important.
Absolutely. Well, we've sent Riley back out on a walk around. It sounds like he has managed to find somebody down in the paddock. So let's head down to Riley Davis and see who he's got to speak to right now.
You join me here yet again in the paddock with another 500 bike. This is an amazing machine that we've got here in front of us, and we've got Colin to talk us through it. It's an amazing bike, the number 52 machine that is for sale, of course. If you want to have a look at this bike and maybe get your hands on it, you contact him as the email you can see here. But Colin, how long have you had this bike, and how special is it?
Oh, I've had it over 20 years. The guy who raced it last was a guy named Roy Horn. 1986 at Silverstone Festival of Motorcycling. That's when it was last raced. He's passed away, and I bought it off his wife. It's got a McIntyre engine and a 5-speed Quaife gearbox, and it goes really well. I paraded it a number of times here, and it runs. So anybody that buys this bike could be buying a good bike.
Yeah, for sure. As you just said, perfect, and a brilliant experience to take it to Mallory Park. As I can see here, you've taken it to events all the way back in 2012, so you've had it for quite a while now, and you've been enjoying its company. So I'm sure you'll be a bit sad to let it go, but I'm
82 now, so I've had my fun. The joints are getting a little bit stiff now, so I've got this one for sale, and I've got 2 Manx Nortons over there, which I can no longer get my leg over, as you might say. So they've got to go.
Yeah, it's a nice celebration though of the passion for your bikes and motorcycles in general, and it's great to pass these bikes on to the next person who's going to enjoy them just as much as you have, for how incredible they are. So this is probably something you would have heard me say a lot on the PA. When was the first time you came to Mallory Park, and was it with this bike?
It wasn't this bike, it was my Manx over there, and it must have been, God knows. I've still got the when I've had it scrutineered, the bands are still on there, so I can't remember, but it's a long time ago. I paraded here a number of years, and I can no longer do it now. It'd be sad to let them go, but they've got to go.
Yeah, but at least you get to enjoy events like these still here at Mallory Park. I'm sure you'll be around for the next couple of parades as well, because even if you don't have the bikes, you can still join the community and connect with the people that own similar bikes, and maybe even the person who buys this bike will be at the next festival for you to enjoy, and it'll be great to see the bike out on track again in the hands of someone else.
And I hope to see it out on the track where it should be used. I think the Manx will be going to the Isle of Man. Somebody's very interested over there to buy the Manx, so that'll be good.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic.
There for a number of years as well. So
yeah, exactly. Lots of history for Norton at the Isle of Man, in the TT, and everything. Just the Isle of Man in general, of course. Most of them being called Manx. Even the new bikes are still called Manx, like the brand new Manx are, and that it shows that history and importance, and to people like you as well, who have showed the passion for these bikes, kept them going, and enjoyed your time on them, like here at Mallory Park. And as I was just saying, you can it'll be lovely to see whoever buys these bikes to come to a festival and see them enjoying and having their first experience on these bikes, and enjoying it as much as you did on your first time.
And I have met John Cooper in the pits over by the solo starters. I recognised his face, and I was here when he beat Agostini. I was spectating on the S's there, and the banks were absolutely full of people all the way around. It was an unbelievable scene, And he said, he enjoyed that time where he beat Ago. you know, on his 3BSA.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? It must have been an incredible sight to see. One that I'm quite jealous of, to be honest, because all the stories I hear, such an incredible race. We spoke to John Cooper earlier. We were me, Keith, and Ross up in the commentary box talking about it. It was a magical moment, especially considering he was on a BSA as well compared to Ago's factory MV. It's
I think he did
truly amazing.
He said I was on a 750 and Ago was on a 500, but I said that MV was quick.
Yeah,
even though it was 500, it was quick.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so nice to hear these stories from people who were there at those iconic moments. Thank you very much for having a chat with us. And we hope you join us for some more festivals in the future to possibly see these bikes return.
I hope so. I hope to see somebody on these bikes out on the track where they belong.
Yeah, we do too. Thank you very much for that interview, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend here at Mallory Park.
Thanks for your time. Okay,
thank you. Well, we move on now, as that was a wonderful interview, and to hear stories from people who were there at those moments that we were saying about earlier. That moment in 1971 when John Cooper beat Giacomo Agostini to the line, a truly iconic moment in the history of Mallory Park. As we now move on to another interview, we try and filter our way through here. Got some more Nortons to talk about. One that's so important to Mallory Park's history. So many Nortons have raced here. I'm trying to figure out who owns these bikes. Which one are you going to go first then?
Sorry?
Which one?
Going first? I don't know. Whoever really. Well, mine's the oldest one.
Right, all right, then we'll go with that. We'll start with you then. So we'll start with what's your name and what bike have you got for us today? Obviously a Norton, but yeah, the story of the bike and whatnot.
Well, I don't know the history of the bike. I bought it in 2000 and been parading it or running it ever since, but not racing it. I did race for a couple of years, but not successfully, so.
Yeah, maybe not that you don't know the origin story of the bike, but nonetheless the time you've owned it, still the story of the bike. And one that I've been asking a lot of people is how you got it. Was it a reason for a bike that you've dreamed of having all your life, or was it just an opportunity that came to you, or one that you dreamed of building yourself perhaps?
Well, I did do a bit of racing with my son's Dominator, and that sparked the enthusiasm again. So then I looked around and I bought the Manx, a bike I'd always wanted to ride and race. So bought it in 2000 and started doing a bit of racing, but of course I was too old when I started really, but you know, the enthusiasm was there, so I had a good go at it. But then I took to doing parades and track days.
Yeah. Well, you're never too old to appreciate motorbikes, of course. We'll move on now. First of all, give us your name. Which one of these Nortons are yours then?
I've got two of them, the Manx and the other Norton, or Pushrod Norton, yeah. And my name's John Young, and we come from Somerset.
Yeah.
And so what would you like to know about the Bell?
What I would like to know is your story, how you came to be here, what led up to this moment here at Mallory Park where you got to show off your brilliant bikes.
Well, we've obviously been here, David and myself, quite a few times in the past with different circuits. But David had the Manx, and then I built this Pushrod Norton, and then I knew for some parts to build a Manx, so we bought the frame and the wheels and the front forks off somebody down in Cornwall, and I built this one up. Just had it for just over a year now, and just getting used to it.
Yeah, they look in fine condition as well. And are you are you a Norton loyalist, or is it just because this specific bike you took interest to? Is it the manufacturer that draws you in, or what, the bike, or maybe the era that they were made?
Well, no, I mean, they've always been very successful all through the years. Dave really taught me into really getting this Manx, so we bought it and or made it up, and yeah, so they were just out together and enjoying ourselves.
Yeah, there's not many bikes that can compare to the history of Manx Nortons, especially with these three here. Such amazing bikes, in amazing condition as well for the year they. And you said you built one of them. It just shows that passion.
Both of those,
yeah, both of them.
I know David can tell you, but that one's 54, and David's is
57.
Yeah, 57. That is incredible, isn't it? And it's great to see. As I was just saying to a few people back there about the Nortons, how much they're well represented here at Mallory Park because of the rich history that Norton has around this track.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, and one question: when was the first time you came to Mallory Park?
That's a very good question.
To ride or to view?
Either. There's always a story about Mallory Park.
In 1963, I first came here to watch. Yeah, watch all the schoolboy heroes. But,
yeah, plenty of history in those days as well.
But no, I mean, not as early as that, but we've been here quite a few years now.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone here at Mallory Park appreciates the efforts that you've put into building these amazing bikes. Thank you very much for that one, guys.
Thank you.
We enjoyed your company there, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to back to Ross and Keith in the commentary box. A brief, mostly chat about Nortons there, and it's really great to see how many Nortons there are here. A brand that has sort of began to get a bit less known worldwide is still brilliantly represented here in the UK.
Should be as well, Riley. I mean, I had a Norton Commando. Mick Hemmings Motorcycles in Northampton sorted it out for me. Mick no longer with us, of course, but I know Angie, his wife, will be listening to this at the moment. She was supposed to come with me this morning, but she didn't want to get out of bed, apparently. Sorry, Ange. I know you'll be listening. But there is actually a Mick Hemmings Commando that belonged to Mike Berry that's down in the pits here as well at the moment. Mick was used to the purple and yellow Mickey Mouse logos all over it as well, but Mick Hemmings Motorcycles, he found me a pristine Norton Commando, which is a bike that I always wanted. Unfortunately, when I finally got one, I realised how much motorcycles had advanced compared with the old Commandos, and perhaps it wasn't quite the ride I was expecting. So sadly, I passed it on at a time when they were still rising in value, shall we say.
Yeah, sure, that was a bit of a shock to the system for you.
Well, I mean, things move on, don't they? I had a Commando when I was 17, and back then you were competing with Z1s, as in Kawasaki Z1s when they first came to the CB750s, Hondas, when they very first came here, and it was Norton Commandos, Trident Triples, BSA Rocket. Those were the kind of the competition was then, and it was basically the British fraternity were all going out the window as the Japanese arrived. And they arrived with some fantastic motorcycles back then. So we were doomed, as they say in Scotland. Well, let's get back now to pit lane because Riley is determined to interview every single person that's come to this paddock. I'm absolutely sure of it. I don't know where you're finding the stamina, Riley.
And now we're back. We're interviewing Ian Bryant, who is just about to get out there, so we'll make this nice and quick for you, just so you don't miss any of that track session time that you're going to love so much. Let's go over the bikes you got here. Which one are you going to take out in this next session? This number 77?
So, yeah. 93.
Yeah, this is the bike you're about to take out in the session now. Is that a bike you've had for a while?
About 20 years. But when I was, someone found it rusting away in a barn, a small pile of rusty bits, and I bought it, and as you can see it now. But help from a lot of other people.
Yeah, it's in great condition.
Bernard Saunders especially, and Jeff Dale. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to do it.
Yeah, a good shout out to them, I suppose, for helping you get this thing back to its amazing ways. It looks fantastic, perfectly restored, and in fine Honda colours as well. The classic red, the gold, and silver. It really is iconic, isn't it? And I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. How many sessions have you done that on so far?
Just one today. It started to misfire near the end, so I've just changed the plugs and hope that's cured it. Colour-wise, by the way, that's the works colours, but they should be silver, everything's silver, with a big orange, half the fairing orange, but I prefer the works colours, so I've done that.
Yeah, that's just fine. The works colours look fantastic, and we're going to let you get out there now and have a good time here at Mallory Park. Thank you very much for that interview. Great to talk to you, and great to see another fantastic bike being restored in that fashion. Thank you, and have a good time. It's great to see again the passion to restore amazing bikes like that Honda we just saw, and how they find that commitment to all band together, a bunch of guys, to make such an amazing project like that.
Certainly interesting. Thanks a lot, Riley. Again, as Keith said, clearly determined to just grab everybody and anyone that is down there to get some words out of them. I've got to respect the commitment as, again, someone who I will admit is not a particularly massive fan of going down and harassing people into interviews. He's doing a fantastic job, so fair play to the young man. Of course, Riley Davis, myself, Ross McIntyre, and the legend that is Keith Huewen. We are bringing you all of the action from this weekend. We do have some sidecar action out on track at the moment, and I know I mentioned it earlier, but sidecars here at Mallory Park do hold a bit of a special place in my heart. My granddad used to race sidecars here way back when. I did actually shoot him a message a little bit earlier on today, just asking, sent him some photos of the weekend, of course. I'm sure it's something he would love to do. Unfortunately, he's a bit unwell at the moment, so he wouldn't be able to come down. But I just sent him a message going, look, we're doing obviously there's this going on, got some old classic sidecars. Do you recognise any of these? And then asked him as well if he ever raced against Chris Vincent. Of course, with a lot of this weekend we've been paying tribute to the late great Chris Vincent, and of course part of that naming, or renaming should I say, the final corner here at Mallory Park to the Vincent's Devil's Elbow. And unfortunately he could not recall, my granddad, if he did ever race against Chris. So if he did, they clearly didn't get on very well, or he just didn't at all. I think he probably would have been roughly in the same period, maybe my granddad a little bit after Chris raced. So I tried at least, but it looks like I've got no connection to Chris in that way. But still, it's always special to see some classic sidecars out. It's something we talked about a lot across the course of this weekend. Sidecars, they're in a bit of a tricky spot at the moment, but it's always wonderful to see some outfits out there doing a great job. We'll, of course, show you once again a little bit later on the ceremony with Chris Vincent and what happened, and that wonderful moment with his son James himself, a very, very quick rider who did race a couple of Grand Prix in 500cc. His daughter Trace there as well, and a load of others from the Vincent family, as we honoured a true great here at Mallory Park. But we hope you are enjoying all of the action. Keep your questions flying in. There was a question that came in for Keith a little while ago. He just had to run away quickly, but he'll be back in a short moment, so I'm sure we can ask him when he's back, as we see one of the older sidecars. That was the one that was up on 2 and 1 wheel earlier on, which I got to say, up on 1 wheel on a sidecar is brave. But sidecar riders do tend to be quite brave, especially back in the day when there was not exactly comfortable, these things, not a lot of space on the chair for the passenger to hang off of. Yeah, pretty tricky at the best of times. That number 31 sidecar. Again, we unfortunately don't have the entry list for the sidecar guys in our entry list. Someone sounds like they have come into the pit lane, it would seem. Any front wheel pickup this time? No, it was a little bit of a slide in, probably bogged the engine down on the way through the hairpin there before we're going to get full commitment through Vincent's Devil's Elbow. No, we're going to get right up to the wall though from the 31 squad, and we are going to pick up onto the outside 2 wheels and almost sending themselves over. Bit of a heart in your mouth moment for the passenger there, I'm sure, but got the weight over just enough. Again, so much of sidecar riding is about the weight transfer of the passenger, and that's why you do see them hanging fully off the bike, or the sidecar should I say, and fully showing commitment even on these older machinery. As I am joined by the man who's been on a mission for the last hour or so, Riley Davis. You've spoken to literally everybody down in the paddock that I think is still here. You must be absolutely knackered.
Oh yeah, it was great to have some stories told and given a little bit of a background to some of the amazing bikes that we've got. Nortons as well. So many Nortons actually that I just spoke to in the space of the last half an hour. As I said, really, really good to see the Norton brand still being represented in that form, while Norton continues to make motorcycles in the form of the Manx R that's just been released. You don't really see a lot of representation for it outside of the UK, and it's great to see Norton getting back to that level as we're now seeing some more sidecar action. Oh, there's a bit of debris on track there. Looks like a t-shirt or something. I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see. That's a bit strange, but I'm sure that will get cleared up in due time, and thankfully the riders are able to see that. But yeah, Ross, seeing a few people in these sidecars getting a bit excited. We saw some wheels off the ground a few moments ago. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that 13 or 31 bike, should I say, I mean, that was a good 30 yards it was on 2 wheels. It was quite impressive, it must be said. So kudos to them, as they're still absolutely hounding around it. We haven't got any live timing with us today, but if we did, I'm sure they would be certainly the quickest outfit on the circuit at the moment. This is the final sidecars parade of the day. After this one, we've got 3 more parades, and then the end of the day showcase, which is open to any bike that is still here at the end of the day. If you're still here, you still got a bike and want to get out there one more time here at the revival of the 1,000 Bikes Festival at Mallory Park, be a part of history, then head on down, poke your head into race control. They're nice, they don't bite. And just let them know, say, look, I want to go out there one more time and enjoy the last of Sunday, the 5th of July sun here in Leicestershire. Yeah, it's maybe a bib that's come off. I don't know why anyone would have a bib out there or anything, but something certainly just lying in the middle of the racing surface. But I don't think it's anywhere dangerous or anything like that. So we just have a marshal run over to pick that up before the next session. Of course, a big thank you to all of the marshals here today that have given up their time to ensure that we can go riding as safely as possible. Thankfully, haven't needed them too often, which is always the case. You know, in an ideal world, we wouldn't need marshals, medics, or like at all, and we could just go out there and have fun. But motorcycle racing, even when you are just doing parade laps, well, these guys are trying to do hot laps, it would seem, but even when you're doing parade laps, it's still dangerous. You know, you can still have incidents, still get hurt, especially some of the older riders that we've had here today as well. You know, don't quite bounce as well as some of the younger professionals that you'll be seeing out there in competitions proper. So a big thank you to all of them for giving up their time to come and make this event as successful as possible. So a big thank you to all of those guys. Sidecar session still underway. Should be coming to an end in about 5 to 10 minutes before we get the next session out there. But yeah, these guys really going for it. Again, final sidecar session of the weekend here at the 1,000 Bikes Rival, and they are making the absolute most of it here, Riley. Yeah, they are. They're getting the shoulder down, as I was saying earlier. Fine Chris Vincent style, that was truly amazing. And I'll tell you what, we saw some smoke coming off there, hard braking, hard turning as well, wheels going up in the air. It is amazing to see these guys really having a good time out there as well. It's, you just sit here and I suppose be in awe of how these bikes, they're part of history, they're part of an amazing line of sidecar race machines, and still they're able to, all these years later, push to a level like this, which we're seeing here is once again wheels going off the ground as well. I think it does help the fact that it's an uneven amount of wheels, but nonetheless still smoke coming off the rear, and then a tight turn, front wheels off the ground. As I was just saying, the list I wrote, I just gave Ross basically of all the things that just happened over one outfit over the course of a lap, happened in the course of one hairpin. Wheels smoking, sliding, and then the front wheel up in the air. It's truly amazing to see, isn't it? Absolutely. And it's got to be said as well, when you've got old skinny tyres like that, it's very easy to lock them up, even with small brakes, shall we say. And as Angela Hemmings is coming in, Angie saying Riley needs mothering apparently, and as well apparently asking if my granddad had a Velocity engine. I'm not sure if he did. I'll have to ask him on that one. Yes, no, that is absolutely fair. Angie absolutely listening in and having a go. I actually don't know what engine my granddad ran in his sidecar, but I'll ask if it was a Velocity, as I fumbled my words earlier on. Yes, sometimes we will make mistakes, don't we? It is the last lap here in the sidecars here. And seeing as we are coming to the end of the sidecar session, 3 sessions left to go after this one, it seems fitting that we show you for one final time what happened yesterday. Of course, part of the festivities here at the revival of 1,000 Bikes is we are paying tribute to the late great Chris Vincent. And part of that, of course, renaming the final corner here to Vincent's Devil's Hours. A big ceremony yesterday during the lunch break. As you can see the last lap flag and the checkered flag being prepared there, just underneath the Master Mac banner on the Marshalls flag stand. So yes, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday with all of Chris's family in attendance as well. We spoke to Jay Tracy, his son and daughter. Unfortunately, Chris's other son wasn't able to attend. He's stuck in Spain by the sound of things. Could be worse, I suppose. But yes, let's have a little look back at yesterday, and for one last time, let's see that wonderful moment where we paid tribute to an absolute legend, not just of this track, but of motorcycle racing and sidecar racing in general.
Here we are on the iconic Devil's Elbow, soon to be renamed the Vincent's Devil's Elbow, after the very famous family that have been down this racetrack many, many times in the past. But We remember, of course, Chris Vincent, who is an icon of sidecars. Not bad on a solo bike either, it has to be said. And alongside me are son and daughter, Jason and Tracy, thank you very much, and Stuart Hickin from Mallory Park, of course. Max couldn't make it, Jay. He's in Spain, of course, your brother.
Yeah, he's out in Spain. He's a busy man out there. He tried his hardest to get here, but just couldn't make it in the end, unfortunately. So he's just sent all the best, and everybody's here taking videos and stuff. So we'll be showing him all about it.
I have to say that it's very rare that an iconic corner like Devil's Elbow is renamed in anybody's name, so it's a big honour. You must be feeling quite honoured that this iconic piece of racetrack in Britain is named after your dad.
Absolutely. You know, it's a massive honour. You know, I'm so proud. You know, our dad, he just brought us up with motorbikes, and we live 2 miles down the road in Shilton. So Mallory Park's just been part of our life since day one, and like you say, now for it to be named this Vincent's Devil's Elbow is just absolute amazing.
Tracy, it brings a tear to my eye, so I don't know what it's doing for you as daughter of a very famous, iconic man, now named on an iconic racetrack.
Exactly. I mean, we've been brought up with this track. It's the friendly one, and we've always been here, so it is an honour. It's very nice, thank you.
And I have to say that Stuart Hickin, man of the Mallory Park, you've always had this kind of thing in your mind, haven't you? These historic events, the people that were involved in historic events from years ago, you've always managed to look after, to make sure that we're all remembered.
I hope so. I mean, for me, the 60s were unbelievably, you know, watching their dad dicing with Owen Greenwood, and I mean, that was war with the guys out there. If you were a Greenwood fan, then there were plenty of punch-ups. But just, he was the king of drift down here. Absolutely. A sight to behold.
These events are never easy to put on, that's for sure, because people get old, motorcycles get old, and it's difficult to coordinate something along these lines. But how about this weekend?
Yeah, I think we've concentrated really on not so many riders, but more interesting bikes. I mean, I have to thank Mike Brady, who owns that BSA and the 2 BMWs, and many, many more people that bought really, really interesting motorcycles to have a look at, because I think that's what motorcyclists are about.
Sidecars, it's always an issue, isn't it, with sidecars? They've been done down as a group of people, and yet the engineering and the talent that we have in Britain for sidecar racing has been second to none, right from the very earliest days right up to date.
Yeah, for sure, and in some ways probably they've been their own downfall with enclosing the outfits, because there was no sight going into Gerrard's on a sitter with the handlebars going from lock to lock. So in some ways, maybe being fully enclosed has not helped. I am a sidecar fan, although I'm a solo man. I love sidecars. And I don't know how we're going to get them out the doldrums, because when most guys take the helmet off, they've got less air than me, which is quite difficult.
And it's blowing my hair around when I've carefully placed it as well. You've got no problem with that, though, Jay, have you?
No, easy. I save a fortune in them hairdressers, I do.
Tell me about it when you were growing up. Obviously, your dad being as good as he was in a sidecar. You never fancied any sidecar shenanigans yourself?
No, not at all, really. I mean, we got brought up in the back garden, riding around, you know, from about 4 years old, and obviously on just little Pee-wees and Artel jets and stuff. And no, it's never sort of materialised, the fact of sidecars, and we just ended up going motocross and then started road racing, and naturally just went down that road, really.
But here we are in a proud moment at the moment. The icon that is Devil's Elbow, now renamed Vincent's Devil's Elbow. And I have to say, big round of applause to the Vincent family, please, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, to all the support the sidecar guys have given us here this weekend as well. Please do come down into the paddock and come and see and support everybody that's here. And a big thank you to Stuart Hickin as well, who's made it all worthwhile. Thank you very much, Stuart.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Thanks, mate.
And to the full Vincent family for turning out en masse behind us. Thanks very much.
Well, a really wonderful moment there as we remind ourselves of the ceremony yesterday as we renamed The Devil's Elbow here after Chris Vincent, now Vincent's Devil's Elbow. An honourable mouthful, as I coined it earlier, and rightfully so, as we do head out for session 31 of the day. We've got 2 more after this one, and then, of course, the end-of-day showcase for anyone who's still here and wants to come out and show what they've got. So, again, we're not quite sure if we're getting the full package of what we were expecting, Riley, but there still should be some wonderful, wonderful bikes right now. A lot of 250s in this session as well for us to enjoy, and the Harley Davidson 250s back out as well, which again I went on a big spiel about that earlier. Got a 92 Kawasaki as well. Lots of things as we have seen all weekend long.
Yeah, it might not be all the ones we thought we were going to see, but better, some bikes is better than no bikes, isn't it? And we've got plenty more to come here at Mallory Park. Not over just yet. You've got to deal with me and Ross in the commentary box for a few more hours here at Mallory Park as we get one of the sessions out. Only a couple left to go now, including the end of day showcase. It is going to build up as we see all the bikes out on track. That'll be fantastic, won't it? We're going to see all the different types of bikes that have been in all different sessions, and they're all going to be out there together as one. So I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun, and will be a great way to cap off the revival of the 1000 Bikes Festival. Of course, after a couple of years away, we've come back swinging and in full force, and still as we get later and later into the day, people still watching along and enjoying themselves. And it's been especially great to see so many people here today when it has been a very, very busy weekend in motorsport. Of course, Suzuka 8 hours this morning. Down the road at Silverstone, Formula 1 Grand Prix. There's British Superbikes over at Snetterton, so you could be very easily sidetracked, shall we say. But it's been fantastic to see so many people on what is a very busy weekend here on these Fair Isles to come and support this amazing venue, come and support this amazing event. And again, we've had international people in as well. I've spoken to a couple of Dutch guys across the weekend. Not quite international, but I like to say is people travelling down from Scotland as well, you know, across the border. That's a long old way, that one. Basically a different country, if you ask me. And again, World Cup's on as well, so people probably distracted by the soccer kickball thing. Again, we did have the Moto Ball guys. We did speak to them yesterday. They were here in the Avenue of Clubs. It was really interesting to speak to them. I can't quite remember if we got an interview out of them, unfortunately, but the only Moto Ball club left in the country at the moment. They're celebrating 50 years this year as well. And yeah, that was again really interesting to hear from them and hear about what they do and organise. And again, maybe they're a bit more into the World Cup than other people here are at the moment. Certainly, perhaps the Scottish contingent we've got in at the moment as well, following their subsequent beheading to Brazil. But we'll focus on the action here at Mallory Park, shall we? As we do have bikes out on the circuit. But Riley, it's been a great weekend. Obviously, at the end of Saturday, me, yourself, Keith, we talked about what our highlights of that day had been from the Saturday's action. You know, you spoke very fondly of seeing Kenny Roberts Jr.'s championship-winning 500cc bike, the last Suzuki 500cc championship bike. Now, though, we've had our broadcast here on Sunday, we've had plenty of opportunity to walk around and speak to people. Has your opinion changed? Has there been anything else that has really taken your breath away, or is it still Kenny Roberts Jr.'s bike?
Well, as much as that's nice to see, it's evolved a little bit into a bit more of an in-depth answer, joining the likes of yourself and Keith yesterday. Gave a great explanation of how great it was to talk to everyone in the paddock and find out their stories, and with myself going out for more interviews this time, diving into the paddock, people that are going into the people that are coming back from sessions, going into sessions, learning a bit more who people are and what bikes they're on, and then being able to mirror that knowledge into the sessions as well. It was really, really great to just get to know people. As I said, I've said so many times this weekend, we all have. Learning their stories, their bike stories, whether they've built it, bought it, or dreamt it. And it's inspirational, really, because, again, a lot of the crowd here at Mallory Park, on track and off, more in the older range, getting into their 60s, 70s and 80s. And it's great to hear how much they still have that amazing passion for the motorcycle community and how desperate they are to pass that down to the younger generations like yourself and me, Ross, but by telling the stories of their bikes that they made or bought so many years ago, and the tales of them maybe taking it to the Isle of Man, racing it in club racing back in the day, or having a hero when they grew up of a motorcycle racer, and they just had to own a bike like that. Like, for example, the guys we spoke to down in the paddock with the NSR 500 from the 90s, that was amazing to see. And here, those two guys grew up together, adoring those bikes, not having enough money, of course, in their younger years to buy those bikes, and finally reaching that goal. So it's quite nice, because you almost see some of these people in the paddock at that moment where they've completed their life dream to own one of those bikes. It's inspirational.
Certainly is. Obviously, everyone's got a dream bike they'd love to own, or maybe on occasions multiple dream bikes. I'm sure everyone kind of looks at some things and goes, I wouldn't mind having one of those. But for a lot of the things that are here, obviously some things, maybe the value is going down a little bit, shall we say. They're not considered fine motors, even though anyone with a brain knows they're brilliant. But there will be some bikes that are very, very expensive in this paddock, and that have been here this weekend. And being able to speak to people that have been able to buy and are able to ride their dream bikes, and know the stories, and then some people that don't know the stories as well, that they can't confirm what that bike's been through. Again, we spoke about, we think this bike was ridden by this person and may have won this race, but we don't have any documentation to confirm that. And of course, if anyone does know anything about some of the bikes we discussed earlier, please do get in touch with the right people. I know Stuart Hicken, in his collection, he has a Yamaha F1 that they're not sure who rode it, where and when at the TT. So get in touch with Stuart. I can see him down nattering away in the paddock, as he has been all day long, just out of the commentary box window. So please do get in touch with those people. So there's so many machines with wonderful stories, whether they're confirmed or not, here this weekend, and so many people with wonderful stories. Well, that has been, I know you just said that, Riley, and I know myself and Keith said this yesterday, and Keith obviously has a very different perspective on it from myself and you, given that he was there to live lots of those stories. But hearing different people and the experiences they've had chasing around motorbikes, and a lot of time for not a lot of money, to go racing, and to the stories about themselves and what they do, and the stories of their bikes that they have, and their thoughts on the current state of motorcycling in the UK and racing, and where they think it's going to go. It's been so fascinating to hear this and learn this, and to meet these people, and just to get their views on things as well. Because again, we're young, we like to pretend we know a lot, but in comparison to a lot of people, we don't have that experience, we don't have that first-hand knowledge. Only what we've seen, we've read, we've heard, or now as well we've been told. So to get those first-hand accounts from a lot of different people on things has been very, very special. I always remember very, very fondly a man by the name of Roger Keys, who you may know, who runs the Fab Racing Nearby British Championship, with his son Rob, who used to race way back when. And I remember when I'd first started working on that championship, and I got talking to Roger, and he kind of quizzed me, going, go on then, who do you think is the greatest rider to ever swing a foot over a bike? And I was like, Ago, Rossi, all these different names, and me in my inexperienced youth didn't mention Mike Hailwood. And he just, after I kind of ran through a list of obviously very, very accomplished riders, just went, yeah, interesting, fair enough, Mike Hailwood. And in his mind, it was no one else. He'd seen Mike firsthand. He'd raced alongside Mike, and to him, I know Keith kind of said, Mike was a bit of a god earlier. To him, he was a god. This guy could get on anything and would win on anything, and did win on anything. And again, that's, obviously I've read the stories, I've seen the results, I've seen some old footage, but for someone there firsthand to be like, this is what I've seen, and I've been around a lot, I know my things. For him to understand that from him, and again, it put a different perspective on it. So that's what I've really enjoyed about this weekend, meeting all these different people, like you said, and just hearing these stories and hearing their views on things, and learning things that we wouldn't have known, or a different angle to things that maybe we did know but weren't there to experience.
Yeah, and I think one of the best things, and you agree with me on this, Ross, one of the best things about being a commentator at such a young age is almost being the messenger from this age of motorcycle racing to the next. And in motorsport in general, it's incredible, because we get to hear these stories, we get to ask and interview these people and find out
what it was like back then, what it's like now for someone like them with the bikes they've got, and we can pass that information on. It makes us better commentators as well when we talk about the grand scheme of things, the demographic that motorcycle racing and the motorcycle industry reaches for. And then, as I just said, the messenger, we pass that information down the line. We make sure that these stories, these bikes, these legendary icons, riders, bikes and tracks like Mallory Park are remembered in the world of motorcycle racing. And it's an honour to be in that spot, isn't it?
It really is. Again, it's a difficult situation because there is certainly less of an interest in motorcycles from these, not an interest in bikes, of course. Obviously, bikes are still very, very popular among kids these days. But it's things like these, the historic side of things that people aren't as interested in. And the sport is, and bikes and motorcycle racing is so different now to what it was 10 years ago, let alone 30, 40, 50. And I remember speaking to one of the guys from the Ducati Owners Club GB yesterday, who was in his early 80s. His name escapes me, unfortunately, but a really interesting conversation. And one of the things that he said is that the biggest difference now for him, looking at it, is that people aren't brought up into bikes the same way they were. As in, that's certainly something that's very true for me. I was never thrown on a bike as a kid. I never went racing. I never really rode until a couple of years ago. No one is being, hounded around racetracks at a young age and kind of almost being forced into loving the sport, as many people kind of are, for better or for worse. And people aren't getting on the spanners, people aren't doing all these things, and it's part of that is just the changing world and the changing environment. Obviously, a big concern is with however many cars are on the road nowadays, and that people don't want their kids to ride bikes because it's dangerous. That was something that was true for me. My dad never wanted me to get on a bike because it was dangerous, even though he rode and a lot of my family rode bikes. So you don't have that experience of having someone, kind of putting you on a bike, but then teaching you that knowledge, because they're a little bit worried about, what happens. As parents do. Parents obviously don't want their kids to get hurt, but it's different in that regard. So as a result, people are getting into it kind of through social media, and even if they do ride against the spanners, they haven't been brought up in that environment. So it's a tricky position that we lie in at the moment, and the sport, again, it's changed over the last 10 years, and it's continuing to change and evolve. And not just the sport, but bikes in general. And we're at a very interesting point in time to see where we're going next. And I don't think anyone really knows. We can all make speculations and predictions, but I don't think anyone actually knows what's around the corner in 10 years' time. If you ask me, or anyone 10 years ago, if we'd be where we are now, I don't think that you get the kind of correct prediction. So we are in a very privileged position, kind of as the voice of the youth, so to speak, in the motorcycle scene. But it's also a bit of an awkward one because, again, we're at a bit of a weird position where what we love is not the same as it was for a lot of people, and things are changing. So it's a bit of an awkward one, but nonetheless, it's still been absolutely great and phenomenal to be here this weekend.
Yeah, I've heard quite a few times, we've said quite a few times about how important stories are in the world of motorcycling and motorcycle racing, and it's something that raised me in my interest for bikes and motorsport as a whole. I, compared to you, Ross, was raised in the world of bikes in the more regular way that we tend to find. I was trying to find the word to not say better or anything. The way you tend to find a lot of racers getting into bikes, it's the influence from your parents or mum or dad. In my case, it was my dad who he went racing. He grew up with bikes ever since he was young, riding bikes with his mates, fixing them and putting them together, taking them apart and everything, all the way from his young teenage years to now. We ride together on the road, him on his SV650 and me on my 50cc bike, and it's that love and the stories that build it up. Yes, I loved bikes when I was very young. I was 3 years old. I got a trials bike and I was riding as much as I could, but to the level where I'm at, the passion that I'm at today, it's here it being old enough as I grew up and understood the stories better and was old enough to hear the stories on a more serious note. It's how that passion develops, and all these stories, not just from my dad either, but hearing them from different motorcycle racers and people who've worked in the industry in podcasts and things like that, and events like this as well. it really does enlighten you and put a shape in your head that it orders you have to keep this going. Almost it reminds me almost, this is a bit of a random comparison, of when Obi-Wan Kenobi passed Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber over to Luke Skywalker, and it's like your father was a great Jedi in his time, and now you have to take on that mantle and restore the Jedi. And in that way, I feel that same sort of feeling that you and me, Ross, are the voices of the young generation of motorcycle fans, and I really enjoy that feeling to be one of the many people who want to carry this sport along and make people aware that, okay, it's dangerous, but the passion and the community is incredible. And especially since if you get a kid into motorcycling and they spend all their money on it, they won't be able to spend all their money on anything that will affect them negatively.
Very true. I like that. I like that analogy of Ben Kenobi giving a young Skywalker the lightsaber. It's just your dad giving you the keys to a bike instead, or something like that. No, I really like that. It's a very good point as well. One thing that's not continuing is this session. Checkered flag is out. We've got 2 more left to run before the end of the day. Parade will be moving on to session 32 in a short moment's time. You can see some of the bikes getting ready to head out onto the circuit. Is that Dave Potter's bike going back? I don't think it is. No, it's not. But yes, a few more sessions left to go here. This one got a couple of we've got a gold star going out, that Norton Manx going out as well from 57, some very old Velocette Velocity, if your name's Ross McIntyre, 350 from 46 going out there as well. So not quite the pre-war machinery we saw earlier on, but still some old stuff for us to step back and enjoy and marvel at as the crowd still holding on here and enjoying the last of this July 5th heat, of course, here at Mallory Park. It's been a beautiful weekend in Leicestershire. It's been lovely weather, almost perfect for bike riding, maybe a bit too much cloud cover for my liking, but the sun has been out for a little while now here at Mallory Park. Temperature just perfect, track conditions absolutely beautiful, and of course spirits up and high all throughout the paddock here as well. If you've just joined us, you've missed a lot. If you've been here all day trackside, thank you very much for supporting this event, the revival of the 1000 Bikes Festival, and we hope you've had a great day and hope you stick around for the last couple of sessions as well. And if you've been watching along on our live stream all day long as well, from myself, Ross McIntyre, from Riley Davis, from Keith Huewen, thank you so much. It has been a real pleasure to bring you the action as we do start to get into the dying phases of the day, as the track slowly draws more and more quiet as people start to pack up and shoot off home. But it's been a great weekend here, and hopefully it's the return properly of 1000 Bikes as well, of course. Took a couple years hiatus, unfortunately. I think Stuart Hicken, when I spoke to him yesterday, he said it died a death. I wouldn't quite say that. It was just, it unfortunately got put on hold for a couple of reasons. But we are back with the revival, and we're hoping that it can continue onwards for many years to come at this circuit, which has seen so much across its 70-year history. So many great names have raced around this place and shared beers afterwards, I'm sure, as well. You can really feel the history here this weekend, not just from the circuit, of course, celebrating 70 years of motorsport operations. Back at first, of course, was a dirt oval many moons ago. If anyone is old enough to remember that one, if you are, give us a shout. It'd be lovely to hear your stories as well, alongside the many stories we've heard this weekend. But it's not just the circuit. You can feel the history reverberating from the tarmac. It's the bikes out there as well. I heard a quote a little while back now from an Australian YouTuber by the name of Rhys Stevenson. He's a commentator over in Australia, in fact. He was talking about another circuit in the UK, which shall remain nameless, although you can probably work it out because there's not like millions of circuits in this country. There are a fair few, to be fair. But he was talking about the history of this racetrack and the changes that they've been through. And even though Mallory's not changed all that much across the years, the quote was this, and I think it suits this place quite well. If the tarmac here could talk, it would have a hell of a story to tell, because there is just so much that has happened here across the years. The race of the year, the Transatlantic Trophy, Masters of Mallory, so much history. It's had World Championship history, of course, in things like sidecar. Motocross World Championship was here in 2009, 2010 as well, for anyone who likes a bit of off-road action. Some of the winners in that event, of course, or those events, David Philippas, the great Tony Cairoli, won one of the MX2 races in 2009, I want to say. And of course, keeping the motocross history up here at Mallory Park as well, with the Mallory Park Junior Electric Motocross just off to the side of the track down by Edwina Chicane. Their next round come up next weekend, actually, so make sure you're tuning in for that one to see the best of British, or the future of British motocross, should I say, here today, as we are out for our penultimate session of the day before the end of day showcase. I've been rejoined by Keith Huewen. Keith, you've been on a walk around,
yes, I have.
Soaking in the atmosphere before we get to the end of the day.
Well, it's a fantastic end of day, isn't it? The sun's out. It's quite often when we're packing up as a broadcast team or as a racing team or whatever it might be, you start to pack everything up in the horizontal rain. It could be chucking it down with rain and miserable, and your cables are all full of mud and dirt. But no, it's a lovely day here at Mallory. We're packing up in reasonable weather. We've got our final session out on track right now. Riley's back up here and will be joining us again a little bit later on. I reckon we'll have a bit of a rap later between the three of us and have a chat. It's good that some of my friends are paying attention to what Riley's been doing all day long as well.
People are listening.
Well, YouTube is where we're at. If you've been with us all day today, well, thank you very much, obviously, on behalf of everybody here at Mallory Park broadcast team and, of course, the circuit itself. It's one of those events where it has a bit of a life of its own, and it evolves over the course of the 2 days, and it's quite tricky. It's like chasing the tail of a tiger, isn't it, from our point of view as commentators and so-called presenters, following around trying to find the names and the superstars of our sport, past and present, that are wandering around in the paddock. And then there's all the interesting people that you bump into. I mean, there was a Dutch guy that actually made it all the way to the top of the tower here to talk to us a little bit earlier on. Come all the way over from Assen, come to see us here and enjoy the day at Mallory Park. I mean, it's stuff like that where I don't know, it makes, from my point of view, and I've been in it for donkey's years now, it makes me feel a lot better when people are kind of enjoying their day out.
Oh, it's a very good point. I mean, this is why you put on things like this in the first place, is to, put on a good show and to put on, obviously, something to show your appreciation for the history of motorcycles and the sport of bike racing, but also not to entertain people. That sounds a bit crude, but it is to have people have a good day out and enjoy themselves. And it's been great to...
Well, hopefully we've brought something to the table as well from where we are.
So, anyway.
I mean, it's an effort that everyone makes on
no one's complained yet. But...
Well, it's always there. Shall I make a complaint? Just that you...
Go on then if you wish.
Anonymously. I'll put one on there. Just to wind you all up.
You get him, don't you? You do get him. But no, you're absolutely right, Keith. It's been a brilliant weekend. And again, it's evolved, as you said, and speaking to different people and hearing their experiences and stories. I know we've been banging on about it a little bit, but again, that's what's made it such an enjoyable weekend. Certainly for me and Riley. I don't know if you ever heard us talking a few moments ago, but just...
I do actually listen to you two. Do you know that?
No, I know. But I'm
you
were in the other room, that's all. So.
No, I'm still listening. The one thing I mean, obviously, motorcycle racing is what I was once upon a time known for, but after that came broadcasting. When I was 32 years old, somebody picked me up and said, why didn't you do this, that and the other? And I came into broadcasting similarly to you two guys, only probably at that time I was a little jammier because Sky Sports was just starting. It was actually Eurosport, first of all, that was in London before the European Broadcasting Union shut down Eurosport London, and it went to Paris and became part of the TF1 conglomeration, and Sky Sports started on its own, and they wanted me and Julian Ryder back, and so we came into it at that particular point. But we were all learning just the same as you probably think that you guys are as well, and it's quite an interesting time in life, and we're very fortunate that somewhere like Mallory Park want us to come and do our best.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you miss being in the commentary box as often as you maybe once did?
Do you know what the thing is about any kind of sport? Doesn't matter what sport it is. If you're passionate about your sport, which I have never ceased to be, motorcycle racing is my sport. These are my people. this is my place in life. None of my family can understand it. My girls, 3 of my girls are still quite young. Second marriage job, 3 more kids, all the rest of it. And it's a situation where they don't know me from the past life. They only know me from now. Dad now is a broadcaster. I enjoy they can't quite understand why I enjoy being at racetracks. For them, I took them to Mugello to a MotoGP. The first thing I noticed that, because I don't usually pay for airfares, obviously, being hosted usually, so suddenly I realised how much money it was costing to get me to a racetrack, because I had to pay for my kids. And but they were worn out by the end of the first day, and they didn't understand how or why all of these people, tens of thousands of people, were making this effort to watch motorbikes go round and round in a circle. It's in your blood or it isn't, I think. It's
a tough concept to explain to somebody, to be fair, if they're not into it. I'm going to sit and watch a load of blokes just kind of whack round for 45 minutes, and then there'll be another one after that, and another one after that, and then that's it.
Within a thousandth of a second of each other.
Yeah.
Hardly discernible amounts of time between riders and machines. No, but it's a passion, and to answer your question, I'm just as passionate now as I was when I was like 5 years old when I went to my first race meeting. It'll always be in my blood, and the amount of people we've spoken to, you guys have spoken to them too, down in the paddock, it's exactly the vibe you get back from most people that are still here with race teams or are still involved in race teams or something loosely connected to them. They are 100% still into it. Some of these guys can hardly get themselves out of bed in the morning. I'm not quite there yet. Me not getting out of bed in the morning is usually because I'm too lazy. But apart from that, you see some guys here, and they've been clattered fairly hard from motorcycle racing and injuries and the like, and they still get themselves to a racetrack. One of the highlights for me already, and I know we're going to talk about this later on before we wrap the show, but one of the highlights for me is seeing John Cooper here as well. 88 years old, still pretty sprightly on his feet, still sharp of mind, still recalling memories that most of us would never have imagined. JC has been through such a lot in his time, and he's still fit and passionate about our sport. It's great.
Well, like you said, I've always felt like sometimes you can't escape it, can you? Because, every once in a while you have a bit of a rotten weekend or something and you sit around, or I do anyway, and I think, what's the point of this, or this is rubbish, but you still end up coming back, don't you? And you fall back in love with it.
That might be, if I might be so bold, more of a younger man's situation. Maybe, or younger person, I say, because females are included in this. We are inclusive in this particular commentary area. The point being is you guys expect stuff quick. You live in a life of social media and the like, which is smashing fast turnover straight away or moving on. Whereas older people are used to slogging it out, sometimes pushing poo up a hill.
Yeah.
Pardon me in the broadcast. It is that kind of thing. And probably we were trained to be more endurance-minded when it came to our personal lives. So it's an interesting situation between the slightly older people in this broadcast enclosure and you two youngsters. My girls, instantaneous. Having said that, Vic Wakeling, who was managing director of Sky Sports and Sky Sports News going back, Vic's dead now, unfortunately. He was a fantastic, grizzled old hack of a media man. He always used to say, we need to get to the sport in the first, I think he gave 7 minutes. He did not want anything else. He wanted to get to the action within 7 minutes, because he recognised very early on in Sky Sports broadcasting terms that we have no provision for waiting for something. We want it instantaneously. We want to get to the action. Whereas it seems nowadays that we've perhaps in presentation terms gone backwards, in that there's this massive build-up of all sorts of stuff, and we now have a real entertainment show on the front of each sporting event. And I think, if I might be critical, TNT, for instance, Susie and Hodgie and Sylvain Gintoli and all that great team as they are, and they are a great team, there's no doubt in my mind about that. Their build-up, does anybody watch it?
Occasionally.
Very occasionally. Whereas if I might make the comparison to Formula One, you've got the Sky F1 situation. Their build-up gets money chucked at it and people chucked at it, and it's real entertainment prior to the actual action.
Yeah.
Mind you, in many cases, Not so much this last couple of years, but in many cases, that's the most action you're going to see in a Formula 1 programme.
Obviously, no disrespect to anybody who's tuning in after the F1 at Silverstone earlier on today.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how that result has come out, because I'm not going to do any spoilers here, but I've not even looked to see what the result was. I mean, it was 500,000 people scheduled to be at Silverstone. I mean, and they deserve it. I mean, it's a great event for a car event. It's a shame we just can't quite get it as good for MotoGP, but I just think that personally the effort isn't being put on. I've said this before, when I use the train station at Northampton quite a lot to travel north and south, catch up with airports, and there's no signage that says the home of British MotoGP, and there are tens of thousands of people travelling through that, and you can access Silverstone from Northampton station really easily. And there's nothing to advertise the fact. I just think that we're very complacent in MotoGP. Silverstone expect Dorna, or now Liberty Media, to make all the effort, and Liberty, or Dorna before, it seemed to expect Silverstone to do all the promo of the MotoGP. And unfortunately, it means that we only get 40,000 people at trackside, which at Silverstone is like dropping a pea in the ocean.
Yeah. Would you put Grand Prix back at Donington? Or...
It's an argument that's been made before. Jonathan Palmer will never put the MotoGP on at Donington Park unless it makes business sense. And at the minute it doesn't. He's got to spend a lot of money to get it there. How can we have so many big roads around Donington Park and yet it's still logjam trying to get in and out of the place? I don't understand how you can have the M1, the A42 or whatever it is, and I don't know how many others, and anything big that's on at Donington, you see everybody with their suitcases dragging them down the street trying to get to the airport. It's crazy. But Silverstone is the best placed, and the riders love Silverstone. That fast-flowing, quick corners like Silverstone really, really make for great racing from a rider's perspective, but not from a viewer's perspective. Donington is a fantastic racetrack. Johnny Palmer has a 21-year lease on the place. It's being improved slowly but surely. I'd like to see alternating Grand Prix, to answer your question, between Donington and Silverstone. I'd like to see one each year to cover off the criticism of each other, if you like.
That's a very valid point, yeah.
So maybe that could happen. I say MotoGP at Cadwell Park.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
Nobody would want to see that from a rider perspective. It's not wide enough to get two bikes on, but from a spectator perspective, it would be fantastic. Brands Hatch. I mean, Brands Hatch is my all-time favourite track. The full circuit, obviously, Grand Prix circuit. It will never happen, unfortunately, because it can't be made, it can't be homogenised, homologated, should I say, to suit the rules as they are nowadays. But I think alternating between Donington and Silverstone would be the sensible way for Liberty to start to push it.
Yeah. Obviously, especially kind of for people my and Riley's age, obviously very fond memories of Grand Prix racing at Donington. And that's where I grew up watching the Grand Prix at Donington. That was, the Grand Prix place, and then F1 had Silverstone, and they were two and they were fine. And again, I think that Silverstone is a spectacular circuit. It's one of my favourite racetracks in the world. Again, the racing there is always superb. But you're absolutely right, there is not enough effort to promote it, and the fact that we only get 40,000 people there, it's a crying shame.
And that's a diminishing number. That's the last year was the lowest they've had in a long time. I think that Silverstone do a good job, but they are definitely a Formula One. The BRDC, British Racing Drivers Club, who own the place, who run the place, they promote F1, and they are making so much money out of it. I mean, I see you can buy yourself from an £835,000 house by the side of the track at Beckett's now. That is one that you can't even see the track from. That's sat back behind the houses that are on the main book. So, it's a rich bloke's playground at Silverstone, it would seem, and that's the way they've gone. MotoGP doesn't fit the mould that they're looking for, perhaps, and the spending capacity of motorcycle fraternity is perhaps not as high as they would like it to be to make the effort to bring it on. It needs that good old lost leader, doesn't it? It needs the kitchen sink throwing at it, and let's see where that goes from there. But Silverstone is a fantastic racetrack, and from a rider perspective, from a Grand Prix rider perspective, there isn't much to equal Silverstone. From a spectator perspective, it just doesn't hit the mark for motorcyclists, that is.
absolutely. I'm assuming you would have raced at Silverstone at some point, or the old Silverstone anyway.
On the podium in a British Grand Prix.
You were, yes, I remember. Well, not remember myself, but I remember seeing about it.
I was going to say, bloody hell, you must have been there.
It was a fair few years before my time.
Somewhere in your dad, but we won't go there. But the point being, yes, I mean, Silverstone, it's the firm that I was sponsored by was a firm called STC Builders, which is a building firm out of Bedford. And they had done some contra deal with Silverstone and built the inside hospitality units around Woodcote, on the inside of Woodcote, when Woodcote was a proper corner. And it was one of those situations where they had a 10-year lease or whatever it was, and at that time they sponsored me as well. And I didn't finish on the podium in the British Grand Prix as in the 500cc Grand Prix. It was the 350, the Moto 2 equivalent, so one down, but
still a Grand Prix.
But still a Grand Prix and still a podium. And I thought I'd won, but the bloke who won it was so far in front, I only finished second. Anton Mang won it, and I beat his teammate to the line. His teammate was Jean-Francois Baldet, 2 on factory Kawasaki's. Bearing in mind that my bike was built in my dad's shed. So you could do it back in the day. You can't now, obviously.
Different world, isn't it? If you've not got a team of engineers behind it.
But we had 120,000 people at trackside when I did that. When I went round on the truck at the end of it, 120,000 people, and they were on the barriers, on the berms, everywhere there was. It wasn't all these grandstands that block you from seeing anything unless you pay 200 or 300 quid for a ticket to be in a grandstand, which is too far away. Unfortunately, it is car orientated, I think is what I'm saying. So come on, Silverstone, get your finger out, get it right for bikers, and we'll be back in our droves with a bit of luck.
Fingers crossed anyway, as their checkered flag on that last session. I think there's only 2 sessions left now going into this one. Of course, we've got the final solo parade, session 33, and then at 5:30 we've got our end of day showcase. Of course, here on Motorsport Radio, at the British Grand Prix this year, you can catch the first ever, I want to say it's the FIM mini bike British Grand Prix, I think it is. FIM Moto Mini, that's the phrase I was looking for.
And about time. I did an interview for BBC Sounds, another name dropper as I am. BBC Sounds, I did it with Stuart Pringle, managing director of Silverstone. And I remember asking him, is the new kart track going to be you? Are you going to support motorcycle racing by our youngsters having access to this kart track for mini moto or whatever it might be? And at the time he said, oh, that would be a good idea. It's like they'd never even thought of it. And then in future conversations, they didn't want to run the bikes around there because they were worried about footrest digging into the tarmac and therefore not being, what's the word I'm looking for? Upsetting the kart guys because they, again, wanted to concentrate only on 4-wheels. So when I saw that announcement that you guys were going to be there for the mini bikes, for the British MotoGP, that is a real fillip. That is a real impressive, and Silverstone's to be applauded for that because it did go against the grain. I don't know how far that management grain was running against little bikes being run on their brand new multi-million-pound kart track, but there was a bit of pushback against bikes going round it.
Yeah, I remember when the conversations first started. It escapes me the name of the bloke who came round and introduced himself to us when we were at the mini bikes at the time. But again, just kind of when there were early talks about it, it was obviously something that everybody in mini bikes was very, very keen to get going again. If you could get the Friday and the Saturday Grand Prix, it would be the best thing in the world, and get these kids winning in front of the Grand Prix paddock and the Grand Prix crowd. And obviously there was a lot of back and forth for a while. Obviously earlier in the year, it eventually got announced that was going ahead, which is obviously fantastic. But you're right, they absolutely should be applauded for it. And again, it's such an important thing for junior racing in this country as well.
We talked about it earlier on. When you look out from the stage at Silverstone and there's all flat caps, bald heads and grey heads, people my age that are there, really, we need more of your ilk and the children of those flat caps, grey hairs, and we need that demographic to start coming back to our sport, and we need them to have the same passion and enthusiasm that we all have. And the only way you're going to do that is for stuff being at the track that they want to do, and whatever that might be. Mini bikes is important. Why do Italians have so many young kids that are going so good? Because in that particular part of that Valentino Rossi area, Misano out, Riccione out that way, there must be 10 mini moto circuits that are all within that area. I know they have the weather slightly better than we do here in the UK, but that's not a problem. Let's turn that to our advantage. So we've got some good wet weather riders. It just seems to me that there are some people out there that are trying very hard to encourage youngsters to take up mini moto and the like. And I think Lewis Hamilton has got to be a great example as a kart racer when he was like 6, 7, 8 years old and came through to where he is now, an absolute superstar. What is he, 9-time winner or something at Silverstone at the British Grand Prix?
Something silly like that, yeah.
We can do the same with motorcycles, but it needs corporates like Silverstone to get behind it. MSVR, I mean, Jonathan Palmer, again, it takes investment, and I sometimes think that they just don't quite see the wood for the trees in making the investments they need to get youngsters at their tracks, onto their tracks. Why do we not have evening races for spectators to come for free at places that don't have a sound problem like we have here, obviously, at Mallory? It's a bit unfortunate that Mallory have a situation where we can only go to a certain time of the day. But somewhere like Silverstone does not have that, as far as I'm concerned. They can run late into the night. Why don't we have on a summer evening an event, mini moto event, or a Moto 3 event, or whatever it might be nowadays, Moto 4? Why don't we have that? And you can invite spectators for free. Concessions will be happy with that because they'll be making a little bit of money off of it when they've got an investment in having their kit at Silverstone or wherever it might be. Just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those things where you kind of look at it and just think, all these ideas, why aren't people going ahead with it?
Well, I think at the end of the day, our cost of employment is high. Insurance is high. So the downside of that is the usual corporate, problems that every big company will have. To run those events, you need staff. They're going to have to work slightly unsocial hours if it's going to be in the evening. But it could be done. The volunteer situation is pretty good. Marshals at the end of the day normally have a normal day's work. A lot of them would say, okay, I'll spend the evening for a sandwich or two and a beer at Silverstone to run on the mini moto. I'll come along and marshal that. I just wonder why it hasn't either been thought of or what reason for why it hasn't caught on just yet. I think Stuart Hicken is running. The electric bikes are to avoid the noise situation, we've almost moved into an area now where EVs are becoming very fashionable, and youngsters are all going to be brought up with electric vehicles. You're not going to have to change gear anymore. You're not going to have a license for an automatic or a manual car. They're all going to be EVs with DAF variable type propulsion. You don't even know what I'm talking about there, do you?
Shake your head for
yeah, I like that.
I mean, the electric bikes here is really popular. I mean, they get 150 to 180 entries every weekend from ages 3 up to about 13 years old.
Way to go.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Obviously, then beyond that, then you do have to start kind of jumping back onto, regular internal combustion engine machines to then continue your motocross career.
But it means that they can run that at a time of the day that's not going to interfere with the respect for your neighbours. So it's a situation where you're encouraged, and it's also a time where mum and dad have, they've not had to take time off from work, perhaps, because they can get here for the evening and so on and so forth. Anyway, we digress. We're getting towards the end of our day here at Mallory Park. It's been a very interesting weekend as far as I'm concerned. We'll be going through our highlights a little bit later on, but the paddock is slowly but surely clearing out. Riley has come to join me as Ross moves over for a rest after my browbeating and rather controversial in some respects thinking. How are you, Riley?
Oh, I'm all good. It's been
still alive?
Yeah, a long day. A long day of fun though. Been out there interviewing plenty of people, learning the stories. I was speaking about this to Ross earlier on in the commentary box, and how amazing it is to hear these stories and how they develop here at Mallory Park. And yeah, it's great to contribute to what I suppose as things start to die out now here at the Revival Festival, where the Ross McIntyre, Keith Huewen and Riley Davis podcast at Mallory Park as they make their way through the hairpin. Only a few more sessions out on track now, though.
I think we're running out of bikes.
Weekend. I think, yeah, we are running out.
This
of
is
bikes.
the last one, I think, Riley. I think we're about done here.
if there's less than 10 bikes, then they won't be running that session. So we hope that there'll be enough people. Some people have gone home. They're probably a bit tired, as we've mentioned quite a few times. The older crowd that's here on their bikes, maybe just getting a bit tired, especially since the second half of the day has got quite warm. That's going to add a layer of tiredness to everyone in the paddock at the moment, and their bikes as well. Of course, these are no modern race machines that can handle the beating of a lifetime. They're old machines that have to be taken.
Are you talking about the riders or the machines?
Yeah. Well, I suppose both of them, I guess.
The older boys are taking a beating out there in the sun at Mallory Park.
Yeah. They just have to take a bit of care. When I spoke to a few people down in the paddock, quite a lot of them saying that they're not sure if their bike's going to make the rest of the day, and it's not like they're being raced or anything, as much as they're definitely trying to push them a little bit to have some fun.
Listen to this rocket going by. Sounds so sweet. Number 6 machine. Is it? No, I can't read what it says on the front. These little Mallory Park green stickers that fly by at 100 mile an hour. A bit tricky to pick up on.
176, I think that was.
But some sweet sounding motorbikes out on track at the minute. I'm looking at this red and white triple.
Just trying to identify some of the last couple of bikes here.
It's Rocket 3 with a little bit of smoke, and that's not two-stroke oil, that's oil. So hopefully he won't be...
as I said, facing any issues, yeah. But it's done well to get to the end of the day at this point. I mean,
it's been working hard.
Yeah, we've had a few offs, a few crashes, a few people with bike issues, but everyone's okay. The bikes, I'm sure, will be okay in the safe hands of their loyal engineers, you have to feel, because some of these people, some of the levels of commitment is incredible. The amount of time it's taken them to build these bikes. Some people I spoke to have been building their bike for many years leading up to this moment, and this is their first try out on it. So for example, we spoke to Sam earlier, who is in the legendary machinery parade on the TZ750, the Mike Halewood TZ750, and they had it for a while. They'd been gathering some parts for it. The fairings as well might not have been official from back then. They had to get new fairings and get them redecorated. But it was great to see it out on track as well. And he did say to us that he didn't even know if it was going to run properly during the session. It was going to make it to the end, because on this occasion, Keith, I think it was definitely the bike that was the thing to be worried about, because Sam, he's racing in Spain on Fireblades, so in that heat I'm sure he's just fine with a couple laps on a TZ750, but he definitely said it woke him up a little bit.
Well, it wakes you up because it's an unusual motorbike to ride, and they can bite. You know, they might not be the fastest, it's certainly not the fastest thing he's ridden nowadays, because modern day bikes will beat it into a cocked hat, but the point being is that the way they deliver the power, the way they stop, the way they handle, if you're not careful and treat it with some respect, you're going to find yourself flying to the moon on them. I'm surprised, actually, and pleasantly surprised, I have to add, that we've not seen somebody on a TZ750 exiting through the front door, as we might say.
Yeah, thankfully most people have got through all right and relatively unscathed. We've had a few crashes here and there, but everyone was able to get back up walking, much to the delight of the paddock. And I was dropping in a little bit of history facts, some relevant to Mallory Park and some more about the history of motorcycle racing. And I'm not quite done yet. There's a few more I've got. I mentioned 10 years since Cal Crutchlow won the Czech Grand Prix, became the first Brit to win in 35 years. You were commentating on that race, Keith. I remember watching it when I was 7 years old. It was an amazing race.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're talking about legends, I'd like to talk about Dec Crutchlow, Cal's dad. Derek Crutchlow is one of those guys where if I'm reincarnated as an older fella, I'm going to come back as Dec Crutchlow. There is a man that looks the part. He's the coolest dude you're ever likely to come across. He travels the world, and he is just the man, is all I can say. Cal Crutchlow's growing into a real personality as well. Cal, as he's sort of semi-retired really as a Grand Prix rider perhaps, although he's standing in for Joan Zarco at the moment. But it's a remarkable story, and I used to catch up with Dec at the odd airport here and there, and he's just got that he's got the cool leather jacket on, the tash, and the strut of a worldly vagabond. kind of a maverick man. I want to come back as Deck Crutchlow, there's no doubt in my mind about that. And some of these guys that are racing bikes or have been demonstrating bikes around here today have got a similar gait. They kind of come from an era like that. You can imagine the Marlboro man, you know, cowboy hat on and smoking a fag. You're not allowed to do that anymore. You can't promote that kind of thing anymore.
Yeah, of course, that company known for such historic liveries as well. And as I was saying a minute ago about the history, here's one big fact, actually. 50 years this year since Joey Dunlop's very first Isle of Man TT. That is incredible. 1976 being his first one out there. And what a career for him as well. So many people have been to Mallory Park, so many people have come and go, and it's those legends that have been here, like yourself, Keith.
Do you know what?
Done so well.
Obviously, I'm a similar era to Joey, sadly no longer with us, but I don't ever remember racing with Joey here at Mallory Park. I'm going to have to look that up now. That's going to be one for next year.
Yeah,
that's... most guys, I remember actually being around at some stage or not, but I don't remember racing against Joey here. He was a remarkable fella, Joey, as well. I mean, if he woke up the right side of the bed, he could beat just about anybody there was, both on roads and on short circuits. It just depending on his mood, really. He took it as he came. You know, he could be race winner or not, and it was all down to the fact that he'd done it how he felt like doing it.
Yeah.
I always admired him for that. He never got overawed by what was going on around him. He just did his own thing.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of a few riders in this modern age where they have this sudden surge of being unstoppable, and you just feel like when they decide to, they can be the best in the world. Names come to mind like Maverick Vinales. He's had a few rides where it's just like, oh, hang on a minute, where's he come from? That amazing ride at the America's GP in 2024 on the Aprilia. So many different riders that have just come out of nowhere and put in some amazing rides.
Let me quote Casey Stoner again. I did it earlier on, and I think it's a quote that's got a stick. If you work hard, you can beat talent until talent decides to work hard too. And I think that Stoner, I rated Casey Stoner very high indeed. He's one of the most magnificent motorcycle racers I have ever been able to observe. We used to call them aliens, didn't we? And the reason people were called aliens was because, not the way they looked, but because they did something that the rest of us couldn't quite understand. They managed to do things with a motorcycle that even great motorcycle racers couldn't quite work out. So there are very few aliens in the world. Oh, you talking about earlier on about Freddie Spencer, winner in 1985 of both 250 and 500 Grand Prix series. And he was, for me, probably the first alien. Now, you could argue before him was Kenny Roberts Sr. Kenny Roberts Sr. was just a grafter. He comes in the same category as maybe Wayne Gardner, who's just a tough character, had got the most out of his motorbike. But Freddie Spencer did things with a motorcycle that none of us could work out how he did it. He would, for instance, be tyre warmers, he'd throw it on its side into a corner, and the way he warmed the tyre up was have the thing tucked right under, and it would just, everyone else of us would crash, but not Freddie, of course. So he was an alien. Even Jorge Lorenzo might have been considered an alien because of how smooth he was, the way that he could cut through butter. And Casey Stoner, for me, was ahead of all of them. He could do something particularly on a Ducati, that just could not be done by any other human being. He managed to do things with that bike that I'd never thought possible. So Stoner is my top alien.
Yeah, and we see that replicated in the form of Toprak Razgatlioglu as well.
To a point.
The story of the bike.
To a point, I think, but World Superbike is a different environment to MotoGP. And still, we're yet... I'm a firm fan of Toprak. Toprak Razgatlioglu is going to be, I think, a force to be reckoned with when Yamaha finally get themselves sorted out, which they haven't, sadly, for this year, but maybe 2027 they'll be back, perhaps. Last lap flag is out.
I had a few more notes in here. You may have heard me saying earlier, actually, that Mallory Park, within a 10-minute drive of the home of Triumph in Hinckley, the factory itself, it's really interesting to see that route coming as well. It's really impressive to see how far Triumph have come along. We've seen a lot of Triumphs here, old and new, at Mallory Park. And I'm sure that the guys up at Hinckley will be watching this one to just see some of the old triumphs, because it really is amazing to see the progression of a manufacturer from such a small race focused at the time manufacturer to what it is now.
Well, I think the reason it is what it is now is because of one man, John Bloor. At the end of the day, he was the man that picked up what was a ragtag bag of junk effectively and made it what it is now. I mean, fair dues to the people that have managed to revive, and this is the 1,000 Bikes revival, to revive some of these classic Triumphs and BSAs that we're seeing around this racetrack. But really, John Bloor is the man that's kept the name properly in vogue, shall we say. Moving to Moto2 as an engine supplier is really inspired, as far as I'm concerned, and does Triumph as a name a hell of a lot of good. And the fact that, you know, you've got to remember that it is a global company. Some of the stuff is made here in Hinckley, but they've got probably a bigger factory. In fact, it is a bigger factory in Chonburi in Thailand. It's an hour away from Suvarnabhumi airport in Thailand, and you drive down the motorway to the seaside, and what do you see on the right hand side on your way there? Great big Triumph factories. And the manufacturing base for Southeast Asia is out there for Triumph.
Yeah, and it's really impressive how, as you said, becoming the Moto2 supplier, the impeccable reliability of those engines as well. Okay, the CBR 600 did struggle a little bit, and that tends to be a trait of a triple engine, but the level that they've gone to, where there's been, I can't really think of any moment in Moto2 since Triumph became the supplier where there was an engine problem.
No, but
Triumph was at fault for.
They had a lot of good test riders early on.
That is true.
Me, Steve Tonkin, and we all did it up the road here at Bruntingthorpe Proving Ground. We blew up loads of Triumphs in the early days. And that was Mark Phillips was another one. If you remember Captain Mark Phillips, who was a pretty good rider. Steve Tonkin, myself, Arnie Fletcher, even from them Manchester Motorcycles. We all rode the pre-production Triumphs and drove them to destruction. Had a team there that would keep putting tyres in them, keep putting brake pads in them, and we just kept on riding them flat out till they all found a weakness somewhere. So a lot of work was done. John Bloor and the Triumph team worked very hard to make sure that the concept at the time was reliable. And as far as nowadays, the Moto2 team, obviously, as I said earlier, basically the engines are handed over to Extern Pro on the Aragon Tech Park over in Spain, and Trevor Morris and the Extern Pro guys look after those, refresh those motors and make sure that they are running at the performance that the bike can take. Don't forget, nowadays electronics, you can tune them back a little bit, so they're not having to give flat out all of the time. One of the problems they had was a little bit of a jump between the neutral that was between second and first, because they got a road box on them then, but they've sorted that now, and that was a problem if you were having to get back to bottom gear, but all done now. And since then there's been, as I think you've just alluded to, zero in the way of problems. So then there's a few guys just bailing out of the paddock at the moment. They've obviously got to cross the track to get their motorhomes and trailers across there now, and once they've cleared the track, we are going to have this final session out on the track, final 10-minute session, we are told, and then it's home time for anybody that wants to be bothered, or you can take in the sun still here. I don't think they're going to be locking the gate, so enjoy your last hour or two barbecue maybe. Are we allowed to have barbecues at trackside here?
We'll have to find out, because I'm hungry. I don't know about you, Keith.
Good boy, Riley, so am I. It's definitely been a fairly long day from an endurance point of view. Thanks very much again to the marshals that have been here, of course, all volunteers. I mean, and a great sense of humour as well. From first thing in the morning when I pulled up earlier on and went to the office downstairs from this commentary position, they were having plenty of banter going on there and a bit of mickey taking too, which is right up my street. But the marshals, you couldn't hold anything without marshals, and the British marshals genuinely are the best in the world. There's no doubt about that. The coordination of marshalling in this country is very, very good indeed. And if you fancied joining the ranks of the Orange Army, then there are opportunities still to be able to do that. I can't give you the website right now off the top of my head because I'm too thick, but it is out there somewhere, and no doubt we will be putting it up a bit later on. But join in our thanks for the marshals.
Yeah, of course, you can go Googling the EMRA website, the East Midlands Race Association, to find out and inquire into how you can become part of that Orange Army that Keith alluded to, and become part of the force that drives motorsport, of course.
Yeah, we're very fortunate. I think we're going to have the final endurance of these men, as much as machines, that are going to be out on track. There's only a few of them, but they're just about to shut the gate. Shane is there doing his job, and as soon as they give us an indication the track is clear, this will be the last session of the day. 10 minutes we are thinking it will be.
As you can see, some bikes there just getting ready to go out. I'm trying to identify some of them. I think that we've got a 916 there, the number 88 sat at the front. RG 500 waiting there as well. A couple 125s, two strokes, of course. And one that I've been quite interested to see, a lot of Hondas from the Grand Prix days, the 50s especially, in the form of the 29 machine you can see on the left right there. It's incredible how much not only are still around, but still around in the UK and here at Mallory Park.
There's a ragtag of motorcycles out there now, 2-stroke, 4-stroke, classic motorcycles from I don't know how many eras. I'm going to have a job to work out every era that's out there, but the final ride through then, the final ride around this fantastic facility here at Mallory Park. Of course, there are other things going on throughout the year as well. Keep an eye on it. I'll tell you what, I am definitely an exponent of a bit of jet skiing around this lake. I bet that's not allowed. I keep looking at the lake and thinking, let's get the jet skis out.
Maybe that's where the race of the year could go.
Yeah. I think probably the fishermen might be slightly unhinged by that very thought.
Yeah, maybe so. But we stay on track for now as they make their way up the hill. This last session being the perfect send-off to what was a warm but not too overbearing Mallory Park revival. So many bikes to look at, so many people to talk to as well. It was my favourite part. We've spoken like a million times about how great it is to talk to everyone in the paddock, and ending on a high, talking to each other in the commentary box about how great of an event this was, how passionate the people were down there in the paddock about their bikes and about Mallory Park as a whole. It really sets the scene, and for someone who's not really had much experience or seen a lot of motorcycle racing, it's a great way, a heartwarming way to introduce them into this amazing family that is motorcycle racing.
Are you having a fuzzy, cosy moment, Riley, at the moment? Is it, maybe. It's the end of the day and the sun's got to him. He's been enjoying his day here, and you can understand why. I'll tell you what, you've done a fair body of work down there in the paddock, collaring just about anybody that didn't want to speak to you. How did you manage that?
Well, a lot of help, that's how. Trying to ask people if they were daring enough to speak on the microphone and tell us their stories, of course. I think it's the best when you get interviews where it's about the stories. I mean, I enjoy interviews getting more into the nitty-gritty things, like when you talk to motorcycle racers, you'll talk to them about how the weekend's gone or what their plans are for the future in this championship, and always the negatives and the positives about their career. But when it comes to interviews like these, it's almost introducing this person and finding out more about them, introducing them and their bike to the world and that dream that they've put together.
It certainly is, and you've done yourself a good old job down there, Riley, it must be said. You were running up and down like a madman, but you did us a service here to grab literally everybody that was left that we hadn't already spoken to across this weekend, to get their stories and get what we get out of them here. But as we come round to the hairpin, of course, this is the final session of the day. If you are still with us trackside, or of course if you are still with us on YouTube and on the live stream as well. If you've been with us the whole way through today, be that live or on YouTube, thank you so much. It has been an absolute pleasure from myself, Ross McIntyre, Riley Davis, and of course none other than Keith Huewen alongside us, bringing you all of the action
And we're just coming now down to the end of the day. It's been great to meet so many people, to hear, as we've been saying for the last couple of hours now, hear so many stories as well. And it's been brilliant. It really has, and it's been an absolute pleasure, both personally and professionally, from all of us in the commentary box. I'm absolutely sure. I'm certain I'm speaking on behalf of Riley and Keith right now. But there are still some holdouts here at the track as well. I can still see a few of you over on the bank. If you can hear me, I'll try it. Give us a wave. I'm not going to expect to see anything right now, but thank you so much for being here and supporting the revival of 1,000 bikes and supporting this brilliant independent local circuit here at Mallory Park, which, even though I call it a local circuit, is still one of the very, very best motorcycle racing venues in the whole of the UK. And it's been just a wonderful day to reminisce and to look back and to give back to those that came before us, be they still with us or not, and their machines as well, of course. We had the wonderful ceremony yesterday honouring a true great in Chris Vincent, who we did lose about 5 years ago now. A fantastic sidecar racer, a fantastic solo racer as well, whose story was very much intertwined with this Leicestershire circuit. Of course, renaming the final corner here to bear his last name, now Vincent Devil's Elbow. There was a wonderful ceremony yesterday, and of course that is part of this 1,000 Bikes weekend, not just celebrating the return of the 1,000 Bikes Festival, not just celebrating 70 years of motorsport here at Mallory Park, but also celebrating the likes of Chris Vincent, celebrating 50 years since Barry Sheen's first 500cc World Championship, celebrating 52 years since Barry Sheen first entered the UK stratosphere, I suppose, as a household name when he took the race of the year here on a Suzuki 750. So it's been fantastic. To work their own out, but of course, I know we've had a lot of thank yous already, but I'll just reiterate that on my part. A big thank you once again to all of the marshals here this weekend, to everybody from Mallory Park, for everyone who organised this event, to the security we've had here as well, to our whole media team who've put in a shift today as well, bringing you either our voice for better or for worse on the PA and on the live stream. Of course, all of our camera operators as well, who've either been trackside or following us around the paddock as we've desperately tried to grab hold of people. It really has been such a brilliant weekend and such a brilliant day here for you at Mallory Park, and hopefully next year we can be back to bring it back as well. So thank you so much to everyone who's enabled this event to go ahead, as the pace bike is back out onto the circuit, which signals to me that potentially our end of day showcase could be coming towards a conclusion, and indeed today's event could be coming towards a close as well, which is a crying shame. It's been superb, and the action, even if no racing on circuit, it's still been wonderful to see these bikes out there, to see some heroic, historic machinery having their legs stretched a little bit and being pushed, and it's been a real privilege to watch these things not fully turn wheels in anger, but certainly wind back the clock, wind back the years a little bit, if you will. It has been superb. We wait for the final couple of laps here, and we wait for the checkered flag as well. Not quite ready just yet. I'm waiting for the marshals to put out the last lap flag on the flag stand. I can just see them just down beyond my commentary box window up here on top of the Mallory Park Tower. So we'll just wait. Probably not too far away from that flag being shown. If I take a quick glance at my watch, as we see, still trying to get the elbows out a little bit, these guys. Again, some of the even though it's not racing, and again, there are a few older riders potentially still out there on the circuit, still enjoying themselves, and there's nothing quite like, even when it's a parade or a showcase or whatever, being out there alongside other historic machinery. There's nothing quite like it, and to be out there with others and to hear the other bikes around you and see them, it's a special feeling I'm sure. Of course, there is still plenty more racing to look forward to here at Mallory Park across the rest of the season. Of course, next weekend you can catch us here on Motorsport Radio or on the Mallory Park YouTube channel. Mallory Park for the best of junior electric British motocross action. Just a stone's throw away from my current position. It's just on the banking on the outside of the Edwina chicane. Of course, the East Midlands Racing Association, their club championship still whacking round as well, and you can catch all of that for their next round. Make sure you've entered into both of those if you hadn't already, especially the junior electric motocross stuff at Mallory Park. That's quickly approaching. If you've not signed up for that one yet, for any junior riders that may be watching along, make sure you do so. Truck Fest is coming up as well on the 22nd and 23rd of August. Come and watch some trucks around. There's monster trucks, there's award-winning trucks, there's American stuff, there's European stuff, there's stunt shows, there's lots of things to do there for any truck racing and truck fans out there. On the 15th of August, there is also the Vintage Sports Car Club coming around for their racing action, for some old school four-wheeled events. Make sure you come down for that one as well. And of course, who can forget, jumping forward a little bit as well, on the 6th of November, the annual bonfire and fireworks night here at Mallory Park. That's always a spectacle, a massive bonfire every single year, and it's always a lot of fun, and some big old fireworks as well. Always gets good attendance, that one. So do make sure you're free for bonfire night that weekend. I don't know if anyone really pays tribute to the hanging, drawing, coursing of Guy Fawkes anymore, but you know, it's the event we decide to celebrate. I suppose it lives on nowadays, even if the original reason for bonfire night, Guy Fawkes trying to blow up Parliament and the King and whatnot, has perhaps drifted out of memory, given it was probably 600 or 700 years ago, if memory serves. Well, I didn't do a history degree, but I didn't do that. But it is, of course, still a fantastic event. You get a big bonfire, big fireworks. Of course, there's food, there's a fun fair, there's drinks if you're 18 or older as well. Of course, there are other non-alcoholic beverages available for those who don't want it or aren't old enough to purchase said drinks. But make sure you head over to MalloryParkCircuit.com to get your tickets for the bonfire night and tickets for any other events that are going on here at Mallory Park as well. There's always something here in Leicestershire to enjoy. So do make sure that you head over to the website. Do make sure that you keep your eye on the fun and make sure you're heading down as well, as we still enjoy our end of day showcase here as the riders enjoying the sun. As it, well, I say starting to set, it is very much the middle of summertime here in the UK, so it's probably will be out till about 10 o'clock. Of course, it could be a late one for many here tonight, England, Mexico at 1 o'clock this morning. But if you are looking forward to that, best of luck trying to stay up. I won't be. I've got things to do tomorrow, and quite frankly, international football bores me, club over country and all of that. But that's a little while, so you've got time to recover from today's brilliant action before you launch into the thick of it for the last 16 of the World Cup. Of course, we did have the only Motoball club in the country here with us this weekend as well, to kind of give a football theme to things going into it. It was great to go and speak to the Hayes and Southall MCC Classic Motoball Club yesterday. A really interesting bunch of guys, keeping a sport which is very much waning still alive, and they've still got plenty of events on. And again, it's bikes and football rolled into one. What is not to love? It's brilliant, and they've got some fantastic events coming up, so make sure you do check out what's going on there, as we do have our yellow flag with the black cross. One more tour of Mallory Park here at the 1,000 Bikes Revival in 2026. The first time we've had this event in a fair few years, but it's safe to say it has been a rip-roaring success and so much fun for everyone, for those involved or those coming to watch. It's been brilliant, and it's been an absolute privilege to be here, an absolute pleasure, an absolute honour as well. So we'll cover our last lap before we'll throw down to Keith and Riley down in the paddock to say our goodbyes and quickly wrap things up before we go again. So one more lap for all of our riders out there. What a day it has been, what a weekend it has been, as we celebrate the revival of the 1,000 Bikes Festival.
What a day, what a weekend, what a pleasure, what a privilege, what a joy. We have seen and heard some amazing spectacles, be that the bikes on circuit or the stories from those that we have spoken to across the weekend. So many friendly faces, familiar to some, maybe not to myself or Riley, as the checkered flag does wave here at Mallory Park. It's been simply superb. And after a couple of years away, I'm hoping that 1,000 bikes is very much here to stay. The checkered flag is down in the final session. Our on-track action is done and dusted here at the 1,000 Bikes Revival. We're going to wrap up here in the commentary box. Let's head down to Keith and Riley.
A great way to finish the day then, as our final bikes have paraded around here at Mallory Park. We're stood by the lake. Riley, I've got to say, pleasure doing business with you today. Have you enjoyed your weekend?
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was a brilliant weekend to work with you and Ross, and a step up a bit from Fab Racing. I've been doing Fab Racing 3 rounds now, and that's been great. But this was a whole new level of challenge, a challenge that I really enjoyed. And it's a bittersweet emotion that the festivities are coming to a close, but we can look back in grace on what was, in the end, a great weekend. Some great bikes out there and some great people to talk to as well.
Indeed, couldn't have said it much better myself, I must say, but we've got to thank the marshals for being on site today and looking after everybody out on the track. We've got to thank Stuart Hickin for the 1,000 Bikes Revival that we've enjoyed during the course of the weekend. And, of course, to all of you that have tuned in on YouTube to watch us at Trackside, thank you for watching. Hope you'll come back next year. And from all of us, we're grateful.